Good morning. Today is 29th of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Gatton. This is in Queensland and this is how the track looks like. The track reading is good. The last finishing mile is about 300 meters and we've got about 9 races here. We have this track we haven't raced for a long time. We are going to be racing here today and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses or there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live stream. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the winning numbers, the official winning numbers. So that's all that I have, and we'll see if we've got the feed. Yep.
Once you overcame the slow start, so I mean, if you like living dangerously, stick with Lucy and jump Hutsy from that draw.
Jackson.
Then we got awesome tests, which trialled up really well actually. Another one with a sticky draw, plenty of speed though. Kira's sister, Max, get a lovely run. Just sort of not convinced there's a maiden coming for a Kira's sister at 460. I'll probably rather her at a better price, but I think she's there because of the barrier.
Yep, I agree. So we were similar thinking, but I played Hatchmans. Yep. Look, the trial was good, mustered nicely enough. So look, the barrier's not a massive concern. You don't have to be a hard out leader at Gatton anymore. It's very versatile practice, particularly when you've got someone like Justin Huxtable, perhaps even scouts to the fence. It's just all about the Larraza form. First up, it was very good late in the piece. It's already been a winner out of its trial as well. So, and that little bit of a market push.
Yeah. It was a good market push too.
Mr. Playtime was so good on debut. It was probably a little bit lucky not to win, considering how far he had to spot speed. Lulu a natural in the 6. I thought it was great value. It was trialled in the earmuffs. It was not racing in the earmuffs, so they've obviously said state's not the right word, but they would have kept to a lot calmer and sharp. Yeah, so funny on that one. And it was quicker time than Valley of Fame too, and big spread in the markets. And then Pleat gets back to 860. That'll suit him. Maybe Pleat wins.
No.
How old mate Pleat?
Pleat's never going to win a race. Sorry, Pleat.
Oh, no, that's a big statement, Joycey.
Sorry, Pleat. We were there at Nolby that day.
Yeah, but it was 1,000 metres.
I don't care.
Needs
I don't
860.
care. No, Pleat.
All right.
Pleat. Never.
Plus 1 plate for the third. Over 860 metres. Jacker stands alone as your favourite. I couldn't find this horse's trial. Don't get me started. I won't start.
Couldn't find the horse's trial?
I don't know, were you on the internet yesterday? There was nothing working. Anyways, Paddy Webster has come up your favourite, 250, but not a lot because Spartus has come in a more desirable draw now, 260 for Tony Collin, the Louvre's 370, and old Scribbles with a new stable now, $7. Spice it up, 26. I better mention ours.
Well, we both agree with Spicy Duck, so what we're going to do is show you a replay.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be of his trial prior to his first up run at the Sunny Coast because we were on him at the Sunny Coast first up and he was disappointing when you look at the results. But go back and have a look at this trial, which is why we found him in the first place. And there's a couple of big differences today, Kian. First of all, we're not at 1,000 at the Sunny Coast. We're 860 around Gatton, which will suit. Second of all, we're not on a shifting wet track. We're on a good form, which will really suit him. And he's come up with a lovely soft gate. Now, this is the trial that we were talking about. I know it was only 650 at Deegan. I know he didn't beat much, Kian, but
beat anything.
Look at the way he does it. Like he's dead set under a stranglehold. Matty Wishart knows him.
I wish that was an 860 trial, but I was just playing devil's advocate with myself today because I've seen him dead set lead like Boombra and then just go pop. at within 860 metres.
Yes, okay. We'll leave that well alone. Leading like
But he's drawn soft. He's stuck on well first up. He's a good
26
price.
That's the tempting
He
thing.
can run top three.
Because even if he's in front, I still think he's going to be in front with 100 to go.
Yeah.
Right? Now, he might hit the wall at the 760.
Yeah.
And something might pounce on him late, like the favourite, or Scribble, which trolled up well for the new yard, or even the Louver, which is the Loop, which is super fast,
Hanging in the loop.
but has a stinky draw.
Yeah, he's got to run top three off that draw.
Who?
Spicy
Well,
guy.
that's what I'm thinking, right? So we're going to get a great run for our money, $26. That'll do, but no knock on the other three there, and there's probably a couple of other chances.
Surely. I mean, certainly. I'm also with Spicy Duck. I don't need to add much more to that. And, he was just seen out at 1,000 metres.
I had some spicy duck last night too.
Did you?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I think I had mac and cheese.
Mama San delivered yet again.
$1.40.
What a great restaurant.
So he's on top. Look, your most certain danger now it comes in a barrier, and it was all about 15 that put me off. But Spartus is a beautiful son of capitalist. He absorbed pressure last start. He had a runner inside, outside of him, and he stuck onto the 100. So back to 860 just makes sense.
I left him out. I didn't think they'd run it.
You buffed him out. He comes into like 8.
Yeah.
It's the highest
These
rater.
gates.
If you've got Ange Jones from 8, it's like having Barrier 1. And he's probably the horse with the most upside in the field. I've got no doubt. Jacker stands alone, the money, sharp horse, and I also had the Oob in there as well. Okay, the fourth is a ratings band 0 to 58 handicap, so over the 1100 metres. The favourite is with Arctic there, also for the Hatchman, teaming up with Justin Huxtable as well. Just also came up with another little bit of a sticky barrier to overcome. 270. A little smart 460. My Cicada is $5, or you think it's pronounced different. Got Gumption $8 and Cryptopin is $11.
Oh, I think it's my Cicada. I do. It's just not like the normal Cicada.
Nah.
But it's pronounced the same. And that's my tip, number 2, my Cicada. I'm going for that Dolby one today, which is a bit unusual for me, but I like the map. Barrier 1, a fast horse, 1100 metres coming off that Dolby win where he drew wide and had to really use the gas early to get across
And
the lead.
he had a lengthy break.
Yes,
Great return.
he was $10 when I found him. He's into 5, so he's halved his quote this morning. That's usually a good sign. Got Gumption has got plenty of speed as well, drawn the 2 just to give that first up run balance on the heavy 10. Arctic Bear from a good gate would have been my top pick. Form is at Toowoomba on the home deck, but Justin Huxtable rides, blinkers go on. Just the barrier, just going to have to do work to get across, but could easily win. And Cryptopin, we just need a new jockey. Bailey will not ride today. And Cryptopin's going to get back in the field off a soft draw and need a bit of luck, but could certainly be ripping home late at big odds. So
And over to Maiden out of the way.
2, 3, 1, 7.
Crazy Eyed Fred. Crazy Eyed Fred needs a little bit further than 1100, but his poly run last start was a nothing run. So he's got a little bit of freshness in his legs. Now, he was fantastic first up behind Miss Personality.
Good form.
I don't think there's any better form lines in this race than that. Look, this horse's good form doesn't jump off the page of you, but he ran second on a good track, dead set Millbeat Sharaboma.
Yes.
Like, he can gallop, he just doesn't have a lot of luck. His second up run was fantastic. He was 3-4 wide, and then the poly run, we just put the thumb over that. Justin Stanley, soft draw.
Good case.
Perhaps
Good
the
case.
1100 is too short, but he's $14 to offset that.
No, that's a good
My
case.
Cicada, I agree. Great return off a length of spell. Arctic Bear, and also had Cryptic Pin in there.
I might have been a bit harsh
Oh, Frederick.
on Freddie
He
because
does want further,
he's
but
won 2 from 40, and generally when I see
but
them,
he's ran second 1,000
he's been
times.
placed 40 times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
And to good horses.
might have been a bit harsh there, admittedly.
Go the Fred. Okay, race number 5, 0 to 58 over the 1100 Joycey, and your favourite, which was a little bit.
Chopping, changing.
Shopping and changing, dilly Dalian Kalanoa, I think, is our favourite.
Yes,
Equal.
Booger.
Oh, Boogeray on the back up.
Look at that, 5 of them within $5 or less.
420 the field.
Yeah.
Jealous well, Boom Eyes Buddy was a good return run, and Alazizi was a fantastic return run too. 480, plenty of ways to play this, but I dead set think the 4 is just a certainty.
Wow.
You tipped.
I've tipped Chalice well, the 5. Jimmy Healy.
Yeah, big money for this
Good
horse.
money for Chalice
It's
well.
had no trials. How
Well-
can you? Come on.
You know.
I don't like this. You
What?
don't like it.
What? I don't like
How are you tipping it off? It's no trial.
because race in Melbourne.
Don't say inside, mate.
That's had 10 starts in Melbourne. You've been able to see a race. You've seen it entered 6 or 7 times.
You are
in this match, right?
Don't.
Because he's had bad barriers or wet tracks.
Please don't let RQ hear you say this over the whinging you about no trials. Please stop.
We know James Healy's a very astute trainer, and he's picked his mark. He's turned up for this particular race when he could have got a lot of other options.
Didn't put a jockey on too late.
Didn't put a jockey till this morning, and he's got Tiff Brooker on, who does all his work. So I just thought, I'll follow the money, follow the astute yard, follow a good barrier.
What's so good about its Melbourne form?
It's probably because it's better than Gatton form in general. Bench 0 to 58 cap benchmark races. So
yeah, it's just if you could get beat under 6 lengths.
these horses are capped, 0 to 58. This is their lot in.
Yep.
Whereas Chalice, well, under Jimmy may go to something a bit better.
Yep, no, I like that.
But look, Kellanoa, your top pick, she was always going to be on top. If Chalicewell didn't turn up this morning, which originally I thought he might scrap, no jockey, then Kellanoa was going to be good. But I'm just going to gamble on Chalicewell to
There has been money.
I liked her trial. She ran 4th behind Liquor in a recent trial. You're about to show that. Alizizzi, forgive that Dolby run. They backed her this morning as well. She just drifted into the wrong part of the track.
Possible to make ground.
Yep, so she can improve sharply around here.
Able now, so you're somebody at least on life.
I think so. And they're backed up. And
I thought you'd tip it actually.
Well, I was toying with that one as well. And then Booker Ray was good too back.
Market reflective of our choices here.
Yeah, so that's what I've come up with, Kian. But look, I did get.
All right, so this is the first one here at Gatton today. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 2, 9, and 5. That 4 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, that comes on top. If we look at the pressure line, the 9 has pressure, but we are going to monitor this GRD, which is the section where we are going to be monitoring for the next 5 days, and we'll see how it works. So if we look through the rails, then we get 4, 5, 2, then 3 is not here, 9 is here. 9 is in very good hands. 4 is the linear. 4 is the linear, and it's with a good jockey. The best jockey is on 8, and that's there. Then the second one is 10, which is also there. This is 0 pressure. There's a little pressure on 3, but doesn't look like happening. So this is something that we're going to monitor, and we'll see. What we need to have is at least here, this figure has to be at least double of this. The GRD has to be double of this, double or more. But if it gets too high, then it is a problem. So we are going to, this is 124, this is 286, almost double. And though it is in negative, but that's what we're looking at. Then obviously we are looking at this one, the 8, which is 36, double is here. 9 is a good horse with a lot of pressure, but we'll see how that works. But with 4, I think we've got a clarity on 4. So 4 should be able to do this. We'll see how the track works. I'm not going to be putting money on the first one, and we'll see how this works on the first one. But the 4 looks like the right favorite, and the ground is good today, so we'll see how it works.
The 7. Billy's Mares, 0 to 58 handicap over 1400 metres. Successful. I think your favourite for Anita be
Yeah, I think successful.
Kirk Matheson, yeah.
The likely leader.
Oh, $5 a field. $5 a field. This is what we love. Quality Miss $5.50. Pretty Row $5.50. $6 for Pacific Pirate, who I was on last start. $6. Pintura Rose $6.50 out 50 cents. Dashing Hope off that good maiden win last start where they finally rode it quiet, and Miss McCall is $11.
I was just glancing at your form guide there, Kian. I love the fact that you've adopted my little
Yeah,
my box
system.
technique.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it works.
It should be paid.
Genius.
I should paint that. But
If we still could do our podcast,
if anyone's,
it would be a tool.
allowed to share my box
It's me.
tippings, it's you.
Thank
all right?
you.
But I love the way you
Let's
balance
keep it to ourselves.
We will. Let's just see. We're both not the same horse in saying all of that. We've got Ventura Rosa on top of the 650. We need a new jockey. I was hoping it was Bailey Wheeler, but Bailey's out with a sore foot.
Has Justin
Get better soon, Bailey.
Huxtable and Justin have rides with us too.
Because she's going to get back around Gatton, and that's never easy.
She's Chautauqua.
But she stayed in the gates first up.
She's been barred
First up
1,000
for Rex
times.
Slip. Second up, outstanding at Dolby on a day where you couldn't muck around out wide. She flashed home to go down ahead.
And Executive Stress won its next up.
Oh, there you go.
Literally won the other day.
And she's going to come on from that run because she needed it. So she's going to be cherry ripe today. We just need a good steer from a tricky gate, but I think she can win the race. Now, Pacific Pirate, I assumed you'd have on top, didn't, but did make the little box there, which is good to see. Justin Huxtable will be the right job for Pacific Pirate.
It's just, 1,400 might be a stretch for it.
Yeah.
And it is on the 8-day turnaround.
Yeah, and gets back again, but so does our top pick.
Yeah.
Successful's your obvious leader. There's your safe play, back the lead around Gatton. And Quality Miss will also press forward, so they're your two on paces.
Dead set. There's not a lot separating these two horses on my top selections apart from the market.
Okay.
Both come out of the same meeting.
Yes, you
Both,
both, Mooney, don't you?
both were the only horses to make ground from off speed. Last night I actually tipped Pampooni, if you have bets friends on the tablet, which you should. I thought this is my play. But then with barriers, with maps and scratchings, I've actually resonated, that's the right word. I've actually come back to Ventura Rose. Similar profile horses.
Yes.
One can stay in the gates like Chautauqua, one has an inexperienced rider. Pick your poison. Both good odds, so yeah, I've been making the mistake lately of putting the roughest one on top, and my second pick, which is still good odds,
Yeah.
it's been the one that's winning, and it's been putting me in the worst mood. So
right.
today I'm changing it, but she can most certainly win the 14. Pacific Pirate and Dashing Hope.
We could have a whole chat about long-term versus short-term hunting.
Yeah,
Because it's-
and dummy
it's
spitting
an interesting
and
topic,
how
but,
to
today you're going more for the
well-being.
short-term view,
Yeah.
because the long-term view can be very frustrating.
Okay, race 8. Colts, Geldings and Tyres. That's the boys' version of the 0 to 58 over the 1400. And yeah, copy. Paul Butterworth is your equal favourite as bold as brass. Best coffee, $5. Cert Coat for the beaten stable, $6.50. And Lasara, who I wanted to keep safe and I actually think didn't end up putting in the Quaddie, is $13.
I've got 4, 2, 6 and 7. I was tossing up between Yeah Copy and Boulder's Brass. Yeah Copy I think will rip across and lead. Boulder's Brass will lobby at the box C. The difference in the end, because they're exactly the same price, is that Yeah Copy's ticked the 1400 metre box. Boulder's Brass hasn't, but I think he will. But it's just that one has done it, one hasn't done it. That's the only reason. 6 and 7, Best Coffee should get a lovely run. And Boom Bye Bye is a good roughie if you want to play once for the multi.
Great roughie. Had 10 months off, closed very hard first up. Again, 1400 question mark. Okay, I'm with the 2 Boulder's Brass. Looks to have more upside than a few of these. Look, it's run ended at 1200 last up. It's on heavy 10, so if we give that beautiful maiden win start prior and was nice through the line for 1400. Smooth Fly. It's one of Stephanie Sixtus's. Had its first run at Toowoomba behind Downey. There's been 2 winners come out of that, held spot nicely over the 1200, and then only went down fighting behind Profit of Boom, who won again at Goodawindi last start. So there's that horse is getting close to a win. Yeah, Copy, and then Sir Coat, yeah, as well as a saver. All right, race 9, a benchmark 65 handicap over the 1600 metres slide corner is your favourite for Barry Ridden. Another tricky, I could have had 3 on top and ended up relegating to the horse with the more upside, I guess. But look, he looks like he's coming very closely to a win slide corner. Spill the Secret, not much between them. They're coming out of similar form lines. Burley Magic $5, Roman Air $5.50.
I did the exact same as you. I ended up on the 13 Burley Magic, 13, 9, 7 and 8. Just the horse with the most upside. Once again, you're sort of capped in these benchmark 65s. Here's a lightly raced horse. Won a maiden by 5 lengths with its head on its chest, 2 back. Didn't fire, went up to 1900, but comes back to a mile today in what looks a fast run race. race. We just need a new jockey because Bailey Wheeler was down to ride. Once again, we're hoping for the best result there. Roman Air loves the track, Spill the Secret should get the run of the race, and Serenade the Chat also on speed.
Poor old Sly Corner.
Sly Corner snuck into the Quaddie, but we've got a very inexperienced jockey on a horse that gets back around.
That's my case with the
Makes it tough.
Okay. I had 13 on top. Didn't see out the 1800 last start, albeit it was set a minute and a half.
Yep.
I thought your danger was the 3, rather. It's Sly Corner.
Best form in the race.
Yes, Spill the Secret coming out of similar form lines, and then I had the 11 in quick shot in there. Let's recap those specials.
I've kept it easy today. Zatanna in the first to get out in front, and then we'll play with their money from that time in, and Spicy Duck the best roughy. So race 1, number 4, the good thing. Race 3, number 5, the roughy.
Yeah, I've got the value there, Spicy Duck as well, Crazy Eyed Fred, and the horse of Papani, or whatever his name is, in Picture of Roses. Canola, I think, just wins. He's my best bet of the day.
You've made a really good case for Glenn. In fact, you made a good case for all of them today. You're on the ball today. Quaddie time. Let's have a quick look at our quaddies. I've spent 200 combos today.
Ooh.
I've gone 5 in the first leg and 5 in the last leg, and I've trimmed it up in race number 8, the third leg, with Copy and Boulder's Brass, which are your top 2 as well. So I think I'm sweet there in the third.
I think so, but a bit one of those rough.
Don't say it. Now, what have you done?
I've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 3 by 3 by 3, just so I could keep that percent a little bit lower. $135 for 100%. Jockey challenge today. No surprises. Justin Huxtable heads up betting over Bubba Chili. You got Jai Williams there. Obviously put a line through Bailey Wheeler. There will need to be an amendment there. Justice Stanley's next best after Jai. All right, we've got to skedaddle. We've got runners in the yard. We'll see you soon for the first.
Autumn Carnival shifts west to Hawkesbury. It's time for A Gold Rush and B Gold Rush. $1.5 million are up for grabs on a glittering card of race. The Group 3 Hawkesbury Gold Cup, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Guinea, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Crown, and yes, the listed Hawkesbury Gold Rush. Metropolitan Racing from Hawkesbury this Saturday on Sky Racing.
Welcome to Racing from Gatton. Today, the first of 9 under beautiful skies. We're on a good 4 track, believe it or not, here in southeast Queensland. And our first race is the first of our 860-metre dashes for cash today. We've got a cutest 3-year-old benchmark 65. The first horse to look at, count, is number 2, Tiger Tie for the Munce team. Talia Fenlon rides. This fella has been gelded during his spell and gets the tongue tie.
Yeah, profiles really well for this sort of trip. Just look at him physically too. This is what he is a neat, packaged half-mile horse. He's had 8 months off the scene. He does have good early speed. I thought he looked sharp enough in a recent trial. You know, who ran second in that trial, and she was just beaten first up. Time was nice enough on the day, so should run well off that soft draw.
There's some decent form around the 3 Mashani Storm from last preparation. Donna Stanbridge and Matty Wishart.
Yeah, it's a trial of the 800 metres. Actually rolled out in front, showed nice enough speed, but I didn't think it finished off the best, so I was a bit disappointed in it.
Here's one I wasn't disappointed with the trial. Number 4, Zatanna, our favourite for Matty Hoysett and Damien Thornton. Damien here for 1 ride today. The tongue tie goes on. She's first up. She's had a couple of trials.
She's got great speed. She's drawn inside your other probably speed horse in this race. She's proven at the half mile. Her 2 trials have been so sharp. Very good behind the Lucky Alien. We saw that Frank down at the Gold Coast. Everything looks perfect. Just needs to jump.
Number 5, Mashani Suspect. Tom Orr will take 2 kilos off for Donna Stanbridge. She's very fresh in the yard.
I think she's a knockout chance. We haven't seen any trials from her. Look, she probably wants a little further than the 860, but this could be her trial. She should have won in last preparation at the 1100, and then she was only beaten 2 lengths behind Give Me Space, so I'd keep her very safe.
Number 9, the next one, Invisible Target, comes from the inside gate, which is always a plus off this start. Rochelle Pereira trains. Justin Stanley replaces Bailey Wheeler.
Number 9 or number 8?
Number 8.
Number 8, Joycey. Help our cameraman out. This horse is a very impressive maiden winner last start. The 800's a bit of a question mark. It won at the 1200 last start, but Dad said it was 3 wide. It was just too good for them. And prior to that, It was beaten by Philia. She won the Princess Stakes on the weekend at listed level. She was good behind Waka Waka first up. Nice horse. I'm just not sure about the half mile.
Now we'll look at number 9, Mashani Divine, Donna Stanbridge again, and Ricky Jamison takes the ride.
Well, she ticks the half mile box. Her trial was back in February, but hard to get a go.
And then the 10, Barbara, for Paddy Webster, Chloe Low ride. She'll take 1.5 kilos off. Actually, she won't. She'll ride 55.
Correct. Look, I love how he's kept her nice and fresh. She led on Leader's Day, but it was a good return for the new stable. So I think there's only more progression for her to come with the Webster barn. That was a look at him for the first year. That is, of course, the 3-year-old. So it's benchmark 65, handicap over the 860 metres to begin our racing here at Gatton this afternoon, or this morning still, rather. Get that right. Of our 9-card event. And Zatana, $1.80. Big course areas, a little bit of spec now for Tiger T. And Mashani Divine is on the third line, Joycey.
All right, Kian, I'll stick with Satana. It wasn't a parade of a superstar, but she's only got to win at benchmark 65 over 860. Here's Satana.
That's her, but she's a half-mile specialist.
And she's fit, she's out of Brook Magic, who used to be an absolute flying machine for proven thoroughbreds. They've obviously kept in the ownership of this filly. Her form, third to Hellafast, first up last prep, second to Boomtown Boss, and that was over 1,000, 1,100. So we know she'll get the 860, no problem. And she's come up with the soft draw to give her the kick along. So we'll stick solid with Zatana. I think she's the best bet of the day. No surprise they've had something on the 2 Tiger Tie. He's back as a gelding. He trolled up well. He's drawn one gate outside Zatana, so he should get a lovely run in transit ball. So away from those two, if you're playing the multis, I thought the 10 Barbara will be up on speed for a long way. And the 9 Mashani Divine gets a nice run.
Yeah, I'm going to play Zatana. She was a dominant maiden winner on debut, nearly 7 lengths over the 800 metres. So she's zippy, and then she went to the Bill Carter at listed level, and, she's absorbing pressure in that sort of grade. We'll see you out if you're not a genuine horse that can see past the half mile. Look, she was good behind Hella Fast, as you said, Boomtown Boss, and then it was a poly run, and she nearly pulled it off as well, sent out favourite. So there's not a lot of blemishes on her form, particularly for an 860 at Gatton. That's why she's on top. I thought the Danger was a very interesting horse for Invisible Target. Took a little while to get the maiden out of the way. We do have a massive unorthodox thing where it's coming back from 1200 to 860 with not a lot of time in between. And prior to that, it went 1350. But the maiden win was impressive. It's following the Philia form lines, which is listed level. The 2 in Tiger Tie as a gelding has done enough at the trials, is sharp, profile similarly physically as Zatana. They're the same sort of horse. This is their sort of races. And then the 5, Mashani Suspect, without the trials, is your horse with very good form. Look, should have won here last preparation at the 1100. Went down fighting behind Rock Rada, and then came out and ran 2 lengths behind Give Me Space, Boomtown Boss and Super Alloy, so it even got closer to them. Yeah, they've got good form. Okay, 4, 8, 2 and 5 on top for mine.
Yeah, it is really good form. As Anne Jones just strolls in casually to Gatton. We don't see her here too often, but she's here today, so there's a bit of a treat for those on track as they load up well for the first, and I think you've covered that off perfectly.
For all the Paul Joyces on track.
Yeah. Maybe. But no, we don't.
Hopefully there's only one. I can only deal with one.
You couldn't handle any more of me, Count, that's for sure. But they're loading up well here for the first, and the Zatana will start your well-backed favourite, still into the red at $1.75, and that push has come for Tiger Tie. First up as a gelding, the ultimate gear change given there, and then we'll get out a pretty big odds about the rest of them. Number 9, Mashani Divine. You made a bit of a case there with some form lines going back to last prep. Anthony Collins calling the action. Let's head to him now.
Today, 860 metres. Here's a 3-year-old benchmark 65. Lewis on board from Sky One. Dave's with us from Radio Tab as well. And the team from downstairs from Sky Thoroughbred Central. Say hello, everyone. $1.85 Zatana. Our first favourite of the meeting here. A good 4 rail true. It's perfect conditions for racing. Zatana. A good gate. Jump. Shade of red. Set, ready to go. 860. Nurse of 9. Here at Gap. There's set. Ready now. Stills the back racing. Centre field away. There's favourite Zatana. Does try to muster speed, but Tiger Tie left the machine fast, and also Mashani Storm spearing into the picture, and Barbara was okay away at the start. It's now slicing forward there in the centre, and Zatana now goes forward to make it a line of 4 here. Followed by Mashani Suspect. Mashani Divine lands back second to last and 3 lengths away to Invisible Target. Last of all is a thunder towards the home turn. So Satana kicking forward up on the outside, going together with Tiger Tie. They're going hammer and time around the bend. Followed then by Barbara. It's next. Over from the inside, Mashani Divine, and then came Mashani Storm. But Tiger Tie got away with 150 metres to go with Mashani Divine the inside. Followed then by Satana and Barbara. But the leader was Tiger Tie racing clear, and Tiger Tie wins the first. And it's beaten home Mashani Divine. They're followed by Barbara or Invisible Target. Further back in the field, 2, Mashani Suspect, and then came Mashani Storm. Satana, one of the last runners in.
All right, number 2, Tiger Tie. First out, first home. That was the plan for Zatanna. But Zatanna had other ideas and missed the start. Talia Fenlon had stolen a march, found that front fence position. Even though Tiger Tie had to absorb pressure, it's just a massive advantage if you can find that rail here over the 860. Keep an eye on Mashani Divine, the runner-up. You'll see that Tiger Tie lays back in at about the 100, and Mashani Divine has to check severely off heels, but I think the margin's going to be too big for any further action. But certainly if you have had something on Mashani Divine, don't throw the ticket in the bin just yet, because there's a big gap back to the 10. That was Barbara, which stuck on well after sitting wide on speed. And then we have number 3. I would expect Mashani Storm in for 4th, but that'll be a photo. But certainly across the line, we've had the winner there in Tiger Tie.
So the first one was a bummer.
If you're on the 9, Mashani Divine, you just never know, Kian. You never know, she agrees with me, even if she didn't say so. All right, that takes us away from the first at Gatton. We've got a couple of previews to get moving to, so we'll do that now. the other day.
Gosford.
Yeah.
Cashaway, forgot the second name.
Cashaway winner.
Cashaway winner. That'll do us. Yeah, that looks a lock, doesn't it? One for the multis.
All right, so we can back a winner?
Yeah, always confident.
Oh, good. Well, don't feel like you need to elaborate if you don't want to, Nick.
All right. Yeah, well, I like the one in the first, actually.
Oh, good.
Yes, we'll talk about it in a moment. It first started, I thought might be able to get away with it.
All right, let's have a look. Well, the track looks terrific. I mean, it's a track that it has been a little bit problematic over the years, but in recent times, it's been terrific here.
Yeah, exactly right. It's one of those tracks too that horses that have performed here in the past generally perform here again. Real Horses for Courses track. There's a little bit of a sweeping bend here. It's heavily cambered, and some horses just don't handle approaching the home turn here. But when I go through the form here at Quindon, I always like to see those horses that have raced here before and either won or placed.
Comparatively, would it be similar to a Wellington a little bit?
It is a little bit like Wellington, yeah, absolutely. It's a similar type of circuit, and some horses can just fail here for no real reason, which is what can happen at Wellington as well.
Calico Miss favourite for the opener here, Mick, at 270. We've had a few rider changes, obviously with Narromine also on today. Nilkaba Star is at 440. Kuma Hutt at 5. We got Pandora 750. Lightning Princess at 950. $10 for Fantastic Beast. The next line of betting is occupied by Fantastic Beast in race 1.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Calico Miss here. I really do think she'll be very hard to beat. She's had 2 trials. There was a big gap between both of her trials. Her original trial was at Tamworth back in May last year behind Dollar Magic. I really love the way she picked up over the concluding stages and was quite strong through the line. The latest trial was very good too at Armadale, defeating Desert Cougar. You can see just the ambles up in the centre of the track here under minimal pressure, and just pops the head in front close to home. And I thought it was a pretty soft trial performance. Today, from a good draw, I really do think she can open her account with a win in what looks to be a pretty average sort of a Maiden. Nilkaba Star I've got in as the main danger, finished 6th to Rail Trail. To Scone last start, beaten 2 lengths. Jeremy Sylvester's only had this horse for this preparation and is on the improve. Clan Dioro, another one from that Jeremy Sylvester barn, failed at Cross Harbour last start, but before that put together a couple of good placings at Newcastle and Armadale. And Kuma Hutt's got to be some sort of a chance as well. Thought it was a good effort at Armadale first up when finishing 3rd behind Waku, and Strips fitted today. Just needs a little bit of luck from an awkward draw. 8, 5, 7 and 1.
Okay, on to the second event we go, and a Maiden coming up here over the 1,000 metres. The HO number 7 is out. Rider change Lachelle Small is now on Miss Heroic. Favourite, the Piccolino down the bottom after a couple of second placings recently, which is able to riding for Paul Perry. So 260, 310 Ravana has been a firm up today. A filly for Rod Ollison, she falls into that 310, quotes a metre at 550, Solar Arc at 10. And then Sunday Scaries at 13, I'm Opinion at 14, Nicker's Boy at $15. In race 2.
You and I have chatted on occasions that whenever Paul Perry brings horses here to Quindon, he usually leaves with a couple of winners. He trains the Piccolino, who I thought looked as good a chance as any here. Second on the Beaumont 2 back behind Divine Bean, and I thought it was a really good effort last start. And to Scone just bumped into a smart one in Lady Elena. The Piccolino is overdue to break through. I think the 1,000 metres around here really suits. I think the sting out of the ground really helps as well, and I just think today might be the day. I know it's had a few chances, the Piccolino, but from a good stable, and you never know what you're going to bump into in these maidens, and Lady Elena's going to go on to do much bigger and better things. So the Piccolino on top to beat Nicker's Boy, who was a 3rd to Sweden last start up there at Taree. That was a career best run, and it was on a heavy track, so I'm tipping that Nicker's Boy doesn't mind getting the toe into the ground and will get conditions to suit here again today. Ravana was a 3rd to Gorbachev there at Gosford first up in what was a really good performance. And then last time was safely held at Wyong. This looks a little bit easier. Has had one run here at Quindon in the past to replace him. And we'll throw in 9 Samita, who hasn't been far away in any of her overseas preparation. Comes up with gate 1 here today. 10, 4, 1 and 9.
Okay, on to the third event we go. This is where the shorty comes up in this Class 1 over the 1,000 metres. Numbers 1 and 8 are not running. We're down to a field of 10. Pick up ride for Dan Northey here. You're missing rider of number 4, Star of Lulla. Now, Cashaway Gold, 170 into 140. Pulling rides for Ange Davies. $8 for Sorrento Palace. Hollywood Gold at $9.50. She's a bad girl at 10. A Toke at 14. Zara Lola there at 16, Port Jefferson 26. So at that quote is I'm Brazilian. It is all about cash away goal.
Yeah, I wasn't quick enough when the markets first went up. When I saw this fellow accept here, or this girl accept here for this race, I really thought she looked a good thing. And $1.70 early, smashed into $1.40. She was terrific winning there at Port Macquarie, first up over the 1,000 metres. Justice Warrior was in this race and was sent out a short price favourite, I think around about $1.70, and she absolutely came to rivals this day. Never looked like getting run down without a roper on board. And as I said, won by a big space. And I can't see how she's going to get beat today, to be fair. I know she's got a middle draw, Aaron Bullock on board. I just think she can continue on her winning way and make it 2 from 2. If you're looking for dangers, I've got 7 Sorrento Palace in for second. Did finish second there at Wellington, first up behind Dyes, and then turned in another really good performance at Dubbo last up, went second behind Rock and Rain. She's certainly got a hoof right on the till, and if there are any chinks in the armour, I'm the short price favourite today. I think she's the one they will have to beat. Hollywood Gold, first up from a spell's got a good little record, 4 starts for a win, and 2 minor placings. Trialled up recently at Scone, finishing third behind Lady Lilybet, looks ready to go, and Atoka in for 4th, who will appreciate.
So this is the second one. It's the Maiden. The distance is the same. If you look at what happened here, the 4 was the favorite. It was the linear. It should have won, but it did not win. Instead, that 2 went in. Okay. So that was a little advantage given to this 2 on this distance. Here, if we look at the advantages, they are on 1 and 2, right? So, and that 1 is there. It's again the linear with the weight appreciation on this 1, which is there. 9 happens to be the favorite. All right, 9 has 1 race, did not do anything in the first one. But if it plays what it played here, there's an advantage and disadvantage, and there's a way things play generally, and that's what I try to gather mathematically. So if this is what the same distance, though it is not the same thing because this is a benchmark 65, it's a maiden race. So if we look at what's going on here, this 3 is a no match. This one should have been above 600, which is not there. 2 definitely is a check. All right. 160, 312, 300. That is a check. But this is 150, 366. This has the right numbers, but if it plays exactly what it played here, then 11. Look at what happened here with 2. It's negative 26, negative 25. Here 11 is negative 57, negative 56. That's the thing which is there. So possibilities, 150, 300, 366. This is good. Okay, this is good. This 9 is the favorite. This is good. But it doesn't have any races. There's quite a few things which are happening here. I'm going to step out of this one as well. I'm not going to get into it. This is a maiden, 860 meters. God knows, we've seen a benchmark 65 going upside down. So we'll try and look at what happens here. That is more than 150 double, so that's okay. But here what played is this, then that's the other one, 11. This one doesn't have numbers, this one has numbers. It's a BB 4. The problem probably here to 32. Here 11 is 21. It's okay. Can deal with that. But this was a dedicated jockey. This is not a dedicated jockey. Plus, it's like that. So we'll keep an eye on the 11, and 9 is the favorite. So 9 is on. 9 is on. So the possibilities, what happened here is, what I do not like about the first one is 4 should have at least gotten a place with everything said and done. 4 should have gotten a place, which unfortunately it didn't, which is quite strange. And that's one of the things that we need to be worried about. So this is good. This is what we need to check. I'm still not sure 100% on this. This is totally mathematical explanations, but we need to test this during these 5 coming days, and especially on a ground that we are kind of aware, where things are pretty much neat. This ground I haven't played in a long time, so how they play, what they do they cheat? These are the questions which are always there. But this thing needs to be monitored, and I'm going to monitor this, and we'll see how it works. So what happened here is a little weird. With that pressure, it did not get through, and the 2, probably because of the dedicated jockey, and the management was also good. It is not a bad management, wherein 4 is a suffering one. Here 9 is in very good hands. There's no doubt about that, and we do not know about 11. So, and the 1 is the linear, but the linear is just got 1 race with a lot of pressure, and this is also not supportive. This should have been over 600. This is not over 600. So that, I don't know whether it will work or not, but 11 definitely is a check. And this one looks okay. The other one is the 2, which is 160 and 300. All right. So 9, 3, 7. This one is a weight appreciation, so that should not be a problem. Both of these are new. I'm not sure what they are capable of delivering, but they do have the physics. They do have the mathematics with them. We'll see how it works. I'm going to be out.
Shell Small is at 310 of the others. Michaela with 13, so too is Luke Rolls. Shannon Llewellyn at 14, along with any other. Ben Looker at 17, and Bucko is at $26. So that is the Jockey Challenge market. And a few people starting to roll through the gates here, which is good to see on a Tuesday with the sun out. And you'd think the track improving all of the time.
Yeah, perfect day for racing today, and as I understand, I think it might be the last day of the school holidays. So we might see some families out here today while the sun's shining.
Okay, well, looking forward to bringing the action here from Corindai. And we'll see you back here. Runners are in the yard, first to 7 to at local time at 5 to 1.
Sweat to Hawkesbury. It's time for a gold rush and the gold rush. $1.5 million are up for grabs on a glittering card of race. The Group 3 Hawkesbury Gold Cup, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Guineas, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Crown, and yes, the listed Hawkesbury Gold Rush. Metropolitan Racing from Hawkesbury this Saturday on Sky Racing.
Race 2 here at Gatton, cutest 3-year-old's maiden handicap. So the 860 metres, staying at the short trip, and Mr. Playtime is in the market. Joycey Taylor Marshall with Jason Edwards has its second career run.
Yeah, I've got him on top. It was a great debut. Drew wide, got a long way back, flashed home late at Ipswich over 800 today, drawn soft. And with that race experience, hopefully he just hops out a bit cleaner and can put himself within striking distance. I think if he's there on the turn, he'll be hard to beat.
Looks beautiful. He has come on so well from that first stop run. I Drove All Night is the second. He's a lot like his dad, very athletic. Boris Thornton, Paul Nolan Jr. on debut without trials.
Yeah, Boris is only ride for the day. We haven't seen this fellow trial. We haven't seen a jump out. So I suppose we keep an eye on the market. It's hard to back him with any confidence, but you never know.
Kevin Camp has the 3. Wants some more of it. Kenji Yoshida, look, I thought she was pretty unlucky on debut, and she was a good chase behind a Class 1 horse in a trial.
I agree. The only problem is the barrier.
Yes.
I can't see what you're going to get to from there. It's a shocking start from wide gates off this 860 jump, but yeah, if she happens to sit 3 and 4 wide and can handle that, she could certainly be involved.
Joe Gleason has the 4. Awesome Test, Les Tilly.
Thought this horse trialled well. That was at Toowoomba on the 1st of April. Good speed. You need that from these gates. She's just drawn slightly better than Kempy's horse, so that's why I put her in the numbers.
Good parade from her too. Count the Does, the 5. Justin Stanley with the blinkers on for Maddie Hoysted on debut.
Yeah, showed pace in her trial at Doomben, but she folded up quickly. I noticed she's got the blinkers on here today. She looks well. She could give a good sight.
Lulu and Naturals, the 6. Michael Hellier for the Browns.
Yeah, wore the earmuffs in her trial. Is that right, Kian?
That's right. Not wearing them today.
Not wearing them today. So she
tricky.
showed speed in that Warwick trial before knocking up. But again, we're only over the 860, so those horses that knocked up in trials could still get around here.
The Brown Stable also have the 8 Valley of Fame, Brendan Lorena.
Yeah, another one that's been to the trials, ran second in a Warwick trial, but I thought the stablemate was probably a better chance.
All right, the Hatchman has the favourite. This is Duberline, the 9. Justin Huxtable, the crossover goes on for the first time. The winkers are off for its return.
Yeah, she was good behind La Raza on debut, and then she's had the break. She looked good winning a Warwick trial coming into this. She was a bit slow away in the trial, so I don't know where she gets to from this gate off the 860 start, but she recovered well to win the trial, and she's the horse they've all got to beat.
Joe Williams runs the 11 Kira's sister for Jordan Lee.
Been placed 1 from 5. That was at Ipswich on debut. She hasn't been far away, though. She's been 4th on 3 occasions. She should get a lovely run from the draw. She's hard in the market for that reason.
Flea gets back to a more desirable trip, the 13. Jaden Lloyd, Mark Curry's very fresh in the yard.
Yeah, ran 4th at Dolby, 2 back at $1.65. There were no excuses that day. They took him to the bush out to Flint and he got beaten again, so not for me.
All right, runners are behind the yard here below the barriers for the second, and it's been a well-backed favourite. Gets a nice soft draw too, and that is Kira's sister. 320 now. Relegates Duberline onto the second line. Mr. Playtime is also firm still on that third line at $4.
Yeah, I'm happy to stick with the 1 here. Mr. Playtime from the good draw. Doesn't have to improve much off that debut run at Ipswich, and I'm sure he will because he drew wide there and he's drawn soft today. He looked terrific in the yard. Your trained eye gave him a wrap, so that's good enough for me. 1, 9, 4 and 11. Mr. Playtime to beat a Duberline. Her biggest drama is just that barrier off the short start. 4 awesome tests. I thought trialled really well. No love in the market, floating around the $18 mark, but I thought she trialled the best of them from those wide gate horses. And then the 11 Kira's sister, as I said, drawn a lovely gate. She was fresh in the yard. She actually threw Joy off briefly, but Joy managed to jump back on, no harm done. So 1, 9, 4, 11.
It was one of those monkey see, monkey do yards. One was playing up, so the other followed suit. Herd animals.
A monkey see, monkey do yard. There you go.
All right, Duberline's on top for mine. Yes, it's all about that barrier. The trial was good. We'll probably naturally go back anyways. I will just identify early. We've run some pretty slick time in the first, and this track's a lot shorter than it usually is. Looks like they've taken a little bit more off it. So perhaps just throwing a line out there, maybe it is more on speed today, but we will soon see here because we've got a few that are in the market that probably don't have that natural pace. I thought the 1 was the danger, the 6 most certainly, Lulu a natural, and 13 in Flea gets back to a more desirable trip here this afternoon.
All right, Kian. Yes, they ran some sizzling time in the first, but in saying that, they went hell for leather from the moment the gates opened. Zatanna missed the start and then had to really rush up to put the pressure on the leader, Tiger Tie, but Tiger Tie absorbed all that pressure and drew clear to win. So good start for the Munt stable. First up, as a gelding, and Talia Fenlon held no prisoners. Once those gates opened, she found the front, and that was the end of the race. But another 860 here, and then we have the 860 again for race number 3. So we got a good look at the short course. Will every leader win of the 860? We're about to find out. who's going to lead this race? Maybe it will be the well-backed Kira's sister.
Drawn to do so, Joycey. Drawn to do so.
I'm hoping Mr. Playtime jumps better today, Kira, because I reckon he could kick up. He's a son of Kobayashi out of a schnitzel mare, so you might think he's pretty quick.
The good thing is, if you can even just ascertain that box seat, they do fan, so you will 9 times out of 10 get that right.
Exactly, good point. All right, let's head up to Anthony for the call.
Step. The supported runner in the race. Cutest 3-year-old Maiden handicap over the short course, 860. Some more of it is about to come up.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Standing up well in place.
We are in enemy territory today, Tuna.
Stable mates going in favour.
No clue about this track.
Just about right.
The first one went
Moving out wide.
crazy.
Flash away now. They're set. Stalls the back racing it. Awesome test showing good speed. Mr. Playtime.
Dude.
Double E was okay away into stride there as well. And burning forward there was Lulu and Natural to go up to Mr. Playtime. They share the top together. Kira's sister
Two.
now third,
Tuna.
followed by Awesome Test. Want some more of it. And
Brilliant.
also Double E there in the centre. Clears a fair way back over on the inside, followed then by Count the Does about 3 lengths away. Then came I Drove All Night and Valley of Fame, second to last as they come down past the 400, where it's Mr. Playtime in front narrowly. Lulu and Natural sticking right with it around the bend, followed then by there in the centre there next of all was Kira's sister, who's making up big strides up on the outside, going out after Mr. Playtime. Kira's sister forged up to Mr. Playtime. Kira's sister.
11.
Kira's sister beats home Mr.
11.
Playtime. Double aim followed by Lulu and Natural.
We spoke about the 11. If it plays actually the same stuff.
Drove all night, want some more of it. And the last runner in was Valley of Fame.
11.
All right, Kira's sister has landed some good bets there under Johnny Williams, 230, and Mr. Playtime. They were really clearing out from the rest. Mr. Playtime, that's the second horse, but not isolated, jumping that shadow with a really bad shadow cast there at this time of the day. And it's probably something that I think needs to be looked at, because that's probably the 10th horse I've seen do it over my time.
11-1.
So 11-1. Big gap to your third and fourth horses, and just awaiting those minor numbers. Look, it looks like Jubilee's pretty prominent for third. Very good return run, and probably will be better suited out to the 1100, sat 3 wide. I think you could put the 9 in there for third, so 11, 1 and 9. And the 6.
11, 1, 9 and 6.
11, 1, 9 and 6 after the run.
So the first one played on this distance. This 2 won because of 26, 25 here. This one won because minus 57, minus 56, negative 57, negative 56. Right. So this basically what we're trying to do is get we have a little bit understanding of the ground, which is good for, and then this basically is going to help us identify the trend of the track on how it is playing. This has the distance included with the last mile, so whether it works this side, that's exactly why I stayed away from the first one, because we need to figure out how this is playing, right? We need to figure out how this is playing. This was negative 26, negative 25. This one is negative 57, negative 56. We'll go to the third one, and if it's the same distance, we'll try and test now. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Babe, lightly raced 4-year-old mare by More Than Ready. The breed tend to absolutely love wet conditions. She's had the 2 starts. She's got back on education, but hit the line well. Georgie McDonald replaces Donovan Dillon aboard her. The 9 I put in for third, Rybella's had 2 starts back this preparation. They've been fair, but from the soft draw in the small field, I can see it improving. And I put the 2, Jasper's Way, in for fourth. It's only had the 1 start. That was at Mudgee in that same race that we saw Missy Moss come out of. Had about 4 lengths to make up on Missy Moss out of that, but should improve with the race experience under its belt. 4, 5, 9 and 2 in race number 1. Race number 2 is Colt Geldings and Antire's Maiden. It's over the 1100 metre journey. Now we've got 5 scratchings here as well, so that leaves us with a field of 8 runners to do battle. And your favourites, Micro Mickey, there at $1.70. You've got $4.80 about Best Defence and also Blutens. Houdini Spirit at $6, been kept nice and safe. And you've got Nam at 21, Pontoon Prince 34, No Defence 41, Mr. Gonna Do at $51. I'm with the favourite here as well. That's Micro Mickey, having the first start for the Brett Robb stable. Be interesting to see where Micro Mickey ends up as far as the speed goes. Looked really good in a recent trial, set up on the speed and pulled away, still wanting to do a few things wrong, but there is a bit of tempo engaged there with Pontoon Prince, Houdini Spirit and the like. I've gone with the favourite though. Was really taken by the trial. This was at Dubbo on the 12th of April after the final event there on Queen of the West Day. Settles outside there, nice and wide on the track. You'll see when Jacob Stiff really gives in his head, he stretches away nicely. Wants to do a few things wrong, ducks in and out on a couple of occasions. He's a former Victorian, so he's sort of learning to go the new way. But when he was really asked for an effort, I thought the last 100 metres was probably the best part of his work there in that trial. He gets the 1100 metres today, I think.
Yeah, even I hope so.
Put Best Defence in for second.
Tuna, even I hope so that the 2 will do something, but
behind Dusty Vanir and also
maybe because
later on in the day.
that thing never raced and there's a weight appreciation that just did not do anything. That just did not do anything.
Prince goes around at a big price. Ran some fair races last preparation, including here at Narromine, finishing 4th on a couple of occasions. So no knock there on Pontoon Prince. It is fresh today, but I expect it to run well. And the 2, Blutens, goes in for 4th, makes its debut today off the back of a good recent trial. 4, 1, 12 and 2 in the second. Race number 3 is the Fillies and Mares division of the Maiden over the 1100 metre journey. And your favourite is I'm a Statement. So there is a few form lines tying in here. I'm a Statement, of course, coming out of the Dusty Vermeer race that Best Defence also comes out of. So it's your $1.65 favourite. Matilda of Tuscany, $4.20. Nantes is a $7.50 chance. Harrietier 11s. Helen's Crown 18s. Inquisitrix $26. Rosie I Am $26. Show 'em to Me is a $34 chance. As far as speed goes, I'm a Statement draws the inside here. Showed enough speed first up to suggest that it can posse up there somewhere from the inside draw. Matilda of Tuscany can also go forward on debut. Spradax is another one that I'm a Statement show a bit of toe. I'm with the favourite again. I'm a Statement. You're not getting much of a price, but I thought the first up run was really good. This was first up without a trial at Dubbo on the 7th of April. You see it there in the white and green colours. Looked all over the winner for most of the straight, but you can see Best Defence coming up the inside, Dusty Vermeer down the outside. They just got to her late, and maybe the fact that she hadn't had a trial leading into it, just the fitness told the last little bit. But I think with that run under her belt, the soft draw today, she's obviously showing a lot of ability. She's been in the market on both occasions. She's been to the races, so I'm happy enough to be with her again today. Put the one in for second, Antes, now with Cassie Stummer. So the one trial at Scone, that was over the 900 metres, a former Queensland horse. Did enough up there, placed at Ipswich over the 1100 metres back in September of last year. So that form's generally good enough when these horses make their way down here. I've got it in for second. I've put Matilda of Tuscany in for third. We saw her in that trial, but Micro Mickey won, finishing second there. That was off the back of a Wellington trial win, and Clint's run has been kept nice and safe in the market here. And Harriet here, first up from a spell today, did win a recent trial at Dubbo, beating Carrick. Has an awkward draw to overcome today though. 9, 1, 10 and 2 in race number 3. That's a look at the first 3 races on the card here at Narromine today. We'll take a short break now on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, I'll be back to look at the Quaddie leagues.
All right, this is the third one, okay? This is the third one. It's a 860, same as this one. Now the first one we've seen what happened. The second one, we had a little bit of idea that the 11 might get in. The one was close, but it had to be above 500 to above 600 to win. Here, it's 222. It's the highest pressure. Okay, that's the linear. So if we double this, it's 444, and this is 542. So this is good. This is good. And the other one that fits this bill is this one. 1. With a weight appreciation. This also has a league race. Then probably something like this. 279, 169. This, I don't know whether it'll happen, but this one is this is a one league race, and that's how this thing has been placed. The best jockey is definitely on 2, so that's 2. In 63. We'll see how that works, but 1 definitely is one of the checks. If this thing plays exactly like what it did, then 1 is, if 3 wins, 3 is clean. 3 should not be having a problem. That's 222, the highest pressure line. It's the linear, the top one through the rails. It should not be. I'm going to put a win bet on this, and I'm going to put a coffee on this. We'll see how it works.
Edge of reward, Malveda. So focus with a smaller field, but Power Bow, your favourite at $1.50. Plenitude, $4. You've got $7 for Sports Page, $11. Ninth Edge, $14. Athena's laid the same quote. Invincible Dash rounded out at $61. Now, as far as the speed goes here, I would imagine Plenitude will probably show a little bit of early speed. Can be up there. There's no to the leader, but Plenitude can be there. Knife's Edge fresh, potentially close enough as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the jockeys elect to do there with the noted speed coming out of the race. I've gone 3, 7, 3 and 13. I've got Knife's Edge way at the value. Now, I'm going to show you a replay. I don't usually like showing them from almost 2 years ago, but this is the 2nd of July 2023. He campaigned in Queensland last time out, Knife's Edge. This is a good quality race at Mudgee, and it was run on a heavy track. You see him in the blue and red colour, the old King Rex colours. Out the back there, Casuarina the Grey Horse wins this race, but he just loves wet tracks, Knife's Edge. This was over 1,400 metres. I thought it was a really good run last campaign. He did some really good things up in Queensland. He was the winner at Emerald over a mile. He ran second at Emerald after that, over 1,800 metres. He's obviously kicking his campaign off here over the 1,300 metres, but I think the fact that he gets the wet track, and he does go well first up. Just having a look at his first up record, 8 goes for 2 wins and 4 minor placings on an each-way basis, so I thought he was well worth a ticket in this race today. His wet track stats as well, 5 goes on heavy for a win and 3 placings, and on the soft he's won 3 from 9, 8 minor placings, so dead set loves it wet. Power Bow's racing really well for Wayne Brown at the moment. He finished 2nd at Newcastle last time out. That was off the back of a couple of runs in country championships events, firstly at Tamworth and then at Scone in the wild card. Michael Heckney takes the ride, replacing Donovan Dillon here. Plenitude building to do something. I thought the last run at Orange was very good. Prior to that, it gone around behind Gallant Star in the Canberra heat of the country championships. I don't think the wet track will be a concern for him, being by Permadeck. And I put Sports Page in for 4th. She continues to race well. She's won 5 of the 21 starts. Kent Dunbar gets along very well with her. 3, 7, 13 and 10 in race number 5. Race 6 is a country boosted benchmark at 58. It's over the 1,100 metre journey. Now, this race has been knocked around with some scratchings as well. So it suggests, which was well in the market, has come out. And that leaves Rothgate as your favourite at $2.40. The Parno's been pulled back. It's $3.50. Divine Sinner, $6.50 East. Harlem 8s. Gypsy Power, at $13. Barclay River, 15s. Dusty Vermeer, $23. And Daredevil rounds out the first page of the market there at $26. Speed-wise, you'd imagine Rothgate probably looks to push forward from the barrier, which isn't as much of a concern now with a few of these scratchings having initially been drawn inside him. It does actually help him come in. Gypsy Power can show some speed as well, and Dusty Vermeer from the inside. I've gone 1, 5, 14 and 6. I've gone the way of Divine Sinner. I was with him at a price last time at Orange. I think he went around about $11 or $12. This is in the benchmark 58 that was won by Boogle. Now, Jordan Quince was aboard this day. You'll see over the concluding stages whether he just wanted to shift in a little bit. She just wasn't able to fully test Divine Sinner over the concluding stages. Boogle won the race in good fashion, but I think Divine Sinner probably should have finished a little bit closer. That was off the back of good runs behind some handy horses like Full Scout and also Stratified. He gets a 3 kilo claim here for Jordan Quince today. He'll carry the 60 kilos again. He gets a good draw. And I think at the price, he's well worth a ticket. I put Rothgate in for second. The barrier was originally my concern. It's not so much of an issue now. It's had one going a heavy. Didn't figure in the placings on that occasion, but racing really well this preparation. A winner at Wellington, 2 starts back, and good again last time at Mudgee when finishing in the placings. He'll also benefit from a 3 kilo claim for the apprentice Tilly McCarroll. The 14 I put in for third, which is East Harlem. He's finished third at his past 3 starts. He's another one that benefits from some of those scratchings, just drawing a little bit softer now. He'll get a 2 kilo claim for Jess Brooks. And I'll put the 6 in for fourth, which is Dusty Vermeer. We saw his win there last time out in the replay earlier when talking about I'm a Statement. Best Defence comes out of that race as well. So we'll get a gauge when we see those 2 horses go around, whether the form is going to stack up. But I thought the best of his work was the last 100 metres there last time out. That was over 1,000. He gets 1,100 today. 1, 5, 14 and 6 in the penultimate. Brings us to the final event. Race 7. It is a benchmark 50. It's over the 1,300 metre journey. And your favourite is Podcast. Newcomer to the Darlund stable. $2.40. Willinga Charisma, Battle Rain and Bobby's Secret, each $6.50. Shemista's $9.50. You've got $12 for Let's Rip and Foxstorm, and $13 for Maiden. Now, speed-wise, be interesting to see how this plays out as well, because it's another race where the scratchings have really sort of ripped it up a little bit. I think we've got, 4, 6, 9 scratchings here. So Let Rip from the outside gate, push forward, Maiden from the inside, and then it'll be left for the rest of the jockeys to try and find their spots. I think they'll probably need to be quick to hold Let Rip out, so it might lead the Maiden looks to take a sit. I've gone 3, 2, 4 and 15. I'm pretty keen on Melinda Charisma here. I've had the 2 starts since joining the Clint London stable. She's a 5-year-old mare by Tabachi who's only had 6 starts throughout her career. She's been at the 1,000 metres both runs since joining Clint. This is last time out where she was back in the field. She was caught wide. I thought she did a good job here when finishing 5th behind Rock and Rain. She was only beaten 2.5 lengths. The run prior to that, she was beaten 2 3/4 lengths behind Triple Tempo, which is a pretty handy horse. I think that's up to like 62.5 kilos here today, but I think getting to the 1,300 metres looks absolutely ideal. Third up, her only win did come on a heavy track. She gets conditions to suit here today. I'll put the 2 in for second, which is Shemista. Never really been a noted first up performer, but hasn't had a trial this time in, so Michael Mulholland keeping the freshness in his legs. He's had 4 goes on heavy tracks for a win and a minor placing. He's obviously kicking off at the 1,300 metres. He'll get further later on into the preparation, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him run well. Podcast, the first up run for Dar was good when finishing 3rd behind Star Intrigue, was beaten less than half a length on that occasion. Rebecca Bryant-Cragg will now take the ride, replacing Rochelle Small. Was a winner at Murwillumbah over a longer trip last preparation, so I think getting to the 1,300 today is no concern at all. And Bobby's Secret, I think, can show a bit of improvement here. Hit a really good patch of form last preparation. Hasn't quite been able to repeat it in recent starts, but wasn't beaten all that far last time out there at Coonabarabran. The run prior finished right alongside Willinga Charisma in that race, won by Triple Tempo. 3, 2, 4 and 15. As far as best bets on the card go, I'm happy enough to go back to race number 4, horse number 2, which is Green Pineapple for Ash Stanley and also Gaynor Williams. And I've made Knife's Edge my value play in race 5, number 3, to be ridden by Zoe Hunt. That, of course, is the Diggers Cup. As far as the Quaddie is concerned, the first leg is race number 4, so obviously Green Pineapple's there. I've just thrown Crown Legend in as a bit of an insurance policy, so 2 and 6 in the first leg. In the second leg, I've gone 3, 7 and 13. The third leg, 1, 5, 14, 6, and I've thrown the number 13 in there as well, just gone a little bit wider. That's the Pano, the one that the money's come for. And in the last leg, 3, 2, 4, 15 and 7. So the horse that I'm throwing in there as well is Let Rip from the outside game. $150 for 100% of the dividend. Jockeys challenge. Well, the jockeys have copped a bit of a shuffle up here. Cody Nestor's now your $2 favourite. Shaylee Ingalls is $3.70. Jake Crazy Holmes 5. You've got Zoe Hunt $7.50. Any other jockey $13. And the rest of them are well and truly into double figures. But Cody Nestor picks up the 2 Matt Griffith rides, Crown Legend, and also Missy Moss is your favourite there at $2. Well, that is a look at the 7 races on the program here at Narromine today. Thankfully, we're under fine and sunny conditions for take 2 of Diggers Cup Day. We'll take a break now on Sky Thoroughbred Central. I'll be back when horses are in the yard prior to the first, but after the break, we head to Kian and Joycey for race number 3 at Gatton.
On a glittering card of race. The Group 3 Hawkesbury Gold Cup, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Guinea, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Crown, and yes, the listed Hawkesbury Gold Rush. Metropolitan Racing from Hawkesbury this Saturday on Sky Racing.
Welcome back to Gatton for race number 3. We stick to the 860 metre races here. We've got a Class 1 plate And the first horse we'll look at is the one Idana for the Rod Hay Yard. Chloe Low rides, and she will take 1.5 kilos off.
I haven't seen any trials. This horse was a Chinchilla Maiden winner, so probably needs to lift.
Number 2, Scribble, getting a bit warm in the yard, but does that, according to my yard expert alongside me. Mark Curry now trains. Justin Huxtable takes the ride. There's a raft of gear changes to get through. The blinkers, crossover, nasal strip all go on. The bubble checker comes off.
And the earmuffs also come off here. He's a bit of a work in progress, but he does have ability. Look, his trial was okay over the 800 metres. He closed nicely. I just thought this might be a little bit sharp for him today.
Our well-backed favourite is the 3. Jackart Stands Alone for Pat Webster and Bubba Tilley. The gear change here, the tongue tie going off for the first time.
Well, I'm going to need your expertise. I couldn't find the vision of the trial. What did you make of it?
Trolled alongside Zheng Yu.
Cheng Yu.
You're a pest. And they went to the line, locked together, stride to stride, and he did it pretty easily.
Okay, I do remember that now because we had Cheng Yu in our numbers at Toowoomba. Look, his 2 career efforts last preparation were good. Profiles nicely for this.
Number 4, Spartus is running, despite drawing wide, for Tony Gollan and Ange Jones. Comes in due to the scratchings, and he looks very fresh and keen in the yard.
Yeah, he comes into a lot more favourable barrier now, and he does have good tactical speed. He's all pressure last start there at Ipswich. He had a runner inside and outside. Oh, I hate that. That was good to the race behind Edition as well. There's a few horses going around tomorrow, certainly in the market after that race. He's stuck onto the 100, so back to the 860 makes sense.
Number 5, Spicy Duck. Our roughie in this race, Paul Butterworth, Matty Wishart. He's looking good.
Yeah, if he can find the front from that alley, he hopefully sticks on the wins, Joyzy. He can't absorb pressure and see a good 860 out, but if he gets a nice enough run out front the way the track's playing, because we are really on top of it today, really good top 3 chance.
Number 6, the Louvre for Lynn Baskett and Jade Metcalf. Jade will take the 2 off. He's a fast horse too.
Yeah, I'm going to watch the market with this horse, which we haven't seen any trials, but it was a dead set rocket here on debut. There hasn't been a win come out of that race, but he still did it in good style.
He did indeed. Number 8, Burner Flasher for Jackie Crompton. Kelsey Lenton rides, takes 1.5 kilos off.
Well, she was just wide and a fail at the trip last start over 1,000 metres. So, look, the jockey was also looking over its near side shoulder, so perhaps there was a little bit of an issue. It was a winner start prior, so another one you could keep safe.
We had to cast our minds way back with number 11, Lavar, was formerly trained early in the career by Matt Hoysted. Now with Kim Afford, Shakira Bailey rides, takes 3 off.
Beautiful son of I'm Invincible. Had the world's best run there last start at Kilcoyne, stuck on nicely. Was a lot better coming back to the 800, so that's a formula that works for this horse, and it gets back on top of the ground today.
And back live here at Gatton for race number 3. We're just on 2 minutes out from jump time. The third of our 860-metre races. If you've just joined us, we kicked off earlier this morning. We had the leader ran sizzling time in the first over the 860, and then the leader almost got away with it in the second, but was pegged back by the horse, which box seated and got the split. That was Kira's sister. Nailing missed the play time, but they gapped the rest of it, and this track is riding genuinely good today in southeast Queensland under blazing sunshine. The Cairns actually starting to struggle in the heat. I don't know what's up with her. It's a beautiful day. All right, late mail 5, 3, 2 and 6. Number 5, Spicy Duck, has been 26 into 11.
Come on, the duck.
So we are cheering the duck big time. The likely leader, so following the trend of the first couple of races, let's hope the duck can hang on. I think it'll give you a great sight. Number 3, Jack Stands Alone, has been really well backed as favourite. Should get a lovely run just behind the speed I would expect coming off that trial at Toowoomba, behind, I'm going to say Zheng Yu, and you're going to correct me. Number 2, Scribble. Got a bit warm in the yard. First up for Mark Curry, but should get that gun trail right behind the speed. And then 6, the Louvre, a very fast horse, 1 from 1. I just wonder where he's going to get to from that gate. But he could easily just bounce straight to the front as well. So 5, 3, 2 and 6.
I am also with the duck. Interestingly enough, I know we are getting back on top of the ground off that heavy 10 last start. I would have loved to see this turf a little bit longer. We're right on top of it today. As I was mentioning, he's very up and down on his pastons, this horse. He's a very straight, up on his joints horse. So I hope it's not too hard for him, but he should roll along in front. Coming back in troop just suits. I thought he stuck on very gamely at the 1,000, absorbing pressure there at the Sunshine Coast and something a lot harder. Just trolled sharply enough over the 650. The way the track's playing, if he doesn't have to absorb too much pressure up front, We just got to hope that he can stick on for top 3. We want him to win. We think he can win. But it's even a result with the 8 dividends that he does run a hole when he was out to $26. So Spicy Duck, I think Spartus is the best horse in the race. Comes into a much more desirable barrier now. Was very good winning at Ipswich in Maiden, grade 2 back, and then came out of a very sharp race behind Edition last start where it had to absorb plenty of pressure. And just coming back to the 860 is just a master stroke by Tony Gollan. I think he finds a very nice stepping stone for him. The 3, and that is with Jack Stands Alone, well backed, quick horse, with rock solid. 2 career runs on its first ever preparation. And the 6 in there, under the Louvre rather, by under the Louvre. Solid debut win. Look, as I said, didn't beat anything, but did it in style. Very quick horse, presented nicely. Again, no trials, but the market supports saying the horse is ready. 5, 4, 3, and 6.
Yes, Kinan, I agree with everything that you just said. And Spicy Duck, as you said, 26 a high into $11 with tab, and that's all been in the last sort of half hour. So a big like go for Spicy Duck.
Now you want to buy a new set of golf clubs, and I want a new fender saddle, so
This would help.
this would help.
This would definitely help. Yeah, I'm thinking of turning pro. Actually, the game's really
What are you going to
taking
go
a
for?
turn.
The King Cobras, the Titleist?
Whatever the most forgiving is the set of clubs I need. And preferably could add a bit of length.
Ones that
to
shoot
a 3
themselves.
But no, yeah, for getting back into it after about a 20, 30-year break. So I've got a lot of work to do on my game, but with weather like this, southeast Queensland, what else are you going to do with this days off? We had plenty of them last week. Had to find something to do. But good to be back at work today. You're back at work tomorrow too. You've got Ipswich tomorrow, so you've got
Right,
form to do.
The good thing about this time of year is it filters down.
It does.
For
And then,
the
of course,
Metros.
we've got Warwick on Friday. So a big week coming up this week to make up for an easy week last week. Let's head up to Anthony for the call. This is race 3.
Forward out wide. Jockey Stands Alone. That's our favourite way. Nice and close to the fence. Lavar's on the toe. Out wide, Lavar. High at the gates. Spartus at the moment and harness stands well. Now,
Cheering for 11th
Spartus
place.
has been led away here. Being backing one of these other runners out, as I suggested, Lavar was the one that went very high in the machine.
11 is in very good hands, Tuna.
11 Lavar, they're going to back it out and they are going to bet it. It does indeed take its place in the field. Jack Stands Alone is the favourite here, and perhaps the best supported runner here in this race, $2.50. The general trend early was to knees, but late it has firmed up. Spartus has firmed as well, 340 to 3. Jack Stands Alone, the favourite. Now, the runner that's definite each way chance here in this race is horse 6, which is the Louvre. It's cleared, Lavar, take note. Lavar's been cleared, so they'll bring it forward. In the Louvre's most recent performance, he was very good. It was a comprehensive victory, so a good race this. Short course, 860, Class 1. And Lavar goes back up to complete the line. The starter's waiting patiently on the side of the gates. We're set now and ready to go. Red lights flash away. Racing. Now Spartus away fast from out wide. Jacker Stands Alone and also at Hana okay away. Followed by Lavar, Scribble. Then came Spicy Duck, Booner Flasher, and the Louvre whips them in. Last of all over on the inside, about 7 lengths away from the speed. Spartus in front down the side, leading away about a long neck over at Hana the outside of it. Jacker Stands Alone as third. Then came Spicy Duck. And also Lavar around the outside. Booner Flasher, Scribble is next. Over on the inside of the Louvre. Will corner it back last of all. Homeward bound. Spartus in front end kick. Down a couple of lengths. Jacker Stands Alone now into the clear. Followed then by, on the outside, Spicy Duck, and also at Harness still there, the Louvre. Now into the clear, but it's Spartus in front, 75 to go. Spartus clear and Spartus. Spartus beats Jacker Stands Alone. Then came the Louvre, Spicy Duck. Further back in the field, 2 at Hana, and then came Scribble, Booner, Flasher, and Lavar.
4, 3,
Yeah, Spartus there under Ange Jones. She's found the front, another leader boots home, and he is the most progressive horse in the field. He's got out 350, nice backable price there. Your next best was Jacka Stands Alone. You had the Louvre flashing for fourth, and I think he's actually nailed Spicy Duck, and unfortunately for a third dividend. Just watching the slow-mo now. We, of course, don't have a semaphore board near us. Yeah.
4, 3, 6, 5.
All right, 6 will be 5 for third and fourth. Corindai next.
Thanks, Kian. Waited for ages to say that. First race here at Quaddie today. Country boosted Maiden Plate, 1,200 metres to start the day. Let's have a look at them. Mick Kumar, number 1 for Mary Moses and Jenny Duggan.
So the 4 starts for 1 placing, and that placing did come last start at Armidale when resuming from a spell on the 15th of April. Did a pretty good job to finish third there behind Waku. Got back in the ruck and was doing his best work late. 1,100 up to 1,200 metres suits. Just needs a bit of luck from an awkward draw.
Fantastic beast is the 2 Mellow Gorman, Sienna Grimer.
As in the 7 starts for just the 1 placing, resuming from a spell today. I think we'll probably need the run. It's got a reasonable draw. I think the claim helps. In a moderate affair, perhaps a place chance.
3 out on the 4, Lee Chauve, Noel Boland and Mitch Stapleford.
He's had plenty of opportunities to break through, 37 of them in fact, for just the 3 minor placings. It wasn't such a bad effort last start at Mudgee when finishing 6th there. That was behind McTarby, covered plenty of additional ground, was 3 wide, no cover throughout. I thought it was a good effort. If he can repeat that performance, he could be a chance here.
Nolkabar star number 5, Jeremy Sylvester, Luke Rolls.
Has been with Jeremy for 2 runs. Resumed at Scone over 1,000 metres on the 21st of March, finishing 6th there behind Nation Changing, beaten around 6 lengths. And I didn't mind the latest run at Scone behind Rail Trail. Looked like a beaten conveyance, but then really rallied the last little bit to only be beaten by 2 lengths. I think if there's any problems with the favourite today, he's probably the one that's ready to win.
Buckles and Bows onto the 6 with Peter Mills and Aaron Bullock.
But 12 starts yet to get into the placings. The latest run was at Armidale over 1,100 metres. Was very slow away and only beat 1 runner home in that race won by Waku. Only finished 4.5 lengths from the winner, but we're looking to others.
Clandoro, number 7, Jeremy Sylvester, Shannon Llewellyn.
Well, she's certainly got a fair share of ability. She's been placed 8 of 19 overall. I always thought she would win a Maiden one day. Last run to Tamworth, a little bit disappointing. Beaten around 8 runs.
Jockeys,
that was quite good. Placing an Armidale 2 back behind Yacht Girl. If she can repeat that performance, she's in the mix.
Favourite Calico Miss on debut, the 8, Sterling Osland, Michaela Weir.
She's had 2 trials. The first trial at Tamworth back in May last year was quite good. Got mobile late, went forth behind Dollar Magic, beaten around 8 lengths. And managed to win the latest open trial there at Armidale on the 15th of April. Just ambled up to arrivals in the centre of the track. Put the head in front close to home and look to have more to offer. I think from gate number 1 today, she can get the job done.
Another first starter is 9, Lightning Princess, Sue Grills, Ben Looker.
It's had 1 trial. That was at Tamworth, finishing 4th behind Amorosu, beaten around at 7 lengths. Wasn't knocked around. Whether she's forward enough remains to be seen with just the 1 trial.
Sue Silence is the 10, having start 2, Grant Buckley riding for Todd Howler.
Yeah, an interesting runner. I thought in a race where it probably lacks a little bit of depth, it was a place chance.
And finally, Maiden 12 for Justin Bowen and Donovan Dillon.
Yeah, seems struggling a little bit. I think we can look to others.
And that's a look at the runners head of the first as they get around to the start. Country boosted Maiden Plate to open proceedings. So the favourite here, into 250 now from 270, is Calico Miss. Nolkabar Star is $3.90 up to $5. There's been Money Kuma Hut, 7 into 5. And best of the others then, we go down to Clandoro, who's just been a little bit easy, 750 to 9. Lightning Princess is 9 out to 12. I think they're off to the gates ahead of race 1.
Yeah, I'm going to go 8, 5, 7 and 1, making Calico Miss one of the better bets on the program. We mentioned the 2 trials. There was a big gap between them. One back in May last year behind Dollar Magic and managed to win the latest trial to Armidale, defeating Desert Cougar by a narrow margin, but she did with some authority. Gets gate number 1 today and looks like she's got some ability, and I just thought this was a pretty moderate sort of a maiden over the 1,200 metres. Looks like she's done enough work to get away with this, even though she might be better suited over a little bit further in time. 5 Nolkabar Star, building nicely this preparation, only beaten 2 lengths at Scone last start by Rail Trail. 7 Clandioro. If you can overlook the failure there at Coffs Harbour last start and go off the previous placings there at Newcastle and Armidale, can certainly feature here. And 1 Kuma Hut, best of the rest, was placed at Armidale first up when finishing third behind it. Waku got back and worked to the line well. Bit of a sticky gate here makes it tricky. So I'll go 8 a special, 5, 7 and 1 here in race number 1 as these horses assemble down at the 1200 metre start for this opening event at Corindai. Currently racing on a soft 6 track, which I see is pretty fortunate. There was a lot of rain forecast to fall here over the last 48 hours or so, and probably hasn't eventuated. And we're on a rain-affected track, but nothing too much to worry about.
Calico Mrs. Ryder just out of the saddle at the moment. In terms of the Jockey Challenge market, Aaron Bullock favourite at $2. He rides Buckles and Bows in the opening event here. The second elect is Lachelle Small at $2.80, and then we're at the double figure brigade. Luke Rolls and Shannon Llewellyn both at $13. Michaela Weir $15, $18 for Ben Looker. Any other there at $14 and $31 for Grant Buckley. Quaddie starts race number 4 on the program, and that's due to get underway at 2:45 local time.
Yeah, money really starting to roll in for Calico Miss now. It was $4.40 when markets first went up, $2.70 after scratchings this morning. Now into $2.10, so certainly looks to be the best back runner here. 1 Kuma Hut has trimmed up a little bit as well, $7 into $5.50. The Drifters 5 Nolkabar Star, $3.90 out to $6.50, now sits on the third line of betting. The stablemate to Nolkabar Star, Clandioro, $7.50 out to $11, not much interest there. And the only other one that has trimmed up is the 6 Buckles and Bows, ride for Aaron Bullock, $21 into $15 today.
Okay, so they're behind the gates, and they'll come up shortly here. The rider of Fantastic Beat, Sienna Grimer, is out of the saddle at the moment. So too is Michaela Weir with Calico Miss. There's Kuma Hut, who has had a little bit of support with Mary Moses and Jenny Duggan second up, waiting patiently over there behind the gates. On a perfect day for this time of the year. It can get cool here, but the cool weather hasn't found Corindai just yet.
No, that's right. That's a lovely day, isn't it? And for a Tuesday, I'm surprised how many people were here. We went up and had some lunch earlier, and at the bistro area was quite chockers, wasn't it?
It was almost standing room only,
Yeah.
you'd have to say.
Exactly. No, I'd agree with that.
Azhar, welcome back.
Well, so I've been told.
Corindai, 1 and 7.
Notice when the school holidays are on, but I was talking to some parents earlier, and they had a couple of kids on track, and apparently they're going back to school tomorrow. So whether they've just extended the school holidays, I'm not sure, but yeah, no, I think this might be the final day.
Okay, so they're now getting set. So last look at the market here for the opening event on the program sees Calico Miss favourite. Now into 2.10. It's been a decent go. First starter gets barrier 1, which will certainly aid her around this tight sweeping track at Corindai. So she's been clearly best backed. The other one that they have tried is Kuma Hut, who comes in to a $5.50 chance. And outside of that, they've all been quite easy. Nolkabar Star, the most noted of those drifters, $3.90 out to $6.50. As we head upstairs, the first of 7 on a Tuesday, and say a very good afternoon to Dan Misson.
Getting set to come up. So we welcome in Gav and Mick on Sky Thoroughbred Central. So Kuma Hut, the next runner to come forward. Clandoro will be one of the last ones. They're coming out of the 1200 metre chute for the first of 7 races here at Corindai this afternoon. Now Kuma Hut gets set to come forward, and the red light is activated. Starter is Alan Wicks, comes down front to pick up the button, and they're set for the first over the 1200 metres. They're just about right. And lets them go. They're racing in the first to a good line away, where the leader was Clandoro. Clandoro raced about a half in front, many driving along the inside, including Calico Miss, and joining it is Maiden Pearl in the early stages. Lightning Princess is next with Zoo Silence, followed by Nolkabar Star. In behind those is Lee H.O. with Buckles and Bows. Fantastic Beast and Kuma Hut is last of the 10 runners on the outside. They cast the 800 metres astern, where the leader is Clandoro. Leads away by a length and a half. half. Calico Miss leaders back in second spot, and Maiden Pearl ducks to the inside, followed by Nograbar Star, fourth, and followed further afield to Zoo Silent, out deep on the track. Lightning Princess is next with Leo Cho, Kuma Hut, Buckles and Bows, and Fantastic Beast. 400 metres left to travel. In the first as they round the bend, where it's Clandoro looking to do the all-the-way victory. It's clear by 2 lengths from Calico Miss, hot on the scene. They were followed by Leo Cho to the outside with Kuma Hut working home okay. Where Calico Miss got to the top, 200 metres to travel. Calico Miss now in 2 lengths in front of Clandoro, battling away, but it's Calico Miss in front. Calico Miss wins the first. Second was Clandoro, Nograbar Star was third, and Kuma Hut was fourth. Then came Buckles and Bows. Next home was Fantastic Beast with Leo Cho, Zoo Silence, Lightning Princess, and pulling up quick was Maiden Pearl.
Yeah, it was a pretty easy watch. Favourite got the outside of Jeremy Sylvester's horse, Clandoro, and there was Daylight back to third, and in the end, this filly Rendezvous has raced away to win it, 440 into 210. It landed a pretty decent go there to defeat Clandoro, and third, like it'll be Nograbar Star favourite, trots in.
Yeah, it was pretty easy watch in the end, wasn't it? So such a professional effort from a filly only having her first start in a race. She's obviously had a good education. She had 2 trials we mentioned in the preview. There was a fair bit.
All right, so what's going on here is that 3 had pressure, but I still have confusion in terms of how things are playing, because what I think is happening is this is a 300 meter. This is a 300 meter, and the pressure they're not able to pull up on the last 150. Here, the 1 is the favorite. A little less pressure than this one. This is a benchmark 58. This was a class 1. That's 181. The numbers are right. It has the best jockey, but the problem is it's the linear. It's not strong enough. It's not a very strong linear. It's a good one. I mean, if we multiply this probably is going to be somewhere around the ballpark of 300. And this is 473. So ideally that should win. The other thing, the problem is the jockey is also a problem here. 3, that was like that. The 3 did not get it. This one is, the jockey is in trouble. This one. So what are the other options? 2 cannot win. It should be 140. This is 127. A place maybe. So we need to look at the advantages. The advantages are here with 9, with 33, and then with 12, 41. This is 51. This is 26. This is in very good hands. This is not. One is the problem here, what is happening probably is the 12 cannot win. The 12 cannot win because the jockey has never won a race here at this track. It's a good one, but that's not happening. So the other one with the advantage is this one, which is 9. But it's in a very, very weird hand. I don't know if I want to go with this, because the one is good. Ideally, there is no problem with the one. But if we just play normal, and if we look at what might happen, so this is the largest drift, right? This is the largest drift. So this probably is the second horse pool or the third horse pool. Let's say this is the third horse pool. So that's 7, 8, then 9 and 10. 7 is in good hands. This is 64 by 82. Should have been about 120 to win. This cannot win. This is a second or a third horse pool. If one fails, let's say if one fails because of the pressure, which I think is happening here, because none of the pressure points have worked so far. Because it's a 300-meter straight and they're finding it difficult to pull up. But this one is a 1100-meter. If the jockey does the right thing, I mean, it's one of the best jockeys. There's no doubt about it. It's one of the best jockeys. So if the jockey does the right thing, then at the 600-meter marker, this needs to work. TRT is on this one. So there's a lot of physics on this horse, but the point still remains that so if that happens, and this is the second horse or the third horse pool, but this cannot win because this jockey has never won a race here. Same as with 12. Then the options are 7, 8. This is double. This is okay. 3 is okay. 3 is okay. $15, $9, $10, $60. This is okay. 0 and 2. I don't know that they have physics, but will they deliver is the other question. So I don't know, one looks good. It's the best jockey. The jockey has problems because this may not be a great result on this horse, though we have the physics and everything, because the pressure is so high. The last 3 races, the pressure points have not worked. That means they're not able to pull up because of the last 300 meters. So chances are kind of slim. And the rest, I don't know who to bank on. The 2 is there's a pressure. It's in good hand, but it's a neutral. Winning is difficult. Plus they are like that. It should have been more than 150, which is not the case. It is 127, probably a place. The other thing is here, which is right, 3. But they're like that. This is good. This is good. But ideally, if this fails, it should be 3 and 2. They're also trailing gate numbers, right? It should be, 3 wins and 2 is the second place. That probably should happen, but 2 is in better hands. It's a neutral. It cannot win. And all this will happen only if the 1 fails. I don't know if the 1 will fail. I'm going to be out of this one. I don't understand what's going on. They probably are not able to take the pressure on the 300 meters. It's a 300 meter. Even with the appreciation here, it is an appreciation. Here 3 was not an appreciation. 4 was not an appreciation. They both were in moderately okay hands. This went through with the advantage, not with the pressure. So that was a 860 meters. Here, if that's the pressure, and if that doesn't work, then we are looking at advantage. Advantage is with 9 here and with 12. 12 is good hands. We calculate, this should have been, this is 41, 51, 10. And this is 33, 26. Chances are with 9. Chances are with 9, but this is better than that. However, they're like that. So no strong indications this is anybody's race. If this thing fails, then if 1 fails, then where will it go? If 1 fails, then this is 3-3. This is not happening. This is 0-2. This is okay, but I don't know if this horse will work, because this horse is a mule of a horse. This horse is not only a mule, it is, with numbers, it is not only a mule, it is one of the greatest mules of everything, and they're like that. These people are bad. So, don't know. I'm out. $11 looks good. 11 looks good, but so if we had played Tuna, if we had played exactly what we generally play at Randwick and all that, then we would have, we've anyway lost, but see, the linear is a linear, but it is not a strong linear. It is in good hands. I don't doubt that. It is in good hands. These people are very good. They have been delivering. There is no reason for 1 to lose. The only apprehension that I have is probably that they are not able to pull up at the last 300 meters. Last 300 meters have been difficult at this track because they're not able to pull up. None of the pressure points have worked from the first one. This is the 4th one. This is a benchmark 58. Should not, ideally, everything is with 1. Everything is with 1. It should not lose. But then again, if it gets onto that fact that they are not able to pull up at the last 300 meters, then it is either 3, which is very, very unlikely. They have the physics, but the horse is absolutely disaster. Then the 9 gets into picture. Then the 9 gets into picture. The 9 or the 12. The 12 is there. 12 is in better hands. The 12 is in better hands. Then either the 9 or the 12 gets into picture. The 9 is in a bad hands. That's for sure. These people, I don't know whether they'll be able to deliver. The 9 definitely is in a bad hand. The kind of weird. The kind of very weird. You're talking about 11. 11 is a possibility. 14 is a possibility. 14 is a possibility. 11 is a possibility. They kind of, I mean, it'll bounce back. I mean, definitely it'll bounce. It'll go with the weight appreciation. Then it'll come back to depreciation. Then again, it'll go to a neutral or a weight appreciation. But that's all speculation. The question is, which one is going to win? One is the favorite. I don't see a problem with 1. If this was a 400-meter straight, that 1 is clean. But this is not a 400-meter straight. This is a 300, and since the morning, none of the horses have been able to pull up that pressure.
Staying pretty wide run there last up.
Yeah, didn't have much luck. First up at Dolby was a non-tab, went a close-up third. So I suppose you could make a case for him, particularly on a good track, but he's only a rougho.
That horse won again too, hot foot performer.
Yes, it did
I
count.
followed that Dolby meeting the other day. Had a little fill-up, 6 We do have a rider replacement. Kelsey Lenton will ride for Jim Henner.
I've marked this fellow as a bit of a roughie. His first up run wasn't too bad behind Staroshka.
Yeah, 14 is a strong chance. 14 is a strong chance.
Race too.
Yes.
Well, Staroshka hasn't run since, but
Yeah, it was the strongest race.
yeah, but he didn't frank form. Sorry, I'll leave you alone. Group depends 7 now. Bailey Miller not riding, so I wish I ride
not
racing.
happening.
Now, this is a roughie as well, Cryptopin, because the soft
Gunners, I'm going to be out.
Get back behind
Don't know
her,
this
so
one.
speed. She'll need
I mean,
to be at the right time, but if she gets it, look out. I did have some
don't know
stats written
what's
down
happening.
Bailey Wheeler, how well he gets on.
The
with
pressure
it.
point is not working.
No, very disappointing.
If
Look at
that
it,
one
right,
fails,
trains
it'll
behind
fall on
Charles.
9. 9 is with absolutely disastrous
In the past, but not here.
management.
Chuckaloxy 11.
So that
Damon Cup
is-
rides for Wayne Nugent.
Yeah, another one with a sticky
And the
draw.
2
She's coming out of a couple of non-taps.
has pressure.
So we'll pass there.
All right, what do we do if Little Spark, Mark Curry, Joe Williams, Winker?
It all depends on if that jockey delivers today. The 1.
Yeah, well, this is the first run for the stable. So she trialled and then she backed up straight into the races.
God
which I
knows,
know something
man.
you don't
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
And she wasn't beaten far behind Rose Noir, but she was beaten further than Arctic Bear,
Yes.
right? So I thought Arctic Bear might have the wood on Little Spark, but then you look at the market support first up at the Curry stable, and you're like, I don't know. So I'm at the stage where I just don't know.
Interesting. And they're both being blinkers, just to even thicken the plot. Okay, Ron Kelly has the 13 crazy-eyed Fred. Jado Stanley.
I thought you were crazy tipping him this morning, but once you made a case for him, you actually made a bit of sense. And as scary as it was, I sort of started to come around to your way of thinking. 2 wins from 40 was a big knock, but you made the point he's been placed 14 times, and he's been very unlucky on good tracks. So even though I had the mark here, he's won none from 24 on good tracks. He's been in the Quinella once from 24 on good tracks. So every now and again, I look at my stats and I realise, well, I didn't tip this horse, but you still made a good case, so the jury's out.
Ketchy is the 14, Hannah Richardson, Glenn Richardson.
Coming through some non-taps in the bush, at least she's racing well. Okay, they're about to load up for the fourth here at Gatton. My Late Mail 2, 3, 1 and 10. Number 2 on top, My Cicada. The likely leader from barrier 1 under Jake Malloy. 2 got gumption. Would have liked a better parade. Didn't get that, obviously. But he's got the good draw. He's got plenty of speed to use that draw. And back on top of the ground should suit him. Number 1, Arctic Bear. Pick of them out of the yard for sure for me, number 1. Just going to need a Justin Huxtable special from that gate. Gets those blinkers first time. And the 7, Cryptid to Pin, could be the sneaky one late if she gets the breaks because she's going to get back in her up touch. So 2, 3, 1 and 7. The Carn's about to make a case for the world back number 13, Crazy Eyed Fred.
Yes, come on the Fred. I suppose for win strike rate punters, they would overlook Fred, but Fred can go. He went second on top of the ground behind Shara Gomar one day. He's probably unlucky not to win. Look, his poly run was a nothing run. Very good first up behind Miss Personality. I love those form lines, and then a very wide run. Second up, yes, 1100 is certainly short of his best. He even looks like a miler, but he does drop back in class a little. So we'll go the Fred. It's been a little money. It's been good market support actually to suggest perhaps he's on the money. The 2, the Danger, My Cicada off that beautiful soft draw. Arctic Bear certainly, and the 7, Trip to Pin, Joycey. 13, 2, 1 and 7.
All right, Count, thanks for that. Crazy Eyed Fred has been well backed from big odds in and still sits at $9.50. For those within earshot of us after the third race, I do apologise for Count's behaviour after Spicy Duck got nutted for third, but it was paying $7.50 a place, to be fair, and most punters understand that pain. All right, let's head up to Anthony for the 12.
Horse 9, Little Charmer, was kicked by another runner. Just take note of the bet. Scouts to nose over that runner. Now, He's a Devil is about to go up. The chock-a-block with Arctic Bear. Bye-bye music to get set. And they were betting Little Charmer. He's out in front of the gates, just coming back around. Just betting it. The verdict there. Arctic Bear is very easy at the favourite here. It's not leading up to this has been quite okay. Favourite recently at Toowoomba, but it's a pretty nice time. His form, as I suggest, leading into this assignment today has been fair, but it's very easy. Now out to 360 from 220. Little Spark, My Cicada, the 2 better supported runners. My Cicada from the inside gate. He's been cleared to start. Little Charmer, just take note. Chocolate Block's about to go up, and Little Charmer to come into line 2. So running 1100 metres for the 4th race. Ratings band to 58. We're all in the gates and set and ready to go. Arctic Bear the favourite. Very easy. Cicada from the inside. Set and ready. Stalls are back. They're off. Cryptopin, Got Gumption, My Cicada, the 3 quickest to come out of the machine, and My Cicada kicks forward and leads them. Followed them by, now around the outside there was Arctic Bear and also Bye Bye Music, Little Spark striding forward fast. They're over on the inside of those at the barn. Followed then by Chock-a-Block towards the outside, a Little Charmer. He's a Devil. Then came Tenchi, Crazy Eyed Fred, relegated to race second to last. My Cicada in front. Coming down the side, 600 metres from the judge, leading the way about a neck. Got Gunch on the outside. Arctic Bear, this favourite's wide. And also Bye Bye Music, 4th but 4 deep. Then came Cryptopin, Chock-a-Block, further back to Little Spark, Little Charmer, He's a Devil, well back, Crazy Eyed Fred, Tenchi corners in back, last of all, around the bend, My Cicada in front, Little Spark the inside, Got Gumption still there, Arctic Bear, Ditto in up on the outside, and then came Cryptopin sneaking through and behind those, but Got Gumption, My Cicada go together, My Cicada, Got Gumption, they split it.
3.
Got
Can you
Gumption the
beat
outside,
that?
My Cicada maybe just.
3-2.
Bear maybe third, Little Spark not far away with also Little
Can you
Charmer.
beat
Then came
that?
He's a Devil, Crazy Eyed Fred and Tenchi, Cryptopin, Bye Bye Music and Chock-a-Block was the last runner in. Stand by for the result.
Alrighty, we are just looking at the lowdown, and yeah, look, Joyce, I think you got it. I think Cicada's stuck on. And it's been favourable of that heads down. Look, we're going to have to wait a photo. It's too close to call. And that is, of course, Dakey Chujo's runner in the 3. The 2 or the 3. Live, perhaps the 3 wins, but on that, gee, I thought you held on there, Joyce.
Dead heat.
Bears in for 3rd, and Prominent for 4th, perhaps. The
3,
2 on
3,
the
3,
inside
3,
there,
3 and 2.
9. Another on-speed dominated event as well here. It's very close.
Very close, Kian. One photo looks like I've got it. One photo looks like
Probably a dead heater.
I'll take a dead heat at the moment. That sort of day so far. Dead heat looks good. But we're listening for Anthony Collins because he'll get the result first, I expect. And it's 2 or 3, 3 or 2. The 1 will get 3rd. And Little Spark, which got the inside run, will get 4th to 12. Back markets just never got involved. Kian, even though.
Takey's looking at me.
They'll go
I'm like, I'm
50 miles an hour
not
up
sure.
Cameraman's on the 3.
3. Dakey Chujo beats my Cicada just. Wow, what a close event. Well done, Dakey. Got Gumption very lightly raced. Second up today off the back of that heavy 10 for Give My Cicada, given every conceivable up on speed, but another good run. And Arctic Bear, your favourite there, grabbed 3rd. Just missed that 4th number there, Joycey. But just to split your first 2 runners there, it was the 3 over the 2. There we go. 3, 2, 1, and 12 after the running. The 4th there at Gatton.
Second event this afternoon.
3, 2, 1 and 12. So what happened here is that 3 did the job. The 2 was the second one up. The 1 was 3rd because the pressure is not working. And then it came back to 12. We were thinking about 9, but that was like this. We were thinking about 3, which was like that, but 3 definitely had a better physics. Five, 8, 4, 10.
Then out a long price, got back, failed to make any impression in the run to the line, was beaten around at 9.5 lengths there by Formal. A couple of trials leading in. Looks like he's done enough work to run a nice race.
Number 4 then is Nicker's Boy. He's had the 4 runs back. So 5th up today with Steve Hodge and Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, I thought his best run was last day at Taree, finishing 3rd behind Sweden. Raced on speed that day and seemingly appreciated the heavy 8 track. So getting another wet surface today definitely helps.
Sunday Scaries onto the 5 we go for Gavin Groff and Hannah Johnson.
And this filly by the Brothers Wars had 2 starts for 1 placing. That placing coming at Wellington. 2 back when finishing second behind Bolo Miss, and then was hard in the market at Warrialda when beat 4 lengths there by winning his statement last time out, and beat odds on favourite that day. Gets 4 off here for Hannah Johnson, can certainly give a sight.
Number 6 is I'm Opinionated. Second up for Damien Lane and Grant Buckley.
She did enough there at Coonabarabran when resuming, finishing 5th. That was behind Martindale Dancer, covered a bit of extra ground that day off a middle draw, was beaten around 5 lengths. Was placed second up last preparation.
7 out on the way, Miss Heroic for Michael Dykes and Lachelle Small.
Yet to place in 8 career starts, resuming from a spell here today. First up last preparation was here at Corindai, finished 4th behind Gelsey. Only beat 3.5 lengths when a 100 to 1 chance. So if she could repeat that kind of run, she'd be a place hope.
Samita is number 9 for Peter Engelbrett and Donovan Dillon.
Well, she's rock hard fit. She's had a number of runs since returning from a spell. Wasn't that far from the action at Tamworth last start when finishing 7th behind. Never missed her. She got back and worked home well. Gets the inside draw here, so you know she'll be afforded a nice run in transit.
And the favourite is the last of them down the bottom, the Piccolino for Paul Perry and Mitch Stapleford.
Yeah, I like him today. He's had 10 starts for 3 minor placings and he's never raced better. He's got his hook right on the till. Second there at Newcastle on the Beaumont, 2 back on heavy track behind Divine Bean, and then bumped into a smart one at Scone last start when second behind Lady Elena, beaten around 2.5 lengths. Provided he can get across from a bit of an awkward draw, I think he's the one they all have to beat.
Best back clearly here's been Ravana, $4 into 230, so it is she's the new favourite over the Piccolino, who is 250 up to 280, and then Samita occupying the third line of betting. Damien Lane on track today with in this upcomer. I'm Opinionated, who comes here next, second up.
Yeah, Damo, I'm opinionated. What do you make of the first up run out there at Coonabarabran?
Yeah, look, face value probably a touch disappointing. However, she was 3 deep, no cover, and she went there without a trial. Sort of found a wet track and a tough run. So she was entitled to knock up, which she did. She's definitely come on fitness-wise since then, and she draws a better gate. So, yeah, look, I'm sure she'll improve, and she looks to get a better run, but she hasn't worked it all out yet. She's a little hot-headed filly, and the penny hasn't sort of dropped with her. I think when it does, there's a win or two in her. Hopefully, we just see an improved run today.
You mentioned should get a better run from the good draw. Will she race on speed?
I think so, yeah. She's got natural speed, and just sort of said to Bucko, make it begin, and then be nice to see her sort of in the 1-1 or something like that. Just give her something to chase. Yeah, and if she does that, I'm sure she'll be competitive.
She's a Bad Girl lines up in race number 3. Still qualifies for a Class 1. Very consistent, always banking checks.
Yeah, look, I mean, she doesn't win out of turn, but she just keeps putting money in the bank for the owners. She's always thereabouts. She runs into one that looks quite smart today, the horse Avengers, obviously. But I'm sure she'll run her honest race. She's had a little bit of a freshen up since the last run. She had a little mishap at home, and she does seem to race good off a freshen up. So she'll run well, but it does look hard to beat Andrews.
Best of luck with both runners.
Cheers, thanks.
There's Damien Lane with I'm Opinionated, so they're getting around to the start now. Ahead of the second event, Ravana has been best backed. So this morning, $4, that is long gone, is now tumbled into 220, whereas the Piccolino, 250 earlier, just gets out to 290. Samita's been solid enough. Best of the others, Solar Arc, who's been quite easy. Good go the toppy here, Mick. Late mail time, race 2.
Yeah, Ravana's the one with the groundswell of support, that's for sure. I'm just a little bit worried about the wet track, but I'm not sure how wet it is out there at the moment. Soft 6 surface, and if it's any better than that, I think Ravana's probably going to be hardest to beat. I'll stick with my numbers from the preview, however. I've gone 10, 4, 1 and 9, putting the Piccolino on top. The last couple of runs have been quite good. Second on the Beaumont 2, back behind Divine Bean, and then I thought it was a really good run at Scone last start. Chased really hard behind a pretty promising horse in Lady Elena. I don't think there's any Lady Elenas lining up here in this second event today, so I think can certainly run well. Nicker's Boy was third at Tari last start behind Sweden. That was on a wet track and seemingly really appreciated that. Ravana got the best form, third to Gorbachev there at Gosford first up. Safely held at Wyong last start, but this looks much easier. And 9 Samita, who's very fit, gets the inside gate here off some even efforts. 10, 1 and 9.
Well, that filly Ravana, she typically likes to settle off the speed, Mick.
Yeah, I would think so. New favourite now to $2.10. Third run back from a spell, probably settle 2 or 3 pairs back. Does have a reasonable change-up of speed. We've seen that over the course of her short career. She's had 11 starts for 4 minor placings, and she has contested better races than the one she lines up in here today, and does get the blinkers on first up today too, so that really might sharpen her focus.
In terms of the other one, hard in the market, the Piccolino, you get the impression the Piccolino will settle closer in the run than will the favourite.
Yeah, I would think so. Has been a little bit easy in the betting. You always like to see a bit of a push for the Perry runners, but I just think off recent efforts where he's certainly been close enough to the lead, I think he'll probably be in front of Ravana settling down. 900 metres last time out, settled just behind the leaders and to finish the race off well. So, yeah, I think the Piccolino looks pretty hard to beat, but you've got to respect that market move for Ravana.
Of course, a big week with the Wagga on Thursday and Friday. I was going to ask you, Mick, are you ready for Wagga? But I suppose is Wagga ready for you? You haven't been for a while?
No, it has been a while.
After a break?
Yes, that's it. Bit of a freshen up, but now we've got a job to do down there, so don't want to get distracted. So.
Oh no, that wouldn't happen with you. Unheard of. I'll be there to chaperone. We've got a few chaperones down there for you this year, Mick.
That's right. I've spoken to
So you're on notice.
a number of people that are heading there this year, and that's always the case. Of course, they get a big crowd there and a number of Calcuttas, and we might hit the karaoke. Why not?
Well, why not? Town Play Thursday, Wagga Cup on Friday.
Cracking meetings, and it's a carnival that you should get to if you've never been before.
And then, of course, that leads in only a fortnight out is Scone and their big 2-day carnival, the Friday, Saturday.
Yes, yeah, no, looking forward to that. I've only got to take in one of the 2 days last year, so can't wait to get back there this year.
Okay, late bar numbers here in the upcomer, 10-4-1-9, so 220 in for $4. Ravana favourite. The Piccolino gets out again, 310, and they're keeping Samita very, very safe. Donovan Dillon riding from the inside gate. And it looks like the loading process very much underway. Rider of opinionated Grant Buckley just out of the saddle at the moment. And it still looks like they've got a few to load. Race 4 today starts the Quaddie, and that is due to go local time at 2:45. As they link in, let's head upstairs. Here's Dan.
Runners to move forward now for race number 2, the QPP Maiden Handicap, 1,000 metres the journey. So Ravana is the $2.30 favourite. The Piccolino's on the second line of betting. It was the earlier favourite. It's drifted out to $3. Samita of the others is at $6. So the final runners come forward. Backing away at its first attempt was Solar Arc, prepared by Zach Hatch. Try again with it. So there's 5 runners to come forward, including one riderless Sunday Scaries. But they're working with Solar Arc here. It's at the 1 start. Finished out the track at Tenworth on debut back in December. The favourite is number 1, Ravana. It's having its 3rd start this preparation. Finished 3rd when returning, then a 7th. In tougher company, it's the $2.30 favourite. The Piccolino has finished 2nd at its last 2 outings. So Solar Arc is in. Ravana will be the next runner to come up, along with Sunday Scaries, the Piccolino, and New Frontier. Previous race won by Calico Miss. Calico Miss winning the first, a nice debut performance. Numbers in the first for 8, 7, 5, and 1. So New Frontier comes up, and there'll be 2 more to get set. Miss Heroic running over there behind the trees, and the Piccolino. So race number 2 on the program this afternoon. Ravana is the favourite, $2.40. Piccolino on the second line of betting at $3. Better wait on Missora to join the line, and the red light is on now. They're set to run for race 2, the QPP Maiden Handicap, 1,000 metres the journey. Stand by. And there they go. Sunday Scaries missed a start slightly. Other than that, it was away well. Driving forward, Solar Arc towards the inside to lead the way by about a half a length in the early stages. Here comes Sunday Scaries now, booting up into 2nd spot, followed by Ravana, 3rd the outside, and Miss Heroic's not too far away with Samita, followed by New Frontier. The Piccolino gets about midfield. 2 behind it, including Nicker's Boy and I'm Opinionated. Coming to the corner, 450 left to travel. Where Sunday Scary's got a beautiful passage through to lead the way by a half length from Solar Arc in 2nd spot. Miss Heroic's 3rd the outside, and winding up is the Piccolino to the extreme outside. Ravana's not too far away as well. They're spread across the track at the 250. The Piccolino comes up out wide to join Ravana. Samita slicing through the pack. Samita goes to the lead now, leads by about a half a length from the Piccolino down the outside. Samita in front as they chart down to the line, and Samita wins. Samita wins by 2 lengths from the Piccolino. Ravana was 3rd, then followed by Nicker's Boy ahead.
9.
I'm Opinionated. Out wide
Beautiful as that. 9.
Further afield with Miss Heroic, and Sunday Scaries dropped out to last.
Samita breaks through at start number 15, and that mare they kept very, very safe in betting. And the grey bursting between runners and quickly swept away. The Piccolino It was 3 deep, but did have cover, got to the outside and hit the line pretty well. The money horse Ravana will wind up in 3rd spot, and I'm Opinionated will finish 4th. But the grey breaks through today.
Yeah, and a good performance it was.
Okay, this is the 5th one. We look through the odds, it's 5, 8, 4 and 10. That 5 is the favorite. So now what they've done is, up till here, they had pressure. Now they have no pressure. The only pressure that is there is on 4. But that doesn't look like a winning proposition today. The 5 is the favorite. It's very, very dicey for 5 to win as well. Now, if we look at what happened in the first one, minus 57, minus 56, so there was a difference of 1 point. Here, that 2, here was a difference of 1 point. Here, we don't have a 1 point, but we have a 4 point. Minus 21, minus 25, 2. With weight appreciation with one of the best jockeys. That 2 is the scary one. Then it is 8, which is there. That either can work as an advantage, disadvantage, but this is in good hands. This one we have no clue, but that's how the physics. 10 probably is one is 653 84. This jockey is in trouble. This one is okay. This one is okay, but 10, this jockey is in trouble. Here the 4 is okay. That's 1, 9. This is okay. This is also okay, but this winning is difficult. So this might get a place. I don't know. But 8 and 2, especially the 2. Especially the 2. And if that works, let's say if this works, then where will it bounce? Here, you've seen that 3 going through, all right? That was a weight appreciation on this horse with the right physics. And then 3, 2, 1 and 12. 3, 2, 1 and 12. It played all that. 41. Then this one did not work. This one worked. So where will it go? The 10 is good. The 10 will get there. The 10 is good. It's a good jockey, but here it's the same thing. 127. Here it is 106. So this probably is the second horse. The question is it 8 or is it 2? Both of them have physics. 8 is an established good hand, but the weight appreciation is here on 2 from gate number 9. Rails not working, not at this track. There's nothing going through the rails. There's nothing happening with the larger drift, internal drift, inner drift, outer drift. There's nothing happening with all that. This track is a disaster track. It's a pure gambling track. 300 meters is too less. 300 meters is too less. I don't know. I like the 8. Definitely I like the 8. And I like the 2 as well. This probably is the second. This probably is the second. But the question is, will this 2 attack? Because it has the fuel to attack. It has the fuel to attack. We'll take a look. Brilliant. Brilliant as a Gatton is not there in the Singapore pool today, so, and I did not have clarity on Quaddie, so went with Gatton. But this track looks like very difficult place. Looks like very difficult. 300 meters is a dicey place. 300 meters. One small mistake and the game is over.
Micro Mickey could be written by Shaylee Ingalls, and Snowy's a newcomer to your stable, Micro Mickey, but the trial looked pretty good the other day.
Yeah, look, it turned up in very good order. Turned up just about ready to go. We just needed to tick it over and find the right race for it, and look, it runs into a pretty weak race.
Obviously, like all of them, it's got to get through the heavy today. Is that the concern you've got?
It is, yeah. The Mickey Isles are not known for getting through the wet, so obviously it is a bit of concern, yeah.
Later on in the day, in the next race, you've got I'm a Statement and Harrietier going around, contrasting fortunes as far as the barrier draw is concerned, but I thought I'm a Statement's first up run was really good considering she hadn't had a trial leading it.
Yeah, no, it was super. Just got pipped on the post, but she jumped out. She showed the fit for the run today. Don't know if she'll get the wet, but going off the breeding, I think she will. But yeah, that's the only concern with her too.
And you've got Harrietier in the same race. Draws out a little bit wider, but did win a recent trial.
Yeah, no, she's definitely come back better. Yeah, she trialled very good the other day. Didn't show much the first time in, but yeah, the gallop the other day was, she'd improved off the trial, so I think you'll see a lot better horses preparation for that.
Race number 6, you've got Dupano and Rock Gate, both nice and firm in the market. I think Dupano's last run was very good.
Yeah, she's not done that day, so you'll see a fit horse today. She's not known to get through the wet, but I was hoping that the track would, improve a bit throughout the day for her. And Rock Gate's going good. He's 2 runs back. Ben back this 5 metre, Ben very good. And he'll get through the wet, so he'll put himself up to speed and be able to beat her.
Obviously, you've got some good chances throughout the course of the day. You've got the 5 runners. Which one you're most keen on? But bearing in mind they all need to get through these conditions.
Yeah, look, if Micro Mickey gets through it, I think he's a very, very nice horse. So he can go on with the job, I reckon. But so he's just got to get through the wet.
Just having a look as well, you've got Gallen Star nominated for Hawkesbury on Saturday. What are the plans there?
Yeah, he'll head down there and go around there. We'll see how he measures up with them. The noms look pretty strong for it. So look if he can. Yeah, there's no plan after that. The plan was to go to Brisbane with him after that, but he'd have to measure up with him more for the Hawkesbury on Saturday to be worth taking to Brisbane, we thought. We'll just get through Saturday and see what happens.
What did you make of the run in the country championship final?
Yeah, it was good. Look, probably ridden out of his comfort zone. Probably utilise the barrier, be a bit more forward than what we normally are with him, and probably not his go, we thought. So next time we draw a barrier, we'll still ride him back where he's comfortable.
And he's obviously come through it in good order. That's why you're heading towards Auckland.
Yeah, definitely.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Brett Robb, kind enough to come over and join us. Micro Mickey, now $1.50. Your favourite here. Everything else just heading the other way in the betting. And best defence there at $6. And just as I start to go through the market, the screen with the market goes down. So I grabbed the phone, $1.45 now. Micro Mickey, $6.50 best defence, $8 for Danny Spirit, $9.50 for Blutons. Then you're at the double figures with Nam, Pontoon Prince there at $26. I've gone 4, 1, 12 and 2. I thought Micro Mickey would be very hard to beat. I've got to admit, I'm not a huge expert when it comes to the Eden Hope form down in Victoria, but he was only beaten a length and a bit there. It was a good run, and the trial tells you that he's come up in good order. I suppose the little niggle is that he still wanted to do a few things wrong in that trial. He wanted to lay in a little bit, but he looked to have a good amount of ability, particularly when he was asked for an effort. I thought the last 100 metres of that trial was really good. That was over the 860. He comes to the 1100 here today and draws very, very well. Best defence looked in really good order for Clint London and the new connections. We know that he's a pretty consistent type. He's been placed in 4 of his 11 starts, including last time out. Even the run before that, he wasn't beaten all that far at Wellington behind Bolo Miss. I put the 12 in for third, Pontoon Prince. I just thought he was going around at a silly price in a race where he could easily fall into, third or fourth spot. Definitely a few trifectas and first fours, and the 2 Blutons. Just back out to $12 now, a bit of a late drift there with Blutons, but I thought the trial at Scone on the 9th of April was pretty good, and that was on a soft track. So 4, 1, 12 and 2. $1.40 now for this favourite, so the support continues to come. And if you're just joining us, the first race today was taken out by Jasper's Way for Michael Mulholland. Finished 7th on debut. Backed that up with a victory here today, coming up the inside under the urgings of Shaylee Ingalls. Just tipped out Boozy's Babe, who took the throw it away a little bit, just hit the lead early in the straight and wanted to wander about a bit. Missy Moss, the favourite, finished in 3rd place, and Great Southern Land ran on the back of the field to finish 4th. So the 2 Jasper's Way victorious in the first. Right on start time here now for the second event on the card. $1.40 now for your favourite Micro Mickey. For his call, here's Cole.
Back there with the clerk of the course, and also waiting back there riderless is Houdini Spirit. So they've just crossed the line there at Warrnambool, as they get them ready here at Narromine for race 2. It's over 1100 metres, the Australian light horse Maiden Plate. And Mr. Gonna Do will be the last one in, I think. And very short price favourite, about $1.70 into about $1.40 Micro Mickey. So Micro Mickey very, very short in the market. Red light comes on. They're off and racing now, and Mr. Gonna Do getting up Micro Mickey with Houdini Spirit leads them early from Micro Mickey. Best defence with lying 3rd. Back along the inside came Pontoon Prince. Going forward was Narum, and in that bunch, well, No Defence goes around the outside. Blutons was back second last, and down at the tail of the field was Mr. Gonna Do. So they sweep on the side now, and Houdini Spirit 500 to go, leads a licks and a half now. Micro Mickey, best defence the outside. 2 lengths back to No Defence, then comes Narum. The field back, Mr. Gonna Do, Pontoon Prince, and Blutons up to the home turn. And Micro Mickey's on the inside, being led narrowly now by Houdini Spirit. Best defence joins in. Narum's getting up along the fence. Micro Mickey in the centre, Houdini Spirit, best defence, and then comes No Defence. Micro Mickey, Houdini Spirit, best defence the outside. Best defence out the Micro Mickey. Best defence is racing up on the outside. They hit the line. Very close finish here, Micro Mickey and best defence. Mr. Gonna Do came home well. Houdini Spirit showed a lot of pace. Ran 4th, then come Narum, Blutons, followed in by No Defence and Pontoon Prince.
Another close finish, but I fancy Micro Mickey might get the job done for the thrill seekers that took the short price. Holding off best defence. It's run very well first up for the new stable, Clint London and Zoe Hunt. Mr. Gonna Do finishes 3rd. Houdini Spirit was there when the whips were cracking. Just looked to get chopped out a little bit over the concluding stages. It'll finish in 4th, but we are waiting on the verdict when it comes to this photo. It looked like best defence was going to go past Micro Mickey, and every time it loomed, Micro Mickey, the favourite, just responded that little bit. And I fancy it's got the bob now. Cole is a bit hard to hear at the moment. There is an issue with the PA, so if he has announced the numbers, there you go. The 4 has got it, so Micro Mickey gets the job done here in race number 2 after we failed in the first, the favourite punters. We get one back there with Micro Mickey. We need to get to race 5 at Gatton. Here's Keanu Good.
To Gatton for race number 5 of 9. We have a 0 to 58 benchmark over the 1100 metres. First horse to look at number 1, Boom Eyes Buddy for the Jimmy Downs yard. Jive Williams rides.
Jimmy Downs are going really well. Boom Eyes Buddy is your good bread and butter horse. It was a great return at Kilcoy without trials on that soft 7. It was a deteriorating track. He was out on his feet late. I thought it was a nice enough return if he's fresh enough to stay at the 1100.
Number 2, this first up for the Bill Keenan yard. Samantha Pointed rides, and she'll take 3 off.
Yeah, not a lot out of the trial that I like. Perhaps once further.
Let's go down to the horse you really do like today. You've declared her, number 4, Kelanoa for Mick Lakey. Bubba Tilly, she's drawn the fence. She's first up, and she loves the gap.
She looks well, she looks forward. It was all about the trial behind Liquor. She's been there, done that here. Your profile horse for the race, and she's drawn the 1. I just think she's so well placed.
Now, this is the only horse you really couldn't have done the form for, though. Number 5, Chalice Well. First up for Jimmy Healy, comes up from Victoria. Jockey, Tiffany Brooker. She's drawn well. They've got the crossover and the tongue tie coming off.
Proven first start, but as you said, we haven't seen the trials. We're mixing that Victorian form. Yes, probably hold more weight here at Gatton, but you've also taken a Gatton specialist just ahead of it. So for that reason, Kelanoa over top.
All I can tell you about the jump out was she showed surprising speed for a horse that may map on some maps to get back.
And she's drawn soft.
So that's all I can tell you there. Number 7, Went. For Doki Chujo and Nori Masuda.
Just like Dakey's horse in the previous, just a complete forgive on the heavy 10 last start, can bounce back.
She's out of Amanpour. Sorry, she was a good mare, Amanpour. Number 8.
Meteor.
Yeah, I reckon Gay Trade. I reckon she was a good man. Number 8, Booger Ray, Mark Curry and Jaden Lloyd.
Little Boogeree, she's on her backup. She's off the bit early last start, but she continued to stick on okay behind Indaza, so that was tougher than this, and Pryor was a winner. Look, she's going okay. These are her sort of races.
If you could back a horse to improve, I'd put all my money on the 10 Alazizi for Mark Curry and Justin Huxtable. Things just went a bit pear-shaped there at Dolby first up.
If Kelanoa was in the race, this is the one I would have loved to tip. Left the fence, which you could not do that day at Dolby, and got back, which you could not do as well. They weren't overly assertive of her on her. Once she was certainly beat too, so she's certainly freshened up, second up at this trip.
Number 11, licensed and ready for the Dana Night Yard, Monty Saba rides.
Lost a rider their first up at Windy, no trials, very hard to place.
Let's have a look at the 12 Imperial S for Ben Richardson and Hannah Richardson.
Turns have found a trial. This is probably its trial, needs further.
And the 13 Prometio Mars from rounds us out for Ruby Chatterton and Jackson Murphy. The Pacifier's going.
He's got a win in him. He's just mixing his distances. He just needs to get placed in that right race. Not sure if that's today. As you said, Pacifier's going on. Held his spot well last start. Coming back from the 1400. Wouldn't surprise me if he won. That's why he's in my numbers. Alrighty, race number 5, and there is a tug of war for favouritism here, Joycey, and that's between our top selections. Interestingly enough, your favourite again.
Chalice Well versus Kelanoa. It's you versus me. And I have gone 5, 4, 10, and 8. Number 5 on top, Chalice Well, on the back of a jump out, and on the back of just hoping Jimmy Healy got it right with this horse. He's had her in a few times, scratched from wet track barriers. He's turned up today, and it just smells of a first up go. So Chalice Well on top. Kelanoa, obviously the horse with the form on the board, has barrier 1, loves this track, graded great. So it's 5 for D4, 10 and 8, Alazizi, the big improver.
Dows.
And the 8. The rest, 5, 4, 10, 8.
Yeah, Chalice Well, obviously never.
I've got a strong feeling on that one. It's a 9-year-old gelding.
Against, I just think she's a great profile off of barrier 1.
It's a 9-year-old gelding, and that's why I stepped out. I don't know what to do. I like the 2 and the 13 both, but when I was looking at that 9-year-old gelding is,
Chalice Well, best backed and fade.
God knows what it'll do. I'm out. Best of luck, Dows.
Backing Chalice Well out here. Lunge at the gates. And going to Bettor. So this is important, this, because Chalice Well is the best supported and favourite. So going to bring it out behind the back of the line, Chalice Well. And 370.
5 is a Victorian horse.
Chalice Well. The top fixed price boards. It's a very competitive market here for this event. One stakes and 4 equal favourites about that 420 line, but Chalice Well signalled off as the best backed Tim Brooker in the irons there for James Healy. Just waiting on the verdict to come through. Brooker just getting back over to this. Just been past fit to start. Okay, so good news there. Chalicewell has been cleared. He's 370 now, equal favourites with LA Izzy. So LA Izzy into 370 from 480 late. Kellanoa now $4.20. Okay, so Chalicewell will come forward again. He's 5% once more. Dispatch. There at the 1100 with the light flashing away. Right to go. Set now. They stand racing. Kellanoa from the inside began fast. Sliding up on its outside, though, was Chalicewell, and this favourite now kicks to the lead. Followed in earnest by Went Up on its outside. LA Izzy up to third, and they're followed by Kellanoa, who's now back to fourth. Bougaray fifth towards the outside. A neat length back to Provicio Mask. Boomey's Buddy is next, followed then by Imperial Nest, and also Licence and Ready. And 2.5 lengths away to Delisma. Last of all, and at least 15 lengths away from the speed. Chalicewell in front, coming down the side of the track, leading the way about a neck over Went the outside of it. Kellanoa is third to the bend. Then came LA Izzy, has just been put off the bit here. Provicio Masters towards its outside. Bougaray is over on the fence, and Imperial Nest heads the remainder of the field, straightening up. Chalicewell in front with a healthy kick at the moment, kicked out by two Kellanoa. Bougaray the inside there, followed by Went Provicio Masters down the outside with LA Izzy. Boxing on behind those minutes. Chalicewell in front, clear with 75 metres to go. Chalicewell in front. Chalicewell beat
584.
followed by Kellanoa third. Then came
Where is it?
Boomey's Buddy made ground.
584.
Then came LA Izzy. Provicio Mars was out wide. Further back in the field to Imperial S. Then came Delisma. Licence and Ready finished together there with those. Turn into the field.
5-8-4 across the line. Chalicewell first up, ascertained that leading position, and that's where it stayed. Bougaray grabbed second. Kellanoa in for third, and just awaiting your mind is there for fourth. Out a little bit wider. Perhaps Dakey Chujo's for sticks on for fourth. Not sure.
Yeah, very close to fourth, but 5.847 Went. We'll hang on for fourth. It showed plenty of speed too, Went, but long pace day at the moment. Kian on this binding track, and Chalicewell did it both ends and was way too good. So well done, Jimmy Healy and Tiff Brooker. Good training performance to get this horse up from Victoria. First up and a well-backed winner. 5.847 takes us away from the fifth.
Third event this afternoon here from Corindai. We've got a Class 1 coming up. This is over the 1,000 metres. Cashaway Gold is the long odds on favourite here, Nick, but we start with Hollywood Gold. First up from a break for Peter Mills, and haven't got a rider for Cody Nesta, but I will grab one.
I've got Luke Rolls here.
That'd be right.
I think that might be the jockey we were chasing. This 4-year-old by Casino Prince. He's had 4 starts for a win and 2 runner-up finishes, and went for a break after winning here at Corindai back on the 28th of October last year, defeating Fort Jefferson. So one trial leading into this first up run today, and that was a pretty good effort at Scone, finishing third behind Laylee a little bit, beaten around 5.5 lengths. Gets a good draw here, looks a player.
Cashaway Gold, on to the favourite we go for Ange Davies and Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, she's got plenty of upside. She broke through in emphatic fashion there at Port Macquarie, over 1,000 metres on the 11th of April, easily accounting for Justice Warrior and Backward Glance, opening right up to win by 4.5 lengths. Provided she hasn't gone backwards, I think she's the one they all have to beat.
On to number 4, this is Sarah of Lulla. First up, Ben Lees combining with Dan Northey.
Yeah, I remember seeing this fellow win at Gilgandra going back to the 5th of January this year, and he looks like a horse that's still working it all out. He can do a few things wrong. His run before the break was quite good. That was on the Beaumont, finishing a fourth there behind at Withstand, and you could make a case he should have gone close to winning. So he's certainly got some promise, and he'll improve off whatever he shows us here today.
There he is, off to the gates early, onto the 5. She's a bad girl for Damien Lane at Grant Buckley.
Well, Damien gave us a bit of a push for her when we interviewed him prior to the previous race, saying that she's very consistent. Only the one win from 27 starts, but has been placed on 14 occasions. And she's been in the money 4 out of her last 5 starts, third at Dubbo at her most recent racetrack appearance. Now, that was behind it. Nimble Star tried really hard that day after covering extra ground. Looks a great place chance.
Number 6, I likes to boogie for Joe Hodgson and Sienna Grimer.
Yeah, this 6-year-old's had 11 starts for a win and 6 minor placings, so a very consistent conveyance. Was a winner at Tom Ingley 2 back, and then beaten around 2.5 lengths at Burke last start. Obviously, a bit of a step up in class today.
On to Sorrento Palace we go. Here's the 7 for Brett Thompson and Lachelle Small.
Yeah, I really like this filly. I made her a Take 2 horse to follow off her first up run there at Wellington, where she finished second behind El Beatty. Ventured to Dubbo after that, just found one better. Went second behind Rocket Rain. So she's certainly tracking well from the inside gate here with a claim. She's going to be hard to beat.
8 out on to 9 at Toka, Justin Bowen and Shannon Llewellyn.
Yeah, Toka's a horse that probably is best served on rain-affected tracks. Now, I know this track's probably drying out a little bit, but the win at Armadale last start was good on a heavy 9, defeating It's a Written and Waku. That was her first win after 26 career. Might have given her a little bit of confidence.
10 for Jefferson, Gavin Groff, Billy Cray.
Resumed at Scone on the 14th of April and finished at the tail of the field behind Speedy Henry. Was beaten around to 8 lengths. I think he can improve off that, but not enough to win.
On Brazilian number 11, Craig Roberts, Jenny Duggan.
5-year-old mare by Holler, who's had 26 starts for a win and 5 minor placings. Last start, ventured to Kembla Grange, finishing at the tail of the field in a small field. There's only 5 of them going around. Was only beaten 4 lengths by Courts Legend. Should find this a bit easier.
13 under the last of them for Justin Bowen and has a sticky gate to contend with.
Yeah, a bit disappointing there at Scone. First up when finishing 10th behind Speedy Henry, beaten around 6 lengths. So we're simply left with too much to do. Donovan Dillon, the rider there on the bottom one.
So favourite here, Cashaway Gold, $1.60. The second elect, and there has been good money for Hollywood Gold at a price, $9.50. It's now tumbled into $6. The rest of the others, well, She's a Bad Girl is at $9.50, along with Sorrento Palace, and the others are at a longer quote. So back into $1.55 now goes Cashaway Gold.
Yeah, I think that's round about the right price. It couldn't have been any more impressive. Last start up there at Port Macquarie, opened right up to win by a big space in that 1,000-metre maiden. That was the first run for Ange Davies, and just went straight to the front and just ran a rivals ragged, defeating Justice Warrior, who we saw come out and run a really big race at a recent Gosford meeting. So it certainly looks the one they've all got to beat. I've put Sereno Palace in for second. The 7 should be at the peak of the powers, third run back from a spell after a couple of really good placings out west. Finished second at Wellington over the 900 metres behind Dyers, and then followed it up with a runner-up finish at Dubbo behind Rocket Rain, where she got a long way back and really closed off well. We'll put in 2 Hollywood Gold, who's the money horse. There has been some support around for this fellow to knock off the favourite. He's got a pretty good record. He's had 4 starts here, 4 starts for a winner and 2 minor placings. And as we said in the preview earlier today, you always give horses an extra tick if they've come here to Crindai and perform well in the past. And the fact that he was able to win his Maiden here back on the 28th of October points to him running a big race here off a good trial at Scone, where he finished at 3rd behind Lady Lilybet. And I put in 9 Toker off that win last start on the heavy track. Might get some confidence out of that. But Cashaway Gold looks the obvious. 3, 7, 2 and 9.
Okay, a couple of riders out of the saddle at the moment. Luke Rolls is dismounted with the well-backed Hollywood Gold. He's in a further half a point, incidentally, from $9.50 to $5.50. And Dan Norley out of the saddle with Star Lala, who was on the pony and went out significantly earlier than rivals. And Dan's just jumped off as they try and load him, that front rider, experienced race 5-year-old, over there behind the gates. First race today, taken out by Calico Miss, heavily back, 440 into 210, and won easily. And the previous race, the Greys, the metre, burst between runners to take out the second event. This is race 3, and race 4 today starts the Quaddie.
You mentioned Star of Lana went out onto the track early. If memory serves me correctly, I think he did the same thing at Gilgandra when he won there. And it's obviously something that works for him. He's a bit highly strung, and for him to head down to the gates ahead of his rivals, I think that is something that obviously just helps him stay calm, because he's a horse that probably needs a little bit more time to mature, but he definitely has some ability. 4 starts for a win, and that run on the Beaumont before going for a break was very good behind Withstand, beaten less than 2 lengths. You would think if he could repeat a run like that, he'd go pretty close here.
Okay, Cashaway Gold, typically he's up on speed in her races, so I wonder what tactics they might adopt here.
Well, she was certainly up on speed last start. She just went straight to the front and gave nothing else a chance. And that was the first run for Ange Davies after this filly had been on the sidelines for quite some time by Tassor. Had gone for a break after finishing 4th at Nowra, behind her back in a tick. That was back in June last year on a heavy track. Led up that day, formerly with Gary Portelli, and Ange Davies has done a really good job with this filly since she's arrived in her care. And we see it quite often with Ange's horses. They can win first up. She can plan the horses well, place them well, and yeah, this one certainly fits into that category, Cashaway Gold. And just even just the fact that she accepted with this horse in that really strong race at Gosford a few days back on Anzac Day was probably a pointer to suggest that she obviously rates this filly, and you would expect her to get away with this today.
Okay, so she's at $1.60 Cashaway Gold. Best tried to beat her, although she's odds on. It's been Hollywood Gold's been the only firmer outside of the favourite who's gone $9.50 into a $5.50 quote. So they continue to work with Star of Lulla, who's over there adjacent to the gates. You'd suggest probably they'll try and load that fella last.
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe that's just a tactic as well. Just keep Star of Lulla away from the other horses. He might be a bit antisocial.
That won't be the case with you and Wagga, I am envisaging. Upstairs we go. Here's race number 3, late mail numbers 3, 7, 2 and 9. Here's Dan.
We work with one here riderless at this stage, and that's horse number 4, Star of Lulla. So Star of Lulla's yet to go up with I Like Sabuki and 13 under. So they're the 3 to come up. Previous race won by Samita, grey horse, beating home 10, 1 and 6, 9, 10, 1, 6 with the numbers in the previous. Calico Miss won the first, 8, 7, 5 and 1. But under race 3 on the program, on this 7-event program today from Corindi. And having real trouble with Star of Lulla. It's wanting to go into the gates here. Horse number 4. It's fresh up from a spell today. It was last seen back about mid-February. It's at the 4th starts and has won one of those at Guild. So Star of Lulla they work with. Meanwhile, I Like Sabuki's milling around at the start with 13 under. Pick up ride for Donovan Dillon, 13 under. Now these final 3 runners are yet to go in. The others are standing patiently. I can see Sorrento Palace drawn towards the inside, standing well. So they're now coming up with 13 under, the last one to come up. It goes in, the red lights are on. Now we're right for race number 3, thanks to Purse House Rural. Bit of movement towards the outside. Starter has the button. There's 6. One really keen to get on with it outside. One drawn towards the outside, dancing around a bit. Attendant climbs in. Red light continues to blink. There's one really going off, I think, towards the outside, but gets them now, they're off. Missing the start was Star of Lulla. Also at the back in the early stages was 13 under. Winning the start was Cashaway Gold and landed 2 lengths in front. High Brazilian pushing forward in the second spot. Atoka third the outside and Sorrento Palace 4th the inside. Then came I Like Sabuki just ahead then of She's a Bad Girl. 2.5 lengths away then to Hollywood Gold on the outside then of Fort Jefferson. Further the field is 13 under, and Star of Lala is last off the 10. Race number 3, they come towards the point of the corner, where the leader is Cashaway Gold, leads away by 2 lengths from home Brazilian in second spot. And Togo is poised, ready to pounce, and Sorrento Palace getting a beautiful passage up the inside. Hollywood Gold's not too far away with I Like Sabugi. So the leader inside the 150 is Cashaway Gold, leads away by 2 lengths. Sorrento Palace is revving up on the outside. It's Cashaway Gold in front, diving is Sorrento Palace over the top, but Cashaway Gold. Cashaway Gold wins by a half length from Sorrento Palace in second spot. Hollywood Gold was third. Close go fourth.
Okay, so this is the 6th one. It's a maiden 1400 meter. So here all of a sudden we've seen a drop in pressure on an 1100 meter, but here again this thing went up to 120. I don't think it is going to work here. None of the pressures have worked today. None. This thing, they dropped it to 24 by 24. That did work. So, and it was a Victorian horse, so they did some kind of a favor to this horse. This is generally something that I've noticed when you find a Victorian horse coming to a rural track. It's getting there to build up numbers. So that's what the thing is all about. But is it a good horse? Nah, that's not happening. So here it is 120 on this horse, and definitely the maths is not working. So 8, I don't know if 8 will get, I mean, not in a winning position. The 5, we have, there's a strong thing going on with the 5, but even that's dicey. I don't know whether that'll work as well. The thing is here, I like the 11. If you see what's going on here, that 11 is good. 49.53. 2 points. 3 points here, and that's the only one that I can see at this point of time. There's a chance that this one is given a lot of relaxation here. It's in very good hands, but it has 4 races. The 12, the 4. It has 4 races. It did nothing in last 4 races, but they're tailing. Huge relaxation there. The 13 has relaxation, but there's a problem with the jockey. The jockey is problematic. The other thing is here, the 4, which is gate number 2. That's also the highest outer drift. And generally these things, if this was a good track, a 400 meter track, we would have gotten a lot more clarity, but here it is 300 and things are going haywire. The last one pretty much was the only race that worked so far. I stepped out of it. They reduced the pressure on a 1100 meter. This at Randwick or any other track will never work, but here, it's a 300 meter, and this was a special arrangement. None of the other horses had that. This thing just did that anyway. So that is that. And here The 11 is okay. The 11 is okay. We can't measure this one. The 10 we can't measure, but there's definitely a problem with the jockey, so that's out of question. The 5 is a the 5 is a lot of support. That's the highest that we are getting. 535, 170, 71. Those are not working. The 10, I don't know. We can't measure this. There's not a winning chance, but probably will get in some way or the other. I don't know. Maybe it'll win. God knows. And this has not done anything in last 4 races, but there's a strong chance this will get in. This will get in. It's in very good hands. The other one is this 5. So the problem is with the jockey. That jockey is in trouble with 5. It's a good jockey, but that jockey is in trouble. It's got support, but that's not something that the 1 is a neutral, not winning, but 67, 120, 107. So that's gate number 10. Gate number 10. Okay, 149, 67. Even this jockey is not also clean. Even this jockey is not also clean. The 1 neutral, 8, 13, 67, 107. 10. One 11, probably 1 I like. 1 is not bad. 1 is a neutral. Winning is difficult for this one. Winning is difficult for this one. It's got a good jockey, but it's a neutral. So what are the other options? Is there this thing has never this 12 has 4 races, but today that's how it looks like. It's in good hands, and it is an EW anyway. 12 is an EW anyway. This one has 7 races, did nothing, so we're not going to include that. Plus there's a problem with the jockey. there's a physics on 11 and 4. There's a physics on 11 and 4, but 4 looks like it has 15 races. The physics is there, but whether it will deliver today, I don't know. Here, I like this one. And if by chance the 12 gets in today, if today is the lucky day, if today is the lucky day of Mr. 12, 11 and 12. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock. And I don't know, but this is becoming very difficult to do this here.
Country Championships there at Orange. Final statement today gets the inside draw. 40 cents of the support comes for Cassie's horse. Into 440 now for Antilles. By written by, she's had the 10 starts up there in Queensland. The only place she came at Ipswich. The rest of the runs were all really good. Gets a good draw today. Jake Tracy home to board. And, as Cassie mentioned, that trial there at Scone over the 900 was pretty soft, and she was only beaten 3.5 lengths there. And importantly, it was on a soft surface, so it gives you a bit of confidence, even though she's had 2 goes on a heavy up north, that the conditions might not be an issue. I put the 10 in for third. Matilda of Tuscany looked particularly well in the yard. Was a recent trial winner at Wellington and second behind Micro Mickey in that trial last time out. We saw Micro Mickey win that previous race, albeit not by a big margin, but still did win. And I'll put the 2 in for fourth. Harriet here. It's one that did win a recent trial there at Dubbo. That was over the 850 metres. And Brett Robb earlier indicating that he thought that she would improve this preparation. So you can see there with the fluctuations, just the way that this market has gravitated away from Final State. It's still the favourite, $2.50, but out from $1.45. Antilles $11 there at one point in $4.20. Matilda of Tuscany is holding pretty firm around that $5 mark. And then you've got Harriet here there as your fourth favourite, $7.50, double figures for the rest of the runners in this race. So I can see they've started the loading process. If you're just joining us, the first today was taken out by Jasper's Way. Race 2, Micro Mickey, the favourite, $1.40, scraped home, beating Best Defence. So Shaylee Ingle, 2 from 2 so far today. She ride Harriet here for Brett Robb. 9, 1, 10 and 2. My numbers is the late rally there for Honor Statement back into 2:30. For his call of the third, here's Tom.
Okay, they're still contesting a jumping race down at Warrnambool. As they move up here, I'm a Statement has the inside gate. The favourite is blowing in the market. I'm a Statement. And there's been good money for Antilles, number 1. Rosie I Am still to come in Inquisitrix. Matilda of Tuscany has trialled well. And still walking around behind the gates, and Harriet T, another one has trialled all right too. When Tilly's Helen's Crown and Inquisitrix are in, I'm a Statement, show them to me. Are in, and here comes Rose I Am, about to come up to its gate. And then Harriet T will be the last one to come in the line. So Rosie I Am is still to come in together with Harriet T. And just a bit reluctant to move forward now, Rosie I Am. And it's just playing a few games over there. Playing up badly, but as I look inside the gate, it's not going in there at the moment. So we still wait for it. The winners here so far today, Jasper's Way won the first, Charlie Ingalls, and then Charlie Ingalls also rode the second winner, Micro Mickey. Still working on Rosie I Am, and standing patiently well back behind them, Harriet T. It's a stablemate of I'm a Statement. I'm a Statement, just beaten by Dusty, but it was a close fit. be racing here later on today. Rosie I am. Yes, it's it. The jockey's about to get back into the saddle, climbing up into the uprights, and that'll leave Harriet here to come forward, and they'll be set to go. Righto, the last one comes forward now, and they're almost set to go here. 1,100 metres in front of them, the red light comes on. All set here, racing on at Statement, bound to half a length in front. Spreadex got away all right. Shown to me was also Handy and Helen's Crown, and there goes Matilda of Tuscany. Sweeps up on the outside and will go to the lead narrowly from I'm a Statement, Helen's Crown third, then comes Antilly, Spreadex. Harriet T was over on the outside of Zamira. The next one was Rosie Home, then Inquisitrix and Shown to me. Had dropped out the last, so they swing down the side. I'm a Statement kicks on to lead by half a length to Matilda of Tuscany. Working there was Helen's Crown. It's coming around the outside of Antilles. Then Rosie I Am, who's buried away on the inside there is Spreadex. The next one then was Zamira. Harriet T pulls out wide from a long way back. Up to the home turn they come, and I'm a Statement with Matilda of Tuscany going to it on the outside. Helen's Crown is out 3 wide. Antilles getting a rails run. I'm a Statement. Matilda of Tuscany, Helen's Crown, and Antilles getting the rails run now. Helen's Crown the outside. Antilles getting up along the rails. Helen's Crown, Antilles, Helen's Crown and Antilles, but Antilles kicks back to beat. Helen's Crown, give it to Matilda of Tuscany, third just in front of I'm a Statement. Oh, Showing to me was running home very powerfully and getting on the heels just after the winning post. Rosie Am was out wide, then came Zamira. A long way back then to Spreadex, and just up in front of them would have been
Jake Bracey Holmes, Cassie Stummer get the job done. Pace 470 was well supported. Helen's Crown will finish in second place. 4:30 the place. I fancy the 10 Matilda of Tuscany will finish third. I'm a Statement after leading early finishes in fourth. And if you're on Rosie I Am, that was an absolute horror show. It'll finish in fifth. Thought arguably should have finished much closer. We need to get to Gatton. Here's Kiana Joycey.
First thing, Quaddie here at Gatton, runners in the yard race number 6. It's a Maiden played over the 1400. Quite a competitive affair as well, particularly Bring Me Saki, who was always back to do something for his 3 preparations. Good return run. Stephen Lee, now your trainer. Did you have a late jockey, Joyce?
Bubba Tilly.
Bubba Tilly. Don't be silly, back Bubba Tilly.
Well, you could do silly things to back this horse because he's picked his form a bit throughout his 8-start career, but when he's on, we've seen him a couple of times run good races in town. We've seen him nearly win a race at Ipswich, and he could certainly win a race here at Gatton.
All right, Twilight Steps is the 4. Kayla Johnson claims 3 for John Johnston.
Yeah, the 3 kilo Claymore Help along with a soft barrier, been placed 2 of his last 3, so he comes here in good form.
Victory Melody is the 5. Look, he was really good running quiet last start, but it's probably not the way to do it today. Justin Huxtable to Neil Ranger.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because he was a leader, then they rode him quiet and he really attacked the line at 1200. Now they're stretching to 1400, so you'd think they're going to have to follow that same plan. They've got the right jockey to do it in Justin Huxtable.
Okay, here's your favourite. Corridor is the 8, has its first start for Jack Bruce. Taylor Marshall rides. Blinkers and winkers are off. Tongue-tying crossover going for the first time.
Yeah, formerly with James Cummings was runner-up 3 on the bounce before being sold, and Jack Bruce has got hold of him. Son of Brazen Bow, looks good, no trial, first up for 38 weeks, 1400.
He looks big.
That's the only knock I've got, but yeah, hopefully he's not too big for 1400 first up.
Might just beat him, who knows. Lipstick Lies goes around start number 32, Monty Saba for the O'Neill stable.
Yeah, 32 start Maiden, 31 start Maiden. We'll have to pass there.
Tim Henner has 10, Worldly Spirit, and Kelsey Lentno.
Didn't think she was the worst. 2 runs back from a spell, haven't been too bad. Made a little bit of late ground at Toowoomba for 1200 last start.
Version nearly pulled it off last start. The 11 Coles Edgerton, the gear.
Yeah, she was good. She had most things fall her way. There was some interference in the race, which she avoided. The leaders got tired late. She finished off well. It was an eye-catching run for sure. All right, back here at Gatton and Kian, they are loading up for race number 6. So let's whiz through the late mail. 8, 5, 12 and 1 for me. I'm with Toreador. Yes, he did look big, but we've never seen him before in the flesh. He hasn't trialled, Bruce going to back Jack Bruce to get it right. Victory Melody, the danger. Volcanic Park, I think, comes through the better form lines. And one, Bring Me Saki. Or maybe if he found his best form, he would just roll forward and beat these. So 8, 5, 12 and 1 in over great.
Look, I played the 5 off of what it did last start, being ridden quiet. Looked like it appreciated every bit of the 1400. Looks probably not the pattern to ascertain today, unfortunately, but it was a good return all the same. I think Amador's your knockout chance. I think the best horse in the race as well has to offset a very tricky draw. Was fantastic first up with the 1400 last preparation. That was in town as well. Just ran second, and that was at the 7 furlong kickoff as well. And it looked like it's done a little bit of growing too. Was quite weak physically. Bring Me Saki, most certainly the danger. The 8 in the favourite, Jack Bruce's run. Looked big though, but perhaps that's his physique. 5:14.18.
And they have back Toreador as well, worth noting. Let's head upstairs.
Version 370, Victory Melody at $6. Stickwise now coming up a little closer, now backs away. Spirit from the inside is standing well. Toreador, which will jump as our favourite, is drawn towards the centre. They have been placed away for the 6th event. 1400, 8 plate. All clears from the back of the machine. Stalls the back racing. Will be Spirit from the inside, showing good speed. Lipstick Lies striding forward rapidly. Also versions on the scene. Volcanic Parks there as well with Victory Melody. Who's went slide there in the centre, and soon afterwards it's Victory Melody, the pace setter. Out by a neck, Bring Me Saki went forward to sit second up on its outside. They're followed by Version, Lipstick Lies, Toreador next. Then came Anacardium, Worldly Spirit, Volcanic Park get back. Amador is towards the outside here over Twilight Steps, who's racing third last the fence. 2 lengths away in the field, 2 Proclaimer, and Cosmic Insanity is now last of all. They're travelling at least probably 14 lengths away from the speed. Coming down the side, Victory Melody in front. Over Bring Me Saki, the outside's about a head away. Coming down past the 600 Version, tucked away on the fence in third. And they're being followed by Lipstick Lies. Toreador's just been put off the bit, being passed by Volcanic Park. Also Amador. Around the outside, Cosmic Insanity is next with Proclaimer. And they're followed by Twilight Steps, who's heading the remainder of the field. Straightening up, Bring Me Saki now the leader. Raced away 3 parts of a length. Over Version up on the outside. Followed then by Victory Melody, who's still there over on the inside, but it's Bring Me Saki in front. 100 metres to go. The top weight's coming clear. Bring Me Saki, Beto or
1.
Version or Toreador or Twilight Steps in a photo. Followed then by Anacardium, Lipstick Lies, Amador, Worldly Spirit, Cosmic Insanity. Then followed by, well back in the field there in the end of Victory Melody, also Volcanic Park and Proclaimer.
Number 1, Bring Me Saki for Stephen Lee and Bubba Tilly. Don't be silly. It was a very aggressive ride too by Bubba. It's been a day where the on-pace runners have dominated. Justin Huxtable went forward and took up the running on Victory Melody, but Bubba wouldn't leave him alone. He kept the pressure right up. You could see coming to the turn he was travelling better than Victory Melody, and then it was just a matter of anything coming out of the pack. Well, there wasn't, and Bring Me Saki has opened up and won well. Lovely run in transit for Version there. Had every possible, just couldn't get past Bring Me Saki. And Version's in a very close photo for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We'll have to leave that one to the judge. You can see number 4, Twilight Steps on the outside. And on the screen I'm looking at, it is impossible to see the horse that's in the middle of them. And to try and explain the glare that's hitting these screens, you couldn't do it to anyone. Looking directly into the sun, Kian. That's the tip coming from Kian, who's sitting in the shade, by the way, well away from the screens and out of the limelight. But yeah, Bring Me Saki wins. We're just waiting. 11 Version. No, we'll just wait for that to come through. We're hearing there it is Toreador. So it was the 8, the favourite. 1, 8, 11 and 4. 1, 8, 11 and 4. There are your numbers. Bring Me Saki gets the Quaddie underway here at Gatton. Race 7 up next. Let's keep moving. We're off to Creek 9 next.
Okay, Paul, thank you. That glare must have affected Kiana. I was waiting for Don't Be Silly back Bubba Tilly. And she's left the...
So what happened here is this neutral won because this was ridiculously difficult for this to win, but this one won. Then 11 and then finally 4 with the physics. But yeah, That, but it's difficult at this track. Three, 9, 10, and 8. 11 Quaddie.
To be secured away. This is race number 4 over the 1450 metres. Panique just about to come up to complete the line. Last look at the board. The favourite is number 5, Jason Darren at $1.70. Parasta at $5. Red lights are on. They're set and ready to go. And they're racing now. Winning the start was On the Attack, bounced a half length in front of Jason Darren into second spot. Soraya settles third the inside, and Fearless Bella, its stablemate, goes on past it. Followed by Big Better Best, working deep on the track. Perfilia settles on its inside. Followed then by Panique, getting about midfield now with Close to Think It Over. And going around them is Lilybed. Followed further afield then came My Kind of Girl, a length in front of Parasta. Next to last is Draymond, and Snetzenegger is last of the 13. So they race towards the 800 metres, where it's Jason Darren that leads away by 2 lengths. In second is On the Attack, and third is Fearless Bella. Followed then by Big Better Best, it's fourth the outside, and Soraya's fourth the inside. Lady Lilybet is next, followed then by Panique, working into the race nicely. A gap of 2 lengths away then to Parasta. Close to Think It Over's buried away the inside, now has a split. Followed further afield to My Kind of Girl with Draymond. And at the rear of the field is Snetzenegger. 400 metres left to travel when turning the bend. The favourite Jason Darren leads away. It's clear by 2.5 lengths from Soraya in second spot. Perfilia's not too far away. Lady Lilybet to the outside with Big Better Best. Into the straight, 200 metres left to travel. It's still Jason Darren. Jason Darren leads away by 3 lengths. Trying hard is Perfilia, and followed by Lady Lilybet, but it's Jason Darren in front, down towards the line. Jason Darren still holding them at bay, and Jason Darren wins by 1.5 lengths from Perfilia, charging when it was all late. Close to Think It Over, tough effort, finished third, slicing through the pack, followed then by Draymond, ahead then of Soraya, then followed by Snetzenegger with My Kind of Girl was next home with Panique, then Lee Hate Show, On the Attack, and one of the last was Fearless Bella.
Yeah, rewarded for consistency. Jason Darren, it was long awaited, and he's broken the maiden in very dominant fashion there. Jess Drury recently back in the saddle after being out of it for many.
Okay, this is the 7th one, all right? And if we look through the odds, it's 3, 9, 10, and 8. 3 is the favorite. So it's a 1400 meter. This one played here. That one won because it was a neutral, and this was a too much pressure of winning. Here, that 3 is in very good hands with a weight appreciation, and that's -7, -7. So that's a match. 3 should win. Then if that happens, then this is a weight appreciation. Let's take now. This is the neutral. This is the neutral. 4. So that's a check. Pretty much in good position. If that happens, 3, and they are tailing gates as well. So the game is here. That's 9, 8, and 7. 9. It'll come back, but it'll come back here, or it'll come back somewhere here. That's 17 is there's a possibility that it might come back to 9, or it might come back to 17. Nines 9 and both of them are suffering, but if that happens, then it has to take a dip. It'll take a dip. It'll take a dip between this one, 14, which is gate number 6. 87. 5-year-old mare. This has 2 league races. Total 18 races. Not enough. 17. This is the jockey is neutral, so 6 is out. 17 is a good jockey. Probably it will come back here. 2.5. We don't know about the 16, but anyways, the 16 is like 1100. This is 6. So let's not discount the 10. The 10 is also there in some form, but how? That's tricky, because if this goes 3, 4, because of this being a neutral, if it goes 3 and 4, then it will bounce back to here, which is 14, with a good jockey, or 17. I like the 17 more. So it's probably here. 3 should win. 3 should win. 9, I don't know. 9 is okay. 228.0, but 4 is 211. Minus 18. A lot of advantage. The 9 doesn't have the advantage of 9 is not equivalent to this advantage. This is a better horse. 7 races. Gate speed is fabulous. Everything is good. So this is here. and then it falls back. God knows where it will go, but 17 is a check.
Field, I don't think the heavy will be an issue. He's never seen it before, but the deep fields do tend to get through it.
3 should win. I'll play this one. 3 should win.
Was winner at Coonabarabran over the 1400.
3 should win.
Dubbo last time up to the mile and ran really well again there behind Only Need One. Zoe Hunt's been aboard in both those runs. She's developing a nice affinity with the mare, and she's
If 3 loses, then
number 8 is 24 guns. I'm just having a look to see if I can see 24 guns. It doesn't look like it at the moment.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
The 9, which is Flame On for Melissa Harrison, and there by Headwater. She's had 16 starts for 2 minor placements. One of them was at the most recent start at Dubbo behind Let Rip. That was at the 1400. Gets to the 16 today. The 10. Where's the 10? Where's High Joe? Can't see High Joe either. So it's 2 Todd Howlett trained runners aren't in the yard at the moment. We'll go to the 11, which is Lagoon. Kylie Kennedy trains this mare by Lean Mean Machine. She's had it for a couple of starts. Thought she was good behind Tiny first up. Last time out was probably a little bit disappointing, but that was up to the 1600 metres. Trained on the track here. Kylie's horses always race well here on the home deck. Now, I know the 12 has gone out onto the track already. That's Sweet as a Kiss for Gary Lunn, the second of his runners. She's a lovely filly by Vino Rosso. Finished second last time out. That was behind Let Rip over the 1400 metres. Prior to that, wasn't beaten far behind Devil's Daughter at Wellington. That was also over the 1400 metres. I think the mile today should suit. She's a lovely type, Jordan Quince, to take the ride. I haven't got her in my numbers, Sweet as a Kiss, but she's one that I'm a bit petrified of as far as what the one that I've left out that might be able to do something. Now, let's see if we can sit back to the 8 and the 10 and see if they're in the yard as yet. But I'm hearing that we've got High Joe. There by Real Steel, goes around in the Australian Bloodstock colours, finished third at Dubbo last time out. That was off the back of a placing at Gosford prior to that behind Deluvier. Both those runs have been over the 1600 metre journey. Gets the same today, gets the inside draw. Robbie Downing takes the ride, replacing Grant Buckley, and she parades in nice order. And the 8 just making its way into the yard now. That's 24 guns. Has a horror draw again. Just can't seem to find the gate. Just been gunned down late at the past 2, both over the mile at Dubbo. Has had to do a bit of work on each occasion. Probably has to do that same work today, but continues to parade in good order. Now, they're just making their way, the last of them, out onto the track. Obviously, with those runners coming in a bit late. They're sort of a bit straggly getting out onto the track. I was going to try and catch Dave Smith, who's the trainer of number 7 instead. I've lost sight of Dave, unfortunately. I'm not sure if he's made his way back in as yet. Just having a look there on the camera, I can't see him out on the track. I think while I was watching for the 2 Todd Howlett runners, Dave may have slipped past me because his mare instead's racing in really good form here. A nice chance there at the moment. And what I'll do is I played Cassie Stummer with a piece of paper last time. I might send Dave Smith a text and see if I can get him to come over for an interview about this mare instead, because she has been racing pretty well, as I mentioned. A $9 chance at the moment. Your favourite is Green Pineapple for Gaynor Williams, sitting there at $3.20. We've got $4 for Crown Legend, $4 as well for High Joe. Gary Runford for 12 there, Sweet as a Kiss, is a $7 chance. I've just sent Dave Smith a text, so hopefully he's looking at his phone and he'll come over and we can grab him for a quick chat here about instead. I'll zip to my numbers first, and also the first for the Quaddie. I'll give you my Quaddie numbers. This race I've gone 2, 6, 10 and 7. I've gone the way of Green Pineapple last night when I was doing Form Line Extra with Kirsten. He was a $6 chance. I know there's been a couple of scratch out of this race, but a lot of that support's come this morning, now into $3.10. And been very, very well supported. Just the fact that the wind came on the heavy track and both runs' preparation have been so good. I think a lot of punters have really latched onto the Pineapple. I put the 6 in for second, which is Crown Legend. Gets to the mile for the first time. That's a query. The wet track's obviously a query as well, but as I mentioned, by deep field, I don't think it should hurt. The 10, High Joe's been racing so well of late, can never be discounted. I've put Instead in for fourth, which is good timing. I get to mention that right as Dave Smith takes a seat. Thanks for coming across, mate. I was watching for you, and then I was watching for Todd Howlett's runners, and you disappeared on me. This man's been racing really well, though, and Zoe seemed to have struck up a really good relationship.
Yeah, they have. Like you say, she's been racing really well in the company. We sort of just decided just to step her back so Sky 2 meets, try to build some confidence with her. She got the job done there in good style with Quaddie. We backed it up in quick time there at Dubbo. So she's a mare in form. She gets lightweight on a heavy track, and yeah, she'll go forward.
Beaten by Monroe, they do the conditions. Have you got a feel either way with her on the heavy night?
Yeah, she'll love it. She'll swim through it. It was pretty wet there at Quaddie, 2 starts back, so there'll be no issue there. And like I say, with Zoe's playing, with them getting along so good, gets in under the limit, I think, today. And yeah, like I said, she'll roll forward and be on speed and hopefully too hard to run down.
Where did you find her?
Outside leader, first ball, rolling along out front on her own. Sort of left all that up to Zoe, but she will be in a forward position.
Best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks for coming across as well. He loves the interviews, Dave Smith. He loves them. Some trainers don't. Dave does. Quaddie, this is, of course, the first leg. As I mentioned, I made Green Pineapple my best bet on the card. I've got it in. I put the second as well, Crown Legend, just for a bit of insurance. Second leg, 3, 7 and 13. That's Knife's Edge, Power, Bow and Plenitude. In the third leg, I've gone a little bit wide. I think there might be a bit of value somewhere in these last 2 races. So I've gone 1, 5, 14, 6 and 13. So the 4 selections, and also Depano, which is racing pretty well at the moment. And in the last leg, I've gone 3, 2, 4, 15, and I've included Let Rip as well. Looks to zoom across from the outside gate, might get a few map favours, so I'll put it in there as well. $150 for 100% of today's Quaddie dividend. Hopefully they're still alive heading into that final event, which will be run at 4:50 this afternoon. Now I'm just having a look at the barriers here. Looks like we haven't had a runner load as yet, which is a bit concerning because we're already behind start time. Not sure exactly what the issue is over there. I can see Crown Legend just circling around there with Cody Nectar in the saddle. Looks like they're doing a bit of work on the outside there of the gates. And as a result, we haven't had any runners load yet. So what we're going to do, we'll head to Gatton to their mounting yard, to Kian and Joycey. Hopefully this issue can be sorted, and we'll be back when the runners are loading.
Race 7 at Gatton. We have the fillies and mares here, 0 to 58, 1400. The first horse we'll look at his last start winner, number 2, Dashing Hope, the Jack Duncan stable. Monty Philpott rides, takes 1.5 kilos off.
She got an overdue maiden win out of the way last start. It was all about being ridden quiet. Probably not the trend you want to be today, but it was a good win all the same.
From that draw too, they probably have to take their medicine. Number 3, Successful, is a horse that can go forward. Renita Beaton and Kirk Matheson.
Yeah, it was really good win last start. Came back to the 1200. It was worthy off the right runs. On the 1400, 2 back, sort of couldn't run out the trip, but has run well at the 1400 in the past. I just don't want to see her absorb too much pressure to tick the 1400 box.
Number 4, Pintura Rosa, is our top pick. Kian Rexlib teaming up with Taylor Marshall. She does tend to get back in her races now.
Good thing to note about her is she's held quite good condition from her last start. She's a very hot mare. She's on the move constantly. She's quite a nasty mare. But she's come through that one quite good. She's not fallen away by any means. She's a bit of a shtapper. She's been barred a few times for staying in the gate. So it's all about jumping on turns with them. She's got a ripper finish, but again, you need to run on today.
Number 6, Kemi Osmosis for Lindsay Goff and Shakira Bailey. Shakira takes the 3 off. She's certainly got the pace and gait to go forward.
She gets a good weight pull on Successful as well. She was a little bit one-paced around Kilcoy last start, but that was on soft 7, back on top of the ground.
Let's have a look at 8, Pacific Pirate for the month stable.
So there's a problem with that horse. That 4 has problems.
She's on the back up. She's been wanting
It might run, it might not run.
Sure, but certainly was You couldn't disregard her at the 1200 effort last start. She had no room again, laid great through the line, and the blinkers went on. I think they worked a treat.
Now, the winkers come off number 9, Quality Miss for Diane Murphy and Justin Stanley, but she's a mare that can roll forward, perhaps lead them up.
Yeah, she weakened up on speed, but last start, it was the night to be up on speed, so I'm not sure what to make of that.
Number 10, Pretty Row for Ruby Chatterton and Jackson Murphy. Does tend to get back into races, but she's drawn well today.
Good thing for her is at least she's getting back out closer to the mile, which is sort of her pet trip. Her leg work was good last start. This is a lot easier.
Number 12, Newmarket Miss, faces a task from the draw for Brooke Ainsworth. Brooke Ainsworth.
Yeah, she sure does. Look, I thought she was well beaten first up, but she held a spot okay to suggest an improvement second up.
Number 13, Miss McCall, hasn't won for 457 days. She's first up today for Paul Jenkins and Jai Williams, but she's drawn the fence.
873 days, I think. Did you say 400? Stats.
No, you're looking at the wrong horse. We're on Miss McCall, number 13. Let's try that one.
God, Joyce, it's been a day. Haven't seen any trials. Jai can roll forward, hold position. He looks forward in the yard.
You were desperate to talk about this horse. Number 14, Pampooni for Phyllis Kalinowski and Samantha Poynton gets 3 kilos off, and she hasn't won for 73 days.
First leg of the quadrilla here at Narromine, and we're about to go. In fact, they are off and racing now, and Flame On's won the start, getting away well with High Joe instead the outside, as sweet as a kiss. Crown Legend goes around them. Graham Shout is getting right back along the road. It'll be last. 24 Guns has worked through to centre field. In fact, it's going forward in a real hurry now. Green Pineapple back to second last at Graham Shout. But down at the tail of the field, so they sweep down the back, and Crown Legend took up the running. Out by 2 3/4 lengths to instead. Flame On was third. Then came 24 Guns. Another 2 lengths back then to High Joe. Sweet as a Kiss, it's outside. A break back then to Graham Shout. And back with them was Green Pineapple, and just getting past that pair was Lagoon. Crown Legend brings them off the back now with 800 to go. Instead, close attendance in second place. Flame On was third. Followed then by 24 Guns, and break back then to High Joe. Instead, starting to go forward. Green Pineapple still a long way back at second last as they sweep on the side of the course, and Crown Legend just leads now, instead making a challenge. Flame On, 24 Guns, instead comes around them. Followed then by High Joe. Green Pineapple to the outside, a good break back to Sweet as a Kiss and Graham Shout. Onto the home turn, instead had ranged up now to Crown Legend. Lagoon running a race on the outside. Sweet as a Kiss is starting to work home fairly well. Halfway down the straight, Lagoon, Sweet as a Kiss, Green Pineapple working home strongly on the outside now. Great race coming up. On the outside, Green Pineapple is after Sweet as a Kiss, but Sweet as a Kiss goes home to win.
No, this is Narromine. I'm so sorry.
Instead, within a photo for fourth, with Flame On over the rails. They're followed in there by High Joe.
This is Narromine.
Graham Shout, Crown Legend.
1, 2 and 7 will be the numbers. Sweet as a Kiss wins race number 4 for Gary Lunn. 12 wins at pay $6.90 and $1.80. Let's get back to Gatton.
All right, they're loading up early for the 7th. My Late Mail 483 and 9. Ventura Rose to overcome the way the track's late today, but she'll yeah, so let's hope it all works out for her. 483 9 for me.
I think good top 3 chance here. You got 4 Ventura Rose, very similar profiles, and 14 coming out of very similar races on the same day. It's hard to back
Okay, so they were talking about that for in
He's got Senior on one.
Narromine.
The other, he's got a little bit more stickier gait. Pacific Pirate is dead set busting to win a race, and then the 2, the Danger, Dashing Hope. Yeah, no, as you said, they'll take their medicine from that gate and have to roll. Have to take the sit, but, you know, we've seen horses try to be ridden out of their pattern to sit that suit the track today, and they've just compounded. So 4, 14, 8, and 2, which is pretty versatile, this mare, when she's on. Here's Anthony.
460, successful and quality miss. $6. 650, Pacific Pirate. We're just about right to go. Race 7 of 9, 1400. Stan stalls the back racing. Miss McCall from the inside won the stunt. There's one out the back. It's the favourite, Pintura Rosa. Stayed in the gates, awkward to begin. Right out the back, it'd be at least probably 14 lengths away from the speed and 5 lengths behind the field.
So Successful with a nice start, 1,100 metres from the judge, leading the way now a length. Kemi Osmosis went forward to second. Miss McCall back to third. Quality Miss, Newmarket Miss next. Sakino's over on the inside, followed then by Pretty Row and also Half Moon Rue. Pacific Pirate is towards the outside. Then came Dashing Hope, Pampuni. Ventura Rose attacks on its last. Still at least probably 10 lengths away from the speed. Successful in front, coming down the side of the track at the 650. Leading the way 3 parts of a length. Kemi Osmosis the outside of it. Miss McCall third. Then came up on the outside. Quality Miss, Pacific Pirate and Sakino. Newmarket Miss there in the centre. Dashing Hope with a fleeting hope coming out wide out on the course, being tracked forward in the race by Ventura Rosen, still at least 6 lengths away from the speed, so homeward bound. Successful in front. Miss McCall's off its back, followed then by Pacific Pirate next, and right down the outside was Pretty Row, and Sakino's over on the inside. Successful in front, Sakino the inside, and right down the outside was Pretty Row. Many with a chance, but Sakino and Pretty Row hit the line locked together in a photo. Sakino or Pretty Row? Not sure. Successful was close up with Pacific Pirate. Quality Miss up on the outside, Dashing Hope next. Then came Pampuni. Further back in the field there to Kemi Osmosis. And they're followed by Miss McCall. Ventura Rosa was well back there in the end, but just hold your tickets there. And they're followed by Newmarket Miss, who finished together there with those. And also Half Moon Rue.
Looks like Pretty Row perhaps finishes best, and she certainly appreciated getting back out to a more suitable trip today. She's been mixing her distances. Yeah, she's got it there. 10, 6, 3, Pacific Pirate was just a little suspect at the 1400 there late in the 8.
Yeah, the 16, it was second, 10, 16, and 3, and then the 8 Pacific Pirate. Well, that's Ruby's first winner, I reckon, as a trainer. So, well done, Ruby, if it is. Certainly has been since she's been taking up this licence this time around, but she hasn't done it before. So, well done, Pretty Row. They've been racing in slightly stronger races, as you said, getting out to the 1400 today and a fast run 1400. Defied the trend of the day down that middle part of the track. So, good effort. But Jackson and Murphy doing the steering for Ruby, who's based down there on the Gold Coast. Well done. Zucchino came so close up along the fence at big odds and Successful, had every possible out in front under Kirk Matheson, just couldn't hold on. Pacific Pirate was wide, never gave up chasing. So that's the way the race unfolded for race 7.
Yeah, I'm trying to look if she's here. Ruby, was that your first winner? Well done. How does it feel?
Oh, I've got no words.
You ran a string of seconds, so it must just be relief.
Yes, 100%. And yeah, the amount of photo finishes we've had, just to get this over the line is amazing.
Right, thank you. Well, we've got it quickly, Joycey, because that's very exciting.
That is indeed, and that takes us away from the 7th here at Gatton. Let's keep moving. We're off to Quaddie next.
It is a benchmark 58 over the mile. Couple of scratchings, field of 11 to line up. Ben Looker rides Night Fighter. Hannah Johnson is on Norman, and Luke Rolls will partner Corpsman. There is number 1, Image of the Sun. Second up for Paul Massara, Leah Gavranich, and Darren Bullock.
Yeah, she's a nice horse, and there's no doubt she will have taken plenty of benefit from that to first up hit out at Tamworth, which saw her finish at the tail of the field, beaten around to 12 lengths. Goes from the 1200 up to the mile today, which gives her a chance. 62 kilos. It's a big weight, but she has been a second up winner in the past, so she comes to hand quickly.
Number 2, Night Fighter, Sue Grills, Ben Looker.
Yeah, Night Fighter, it's had 16 starts with 3 wins and 3 minor placings and is steadily building into the preparation. Was 5th at Dubbo last start behind Tabernasia. He got a long way back, but I really like the way he picked up over the last little bit to be only beaten less than 2 lengths. So he's on track to run well.
Favourite is Enterprise Lassie onto the 3 for Scott Singleton and Lachelle Small.
The ex-South Australian, who's had 1 run since joining Scott Singleton and showed plenty of speed over a mile at Scone when finishing 4th behind Alpine Candy. Just got a little bit tired late, but given that she had a little bit of a gap between runs, I think that will have really brought her on. She's got the inside gate here, and that claim for Lachelle Small, she's going to be hard to run down.
Leibas onto the 4 we go for Connie Gregg and Shannon Llewellyn.
Well, she's been up for a while. Earlier this preparation, she strung 4 wins together before placing at Dubbo, and then last start of March, she didn't have a lot of luck. Went back from an outside draw and was also dropping back in distance, but she picked up nicely to be only beaten around 3 lengths by Fancy Garter. I think this looks a nice race for her.
Number 5 is Fingerbun, second run into the prep for Sterling Osland and Donovan Dillon.
I've got her in the numbers. I really do think she's going to take a big leap forward off that first up run at Armadale over 1,300 metres, where she gave them a fair old head start, but I really love the way she found the line. Was only beaten 2.5 lengths by Borrowed Luck and gets out to a preferred trip.
6 is out onto 7. We go Norman to Gavin Groff and Hannah Johnson.
Yeah, Norman's an interesting runner, pretty experienced campaigner. He's had 43 starts now for 4 wins and 10 minor placings. Failed at Merriwar on the 26th of April, so on a pretty short turnaround here, but previous form was pretty good. I remember that run at Wellington 3 back on the 28th of March. Attacked the line there, went 3rd behind Sports Page. If he could find that kind of form, he'd give this a shot.
Special Day would have to be a chance back in grade here. Number 8 for Paul Perry and Jenny Duggan.
Yeah, that's right. So went around in a benchmark 68 at Newcastle last night on a heavy track, and as is custom for her, she got back and she worked the line well, beating around 3.5 lengths up to a mile today against easier opposition. She's a major player.
Number 9 is Bad Boy McCoy, Jan Bowen, Michaela Weir.
He's always been one of mine. He's won the 7 from 60, a whole host of minor placings as well. Was a Musselbrook winner, 2 back defeating Climate Control. I think really appreciated striking a drier track that day. Last start at Scone on the soft 5, was beaten around 6.5 lengths by New Pharaoh. Was a little bit one-paced. As his track continues to dry out, his chances improve.
We move to 10 Corpsman for Jeremy Sylvester and Luke Rolls.
She can never be discounted. She's had 1 go here at Corindai for a placing, and Jeremy's got her ticking over nicely this preparation, only beaten 5.5 lengths by New Pharaoh last start doing her best work late. She's a top 4 hope.
Newfangled Jilly's on a number 11 here. First up for Jeremy Gask and Mitch Stapleford.
Only the 1 win from 26 starts. First up, as you say, was placed first up last preparation at Musselbrook when finishing 3rd behind Big Time Charlie. So we know that she can sprint well fresh.
And Yamma Mai is number 13 for Alan Smith and Sienna Gripe.
A little bit better last start at Scone. Went midfield behind New Pharaoh. Was sent out 150 to 1 and was beaten around 6 lengths. A win here would surprise.
Head of the 5th event on the program, so they do battle here. In a benchmark 58 over the mile. In terms of the market, favourite 250 Enterprise Lassie went $3 into evens. Now is a 250 chance. Special Day is 480 into 420. Image of the Sun goes 6 out to 650. Leibas is 6 out to 7. And then we go to Fingerbun, who's out a couple of points to 12, and Corpsman best of the others, who's been a little bit easy. In fact, is 11 out to $15. So they're off to the gates, and there is the former South Aussie trade mare Enterprise Lassie, these days under the care of Scott Singleton at Scone. This girl is having a 2nd run since coming to New South Wales. She gets firmer footing today. She struck a heavy 10 behind Alpine Candy on a New Hope track last start. It's a soft 6, although they're saying that out there today it's better than a 6. It's probably closer to a 5. So she does get firmer footing. That mare, Lachelle Small, takes the 2 kilos off. All right, Sterling Osland has already had a winner, won the first. He's looking for a double here with Fingerbun, who's over there now with Mick.
Well, it's already been a good day, as Gav outlined. Calico Miss winning the first race, but you've still got a few more chances to come. Fingerbun, interesting runner, but the first up run was really good.
I thought it was a really good run. Just sort of ended up just a bit ugly, that race. Got really carted off the corner, had to do a lot of work through the corner at Armadale, which is hard work. She drew sort of bad that day and first up, so just sort of dropped back and let her find the line. Good draw here today. I think Donovan can probably have a sort of midfield or somewhere around there. And yeah, she'll definitely find the line. I think she's got a lot of improvement in her, and yeah, she'll be. I think she's a pretty good chance for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, obviously she's been around for the 1900s, 2000s. So she'll probably obviously step up again after this, but she did plenty of work. She was ready for that sort of mile there first up, so I'm pretty confident in her bit of fitness as well.
What about Balletto in race number 6?
No, she'd probably sort of different grade to her. We missed a run there at Armadale on Anzac Day, and she'd probably be better suited to Glen next week.
Okay, and point out, interesting runner, newcomer to your yard. What are your expectations there?
I think he's a nice horse, probably, I think it's about 1200, 1250 today or something there, where he probably sort of wants a mile, but look, I think it'd be a nice run, but a run that we could improve off and sort of look for second, third up.
Right, best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
Looking for a double is Sterling Olsen there. Speaking about the chances of finger button as runners are at the gate. So, favourite back into 240 now, Enterprise Lassie. Pretty clear-cut favourite at that. Mick, it is late mail time at the gates.
Yeah, I think it's a good little race this. I'm going to go 4, 8, 5 and 3, putting Labaz on top. I know she's been up for a little while, but she just doesn't know how to run a bad race. She had genuine excuses dropping back to the 7 furlongs last start there at Mudgee. Got a long way back and was picking her way through the field after running into a couple of dead ends. Was only beaten 3 lengths. Was placed behind Rufus Winwright, had to dub over the mile to start prior to that. And if you go back earlier in the preparation, put 4 wins together. I know 3 of those were at the picnics, places like Tottenham and Condobolin, but did win a showcase benchmark 66 at Canamble going back to the middle part of March. So we know she's got a bit of talent. We'll put in 8 special day for seconds. Going to really appreciate coming back in grade today after putting in a pretty good run there at Newcastle last start, finishing 6th behind Oakfield Prince. We'll throw in 5 Finger Bun, who I think will be suited to over the 1600 metres. Not much went right at Armadale first up, and 3 Enterprise Cassie led them up last start there at Scone in a benchmark 66. And although getting tired, wasn't beaten all that far. Can improve off of that. 4, 8, 5 and 3.
So this is the second leg of the Quaddie. First leg taken out by Jason Darren, a dominant winner. The odds-on favourite in race 4. So they're moving in. There's Yamamai about to come up. Ahead of the 5th event as we head upstairs. Here's Dan.
So Yamamai, the next runner to come forward. Here you go for race number 5. Plus, look at the board. Enterprise Lassie is the $2.15 favourite. Special day at $4.20. Image of the Sun $6 and Labas at $9.50. Norman comes up. So 2 to move up. Corpsman getting organised. And Night Fighter will be the final runner. Red light is activated now. Starter appears down front, and the line is set for race number 5. 1600 metres the journey. Stand by. Racing. Good line away. Enterprise Lassie from the inside landed about a length and a half in front of Labas in the second spot. Finger Bun heads forward out deep on the track. Then followed by North.
BC, welcome back. 5 Quaddie.
A length and a half Bad Boy McCoy. It's on the inside
EW.
of Corpsman. Then followed by Night Fighter to the outside. Special Day is next with Newfangled Jill. And a length and a half last of all is Yamamai. So they've got 1200 metres left to travel. A lap full of horse for Enterprise Lassie. Leads the way by 2 lengths. Lavas in second spot in between horses, and out deep on the track heading forward there is Norman. They're followed by Image of the Sun. It settles 4th the inside. A length away next is Finger Bun. Bad Boy McCoy bared away the inside. Corpsman is next. Special Day followed by Night Fighter. A length and a half is Yamamai, and at the rear of the field is Newfangled Jill. So they've got 650 metres left to travel. Enterprise Lassie leads away. Still clear by 2 lengths from Lavas in second spot. Inching a little bit closer now. Norman still third, working 1 deep. An Image of the Sun, 4th the inside. Corpsman is winding up from the back with Bad Boy McCoy, Special Day. Then followed by Finger Bun and Night Fighter. And the remainder. Around the bend they come. It's Enterprise Lassie using plenty of the track. Comes down the centre of the track, leads away by 2 lengths. Lavaz is fighting back into second spot. Image of the Sun with the rails running, followed by Corpsman. So still in front is Enterprise Lassie. It's come to the extreme outside fence. It still leads away. Enterprise Enterprise Lassie down towards the line, goes from barrier to box. Enterprise Lassie does the all-the-way victory from Emmy of the Sun in second spot. Levance was third. Corpse Line was winding home the line with special
Bad luck, PC.
Jill. Yamamai was next ahead, then a Night Fighter, then Fingerbun, and Norman was one of the last.
Yeah, she leads all the way, and she goes from inside to almost scraping the outside fence. Enterprise Lassie, second run since joining Scott Singleton, has led all of the way here. Michelle Small on board and will defeat Image of the Sun. Third went the way of Bass, and a wall of them there for fourth.
Well, I have no clue what's going on at this track. That 4 is the favorite. This is, that 4 is the favorite. I mean, now again we're back to that kind of a situation where there is no pressure on this horse. We've had something similar here. 24/41 here. Oh no. I like the 1. I like the 1. But whether it'll win and do something nice today is something I don't know. But I definitely like the 1. I'm not getting any clue. 20, 37, 25, not happening. This 1 is a check. I'm going to gamble on that 1. There's nothing. I don't know what's going on here at this track. There's no point going with this because the jockey is the biggest moron. No, the biggest moron is here on 13. I don't know. 4 as a dedicated jockey. That's there.
Long striding girl. Come around
Literally broke a leg.
She was starting to hang out then, but she stuck on very well today.
Looks like she's a lovely moving mare.
Yeah, she was lovely out in front.
Jeez, that's bad.
She felt like she really enjoyed it today.
Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. There's Michelle Small taking out race number 5 on the programs. The 3-1-4, take note 8. Special day winds up in 4th spot, length and a half by 2. The margin's at the halfway point of the Quaddie, with 2 to come from Quaddie.
Yeah, it's limping.
Join us for Pose Intelligence, Channel 5 to 8, Sky over at Central, 7 o'clock tonight. Nick, we will recap Randwick on Saturday. Now, might lack some star power, but money's all the same colour, isn't it?
Absolutely. So the carnival may be over, but I think we've got a good...
That 4 has a dedicated jockey. If that jockey...
Of the day, run to suit, hit the line hard, so the clock backed it up. And my best run on the whole day is the Hidden Gem.
Yeah, Hidden Gem there for the Price stable. So he's still got a few little quirks. We won't go into too much detail. That's a tease enough. But there he is. Big winner coming from last, and Nash seems to be riding with his iron at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. What about that ride on Punch Lane as well?
Special ride, certainly. You know where to find us? 7 o'clock, Sky, Thoroughbred Central.
All right, welcome back here to Narromine. Horses are in the yard, well, most of them are in the yard for the feature event. It's the Narromine United Services Memorial Club Diggers Cup, one of the key races on the Narromine calendar every year that they have to honour our soldiers. Of course, Anzac Day just a few days ago. And time for all of us to remember the sacrifices of so many in the past and also at the present. Power Bow's your $1.70 favourite. Plenitude $4. We've got 550 Sports Page, Knife's Edge and Turgenev, both 12s, Athena's late 13s, Invincible Dash $34. Now, again, they're coming in dribs and drabs here, so I might start with number 3 as far as the yard's concerned, and that is Knife's Edge. He's an 8-year-old trained by Gary Ryan at Dubbo. He's first up today. He flies first up. He's had 8 goes for 2 wins, 4 minor placings first up in the past. He hasn't had a trial leading into today. He gets through heavy and soft conditions as well, and I just thought at the price he was the one worth having something on here, particularly given those statistics. He just flies fresh and loves the wet surfaces, so I was happy enough to be with him. The 4 is in the yard. That's Athena's Lad. Michael Mulholland's already had a winner here today. This horse hasn't raced since the 4th of April last year at Wellington, when finishing 4th in the Cup there behind Lockdown Gamble. Had a recent trial behind Theon, who of course has gone to the races since and won. He looks well, Athena's Lad. He'll maybe improve on whatever he does, but he looks well. Number 5, the 5 in the yard, just coming in now. That's in Invincible Dash. For Alison Smith, he's a winner of 8 races over the course of his career. As the name suggests, he's by Iron Invincible. He's won over $250,000 in prize money. He's had the 1 run back this preparation. That was at the Cup Day Sprint there at Orange, a benchmark 86. He's beaten about 6 lengths. Obviously stepping up in trip today will help him, but he might just need another one. 6 is out. The 7 is your favourite. That's Power Bow. Got in very, very short after the scratchings. Stop and drift again, but he's got a really good record. 16 starts, 4 wins, 5 minor placings. We heard from Wayne Brown earlier that he's happy with the horse. He had those 2 runs in country championship races and then went to Newcastle last time out and ran well, beaten half a length. Small field, soft enough draw. He might just land in a nice spot and be hard to gun down. The 8 is Turgenev, another one for Alison Smith. Jordan Quince is aboard. He's been a great horse over his time. I think it was originally with Chris Wallow. He made his way eventually to Kieran Hazelton. Now he's with Alison Smith. He won first up. His preparation was first up in the new stable. That was at Orange over the 1280. Then went around last time out over the 1300 metres. Was well beat, but on his day, certainly good enough to be competitive here. The 9 is out. Number 10 is Sports Page for Matt Pearce. 1 at Wellington, 2 starts back. Went around in the Queen of the West last time out. Wasn't beaten all that far behind Melanie again. It was a good run. The 11 and the 12 are both out. The last one we'll take a look at is number 13, Plenitude. For these runs, this preparation has gradually improved. He went to Newcastle first up, wasn't beaten all that far. He went around behind Gallant Star, obviously, in that country championship qualifier at Canberra. And then last time he was only beaten 3 lengths behind on his speed. So 3 goes on soft for a win in 2 minor placings. Hasn't been tested on him, but being by Kermit, I don't think the track will necessarily be an issue there for Plenitude. So that is a look at the runners here. $4 chance Plenitude just being supported there, the Clint London trained runner. So they're making their way out onto the track. Gary Ryan's going to make his way over in the not too distant future. Of course, he won the previous event with Sweet as a Kiss. I think I mentioned in the parade it was the one I was petrified of that I left out of my numbers. And that's usually the one that wins the race. That's how it played out. Rebecca Bonnet Craig, of course, the winning rider. $1.80 now for this favourite. Just on the drift, Power Bow. We've got $4 Plenitude, 550 Sports Page. Then you're out to double figures for the rest of them. Gary Lund's been kind enough to come over. He's just going to take a seat. You told me off camera that Sweet as a Kiss would win the previous event. You were right.
Yeah, it's run. Yeah, well, it's 2 runs have been real good. You know, it's run by the Lady Super. Going to a mile, no weight on his back on a wet track. I thought it was easily done. And, you know, when they get him with 53 kilos, another horse going to carry 59, 60, you know, it gives you an advantage. So she'll make a little bit nicer to us.
What about this one, Knife's Edge? Of course, you had good success with him over his career. He went up to Queensland last preparation and made his way back to you. He flies fresh. He loves wet tracks. He looks well in the yard. What are your confidence levels like?
Yeah, the horse is going super, you know, he's doing everything right, you know, you work this horse and he's just got the right work other horses. This horse is just a different class, I don't know, you know, they've got there. I'll bring him here 1,300 metres on a wet track, 7, you know, he'll be very competitive, you know, he gets in the race with a couple of kilos off, and no, I think if he turns up, whatever beats him on.
He's obviously got Zoe aboard. You had Shannon aboard. She went to Corinda. You've got Zoe aboard. You still get that claim, and all things considered, given his record, he doesn't get in too bad at the weight.
No, this is a stepping stone. He's going to Parks Cup. That's his mission in those seconds. I took him last, I had him last time, won first up, and I took him and won that highway to 6 or 8 lengths, you know, and mile second up. But that's his mission in Parks Cup. But no, he's come here in good order, you know.
BC10.
1-1-2, you know, just be competitive, but I think he will be. His work's been good. He looks magnificent. It's paraded good, so we'll see him here.
You've elected to go in without a trial, just have him nice and fresh.
Yeah, he's a fresh horse. I knew that no need to try. You know, he's done plenty of work at home. He's a plenty of swim at the swing, you know, he's done plenty of work, you know, set himself, you know. Probably, you know, he's ready he could run further today. You know, but I've just freshened him up the last 4 or 5 days and don't run a lot with him, and just to keep that little bit of freshness in.
Got a meeting coming up at Dubbo on Sunday. You got any winners that you could tip us into a few days out from that?
Well, I was going to start that Maiden, never brought it in. I thought he could win either wherever I took it, but it didn't matter. But, you know, I have a few runners there. I've got a half brother of this horse called Active Reward that, you know, really gone well since I've got him. Made 3 issues with him, but he's come good, you know, and had him in this race, but I scratched him with this horse. But now he'll be very competitive where he steps out.
Best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Here's Gary Love, kind enough with his time to give us the rundown there with Nice Edge. I've got on top. I just thought $13 was a silly price. He's a well-performed horse. He goes best when he's fresh. He enjoys wet tracks. See no reason why he won't run well. I've put the 7 in for second, Power Bow. He was placed at the provincials last time out. Prior to that, he was in country championship races. Plenitude, I think, can run really well here. I think the wet track might be a positive for Plenitude. He's well performed on soft, and the money's there for him. And I put the 10 in for fourth, which is Sports Page, and I haven't done that simply because Nat Pierce is over my right-hand shoulder, and I'd get clipped if I didn't have Sports Page in my numbers. And I think she'll genuinely run well here. She's a good winner at Wellington 2 runs back, and I thought the run last time at the Queen of the West was very good. She's got good heavy track stats as well. So 3, 7, 13 and 10. And we're right on start time here now for race number 5. It's the feature, the Diggers Cup.
Race last year. And at that stage, he was on a run of 6 straight wins. We'll see who wins it this year. As the last one moves up now, Powerbow, and they're about set to go here. Stand by. Red light comes on for the Diggers Cup, 1,300 metres here at Narromine. About to
That was 4.
They're off and racing. Athena's lad won the start. Sports Page, Plenitude, both again pretty well. Powerbow's going around them in the early stages. Invincible Dash settles behind them. Turgenev getting a fair way back, and Nice Edge was back with it as they gallop down the back, and Powerbow takes up the running over Plenitude. Athena's lad settled third, then Sports Page 2 back to Invincible Dash. And a fair way back there was Nice Edge as they race along the back of the course. And there's one on the outside there, Turgenev. So they're on the side now, and Powerbow leads out a length and a half on Plenitude. In third place, Athena's lad, Sports Page nicely placed fourth. Invincible Dash back along the rails, starting runs now from the back of the field. Turgenev, Nice Edge will be pulled out wide as they race towards the home turn, and Powerbow as just the leader. Plenitude moves up. Sports Page puts in its run. Athena's lad will be looking for the rails run. Further out, Turgenev. Nice Edge a fair way off them. Powerbow. Kick from Plenitude. Sports Page is coming down the outside. Powerbow, Plenitude. Sports Page the outside is finishing on well. Plenitude is going up now to Powerbow. Powerbow and Plenitude. Powerbow holds on the beat. Plenitude.
7,
Sports
13,
Page third. Cleanest lad
10.
maybe fourth. Nice Edge the outside. Then came over on the rails Invincible Dash, and Turgenev was last.
7, 13, 10 and 4. Powerbow, the short price favourite. Well, once he got to the front and was able to dictate Michael Hegney, he was always going to be hard to gun down. Plenitude's tried hard, finished at second. Sports Page third. It's a photo for fourth. I think Athena's lad will just touch out Knife's Edge there for fourth. But all on was with Powerbow. 7, 13, 10 and 4 should be the numbers here on race number 5 at Narromine. Let's get to Kiana and Joyce Hipka.
0 to 58 handicap over the 1400 metres for the 8th here at Gatton. Smooth flight. First horse we'll have a look at. Nathan Thomas for 76ers.
Thanks, Kian. Coming over non-tab last start when runner-up. Tricky draw makes it tough and just can't see remaps.
Okay, let's have a look at Bowl Brass. He's in the market, attempting at the 1400 today. Jai Williams, Paul Jenkins. Got the crossover and the tongue tie for the first time.
Huge hope, very dominant maiden winner 2 back on the Gold Coast, betting Winchman. That was a good win. And then just didn't probably handle that heavy 10 track. So be forgiving for that, gets the run of the race.
Good gear changes too off the recommendations of the jockey. So like to see that stretching out in trip. Yeah, copies the 4. Matty Wishart for Paul Butterworth.
Has ticked the 1400 metre box, did that at Dolby 2 back and loves this track. Been placed 4 from 5 here. He's also got the speed necessary to win races here today. I think he's the horse to beat.
If I read this right, well, Penfold's training for the Gold Coast. Barbas? I've never been able to pronounce his horse, so I'm pretty sure Dobie at him. The tongue tie is off, and Courtney Ferris rides.
That's correct, Kian. 3 kilos will come off. Bauhaus.
Bauhaus.
Holly Penfold training under her own name here. This horse did come from the stable. You can't have him on recent form, but we were sure that
yeah, certainly. His first outrun I thought was okay. He seemed to have lost his way. Best Coffee, Brendan Lorena and James Moore.
One of the main chances coming off a Kilcoy Maiden win last start. Should settle handy from that good draw and just needs to take another step forward off that Maiden win.
Now, if only Boom Bye could tick the 1400 metre box, albeit he hasn't had many tries at it. Corey Baelish, Jim Manor, he's a red hot chance.
Well, I marked him as the best roughie in the field. He was massive odds this morning. He's been the Quinella at 12 to 29. He just doesn't win out of turn. And his return run at Toowoomba had a bit of merit off a long break. Best value, hope.
Sorry, I was talking to the trainer. I get distracted easily. Canadian Express was a scratching, I thought, perhaps. Yeah, the 11 is Serco, Kirk Matheson, Anita Beaton. Talk about get distracted.
Some of your best work. Last start winner at Kilcoy, that was a benchmark 58 on a soft track. He's not as good on top of the ground. He's also got to overcome a wide gate, but I'm expecting a positive ride.
I do like the parade at the 12 of Stern Villa. Look, he's not in my numbers, but he looks fantastic. The front pads are off, which is a good sign on an improving track. Kayla Johnson claims 3 for Johnny Johnson.
Great sign, and we did see a backmarker win the last, so it's not impossible, but certainly his racing pattern will make it tough.
Lazaro, going to keep him safe. Fame to Graham for Harold Norman.
Yeah, wide gate though, racing pattern not ideal for today, but could overcome it.
Old Stormtrooper is the 14 for the Cow stable, and it looks like Taylor Marshall does riding.
Yeah, he could definitely figure because he races forward. I know he's not racing at his best at the moment. He's got to find some of that old form, but he's not the worst.
Reach over is the 15. Wayne O'Connell now trains and rides, and the tongue ties back off.
Well, was that win 2 starts back a fluke? It was on a good track at 150s, and then he copped the wet track at Dolby and was a bit ordinary after missing the kick. Maybe give him one more chance. I wouldn't fall off the chair if he did something today.
All right, runners are behind the gates here for race number 8. Third leg of
Quaddie has a dedicated jockey.
Copy the obvious leader.
Will that work, PC?
4, 2, 6 and 7. Boulder's Brass gets the run of the race from barrier 1. 6 Best Coffee should also get a good run from the 2 gate. And
1 coffee.
Bye, my best roughie if you are playing a wide penalty. 4, 2, 6 and 7.
I thought Boulder's Brass is one of the more progressive horses. Complete victory on that heavy 10 last time. I do love the gear changes on this horse.
It generally does. When nothing works, a dedicated jockey works. Best of luck, PC.
Jimmy Hanna's horse in there as a knockout chance at the 1400. That's Boom Bye. Here's Anthony.
6 is called Best Coffee. God knows I've taken a lot of heat on this track. It's a 300 meter straight. It was a bad idea getting in here.
License holder. This is his first start as a trainer. It's a stack of races here in this part of the world, Wayne. Right around Queensland down the bush.
his first starter here with Rich over here. It's rough in the field, but it's not best. Sarah will be the last to get set. And Bowler's Brass. Yeah, Copy are having a good duel here. Bowler's Brass now $3. Yeah, Copy $3.10. So we're right. 1,400 metres. Splash away. This Brass from the inside, stalls the back, raising. Boulder's Brass jumps in front, showing good speed. Best Coffee away into a prominent spot. Morehouse Smooth Flight from out wide. Reach over is next with Yeah Coffee. Surcoat from out there, very deep out on the track, is striding up. Stormtrooper in the second half of the field, followed then by Boom, who will land back third to last year. Stern Villa races back second to last. And Lassaro whips him in last of all over on the inside, travelling at least probably 10 lengths back off the speed. So Boulder's Brass is the leader, coming off the back and down past the barn at the 850, leading the way by a length over Surcoat the outside of it. Best Coffee, Yeah Coffee, a third and fourth, followed by Smooth Flight, who's up on the outside, and they're followed by Reach over towards the fence. Morehouse is next, Stormtroopers off and trucking. 3 deep on the track with 600 to go. Then came a Stern Villa, by racing back second to last, and still the Surrey is at the tail end of the field as they negotiate the 400. So up front, Boulder's Brass is the leader narrowly over Surcoat. Smooth Flight's running a pretty good race. Yeah, Copy up on the outside with Stormtrooper. A Stern Villa is right around the outside. Best Coffee next over on the inside. Down to the 150. Boulder's Brass in front. Best Coffee, and also Yeah Coffee up on the outside. Best Coffee strides to the lead though. 50
Man.
to go. Best Coffee beats home Boulder's Brass. Yeah Coffee, followed by
Best Coffee.
Villa. Reach over next. Further back in the field, a Boom Bye with Lassaro. Then came Smooth Flight, Stormtrooper, a Stern Villa, Surcoat. Let's run a
All right, Best Coffee 6 lands there for James Moore under Brendan Lorena. Most certainly an overdue maiden winner. Last start there at Kilquirk, the San Jose boy formed the Raval and the Window Tapper, and been well tried.
That is the omen.
There for James.
Well done, Kian. 6, 2 and 4. Boulder's Brass led for Jai Williams, whereas Yeah Copy, who I thought would lead, ended up sort of fourth one out, fifth
6,
one
2,
out.
4 and
Field
5.
on the turn and chased all the way to the line. Best Coffee, which have had that gun run, as you mentioned, got the speed and counts. So the 6 will beat the 2 and the 4. It'll be a photo for 4. Looking down the outside, it looks as though that might be the 5 Bauhaus. For Holly Penfold will probably get 4th, I'd say, ahead of the 13 Lazaro. So 6, 2, 4, and let's go with the 5. 6, 2, 4 and 5. That takes us away from the 8. Here it goes. Still money coming.
Two or four first up. A bit of a tricky gate, but she's up to this.
44 Cubis, number 11, Pussy Simpkins, Hannah Johnson.
Yeah, recent form's been subpar, beaten a long way at Bathurst there on Anzac Day. 18 lengths, in fact, from the winner, Giovanna Star. We can risk her.
And finally, Boletto, the last of them, became here on board for Sterling Osland.
Yeah, Sterling didn't give her a great push when we spoke to him about her earlier. She's had 10 starts for a win and a minor placing, resumed off a 6-month spell there at Armidale over 1,100 metres recently, and although doing a fair bit of work in the run, was beaten around 13 lengths, so we could steer around her.
So we've got a new favourite out of Delady into 370. For Zach Hutch and Aaron Bullock in from 420 is favourite. Second to Lex equally at $4. A Cup Boogle is out from 380. Octavian Treasure goes 350 to 4. And Too Darn Lovely has been solid enough at around that $4.80 mark. And of the others, we go to Renita's in a point from 11 into 10. And there doesn't appear to be any other moves for those that are long a quote out of the ladies. Had 4 runs back from a break. Win at Warren first up for this gelding. Then he ran 4th at Canamble, 3rd at Tamworth, 4th at Armidale over the 1100 and comes back at 1,000 metres. Octavian Treasure hit to win first up from 3 attempts previously, but has placed and went around in some half-decent highways going back to the early part of the year. Octavian Treasure, prepared by Todd Howlett. Well, she is the mare, and Todd's over there now with Mick.
Octavian Treasure, first up from a spell today. This looks a nice starting point for her.
Yeah, it is a nice starting point for her. She's got a bit of weight. Gabby on. Good Gabby to ride her. She rides a lot of work. So, yeah, and I'm happy with the mare.
Her form last preparation was pretty good, probably against better opposition. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's right. We had her in some pretty strong races, and she wasn't disgraced, you know. Yeah, but back at this grade, she should be very competitive.
So you think she'll get back a little bit?
Oh, she might be far away today. I just said to Gabby, be positive, but not driving the lead.
Arcade Force, another one with claims in the final, a bit of a sticky game, but it's a good run for first up.
Yeah, he's also really like, but just cannot draw a barrier. I scratched him 3 times and drew a bad barrier every time, so we just got to go round.
It gets to the point where you've just got to send them round, don't you?
Yeah, you do, but like I said, he's a really nice horse.
All best of luck with both.
Thank you.
There's Todd Howlett there with Octavian Treasure, and the one in the last that Grant Buckley rides in Archaic Force It comes in a few with the scratchings, including a late one there of my mate Kate, who came out on bets earlier today. Mick getting around to the start ahead of race number 6, the third leg of the Quaddie.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2, 1, 10 and 6. Octavia Treasure's been quite easy in the betting, but class should carry her a fair way here. Interesting to hear Todd Howlett mention that he didn't think she'd be all that far away in the run. I'm hoping that is the case. I thought she might be beaten for speed today. With that big weight, it might have made things a little bit tricky. But Gabrielle Johnson will claim here, and I think if she's anywhere near wound up, she'll give this a shake. Come Boogle going really well, shooting for a hat-trick of wins after victories at Wellington and Orange over 900 and 1,000 metres to kick off this preparation. Is now on the 6 from 26. Brett Thompson's got him firing at the moment. A 10-round heater, I think, a horse that can run well with Jeremy Sylvester, a 6-year-old mare who, despite the fact she's only won the 1 from 30, she's always shown some talent, and she'll be flooding home late. And 6-2 Lovely, you'd think, would be right up on top of the speed. That is her normal pattern, to jump out and try and lead them up, and I think that'll be the case again here today. Was a Scone winner going back to October last year. That was over the 900 metres, and I remember that day must have led by about 6 or 7 lengths at one stage, and hung on to beat Pearl's Treasure. Magic, that's the kind of thing she can do when she's on song. 2, 1, 10 and 6.
Speaking of Too Darn Lovely, that combination of Scott Singleton and Lachelle Small won the previous, with Enterprise Lassie, who, despite jumping from barrier 1, ended up almost scraping the outside fence in the home straight to take out the previous race, but she did have a pretty handy margin up her sleeve by the time she started to lay out.
Yeah, exactly, and you can be a little bit forgiving of that, given that she had done most of her racing down there in South Australia, so probably not used to going up this way, the clockwise way here in New South Wales, and just wanted to wander the last little bit. But as you say, she had plenty in hand, and I think there are more wins in store for her.
Okay, we speak to a couple of the jobs. They're very happy with how the track is. They had 31 mils of rain in the past 7 days, which in years gone by would have put this meeting in great doubt. However, they've come from everywhere today. They've led, they've come from the back, they've got to the outside fence, and everywhere in between.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly an improving track, isn't it? In Corindide, obviously doesn't have a lot of those issues that did plague the course there for a number of years. Things are on the up and up.
Okay, late mail numbers here, 2, 1, 10 and 6 ahead of race 6. Let's head upstairs. Here's Dan.
Dollars and Cumboot was at $5. So the 3 and the 6 are vying for favouritism here as these final runners get organised. So there's probably 5 runners to come up. Octavian Treasure getting set. Boletto yet to come forward with Too Darn Lovely. Previous race of the day won by Enterprise Lassie, using plenty of the track, but a win is a win. Image of the Sun was second, Levers was third. 3, 1, 4 and 8 the numbers in the previous. So 3 runners to come up here. Boletto, Out of the Lady, and Too Darn Lovely. As these final runners come forward. 1,000 metres the journey, thanks to Gowings. Country boosted 58 handicap. And Out of the Lady will be the final runner to come forward. Starter activates the red light. Appears down front. Last look at the board. Favourite is the 6, Too Darn Lovely. And they're just about set to run. They're set. Stand by. And away they go. Leaving cleanly was Octavian Treasure, also booting forward is Doesn't Kill Patrick, and here comes Too Darn Lovely. Too Darn Lovely now leads away by 2 lengths from Octavian Treasure in second spot. Boogle third the inside, and Boletto's quickly on the scene as well. A length and a half away then to Renita, who settles about midfield with 44 cubits on its inside. Stir is next, then followed further afield than It Doesn't Kill Patrick, getting towards the rear of the field with Deep Far, and Out of the Ladies, one of the last. 400 metres left to travel when swinging a bend. And the leader is Too Darn Lovely. That shows the way by 2 lengths. Come Boogle in the second spot. To the extreme outside is Renita coming home all right. And then followed by Octavian Treasure. So it's Too Darn Lovely that leads away. Come Boogle's quickly joining in on the outside. Come Boogle now sticks the head out in front. Come Boogle leads away. Renita's going to dive on the outside, but Come Boogle scores. Come Boogle has won from Renita in second spot. Too Darn Lovely was third and Stuhua was fourth. Then followed by Octavian Treasure with Doesn't Kill Patrick, 44 cubits. Followed further afield to Out of the Lady with D-Far, and Balletto was last home.
Put simply, Brett Thompson's got him flying, Come Boogle, and he remains 3 from 3. This preparation set off a good speed, and we know that she's quick, Too Darn Lovely, but quickly he gathered her in, out wide, right down the outside. Renita will get up and run second. 6 will wind up in third spot, the early leader, Too Darn Lovely, and 7 was fourth, and that was Stiora.
Yeah, good performance, wasn't it, from Come Boogle? He's just grown an extra leg this preparation, makes it 3 from 3, and he's always been a talented sprinter, but he's just really stepped it up this preparation. He did last preparation too, notching up a couple of wins, and it doesn't seem to matter whether it's wet or dry. He handles all track conditions, and he just travelled so sweetly today.
Nothing worked today, PC. Nothing worked.
He was good there at Wellington first up, defeating Close by
I mean,
he was even better winning at Orange last start, even though the margin.
I don't know about the other tracks, but this one at Gatton, I'm kind of racing after probably a year or something.
With a further
I'm not.
minor placing. So after wins at Wellington and Orange, he comes in.
I don't know what they're doing.
Beats the dose. 56.96 the overall time. He's won by a length and 3/4 in the end.
And Sheila was really angry.
Second and third. 33.78 was that last 600 metres. So 1 defeats 10, 6 and 7. As we await the winner to come back by outreach out of an ad for Laura Mayer and Let Your Hair Hang Down. You might be topical going into Wagamik.
Oh, well, that's it.
Perhaps.
I've just had a haircut, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah, Come Boogle. He's a horse that...
Which track has the shortest straight, PC?
Up the right there at Wellington.
Which one has the shortest straight?
And then after that, Zoe Hunt rode him to victory at Orange, and now today
It's 300.
Sienna Grimer was on board today.
Warwick is 326.
Down to 63
Warwick is
here.
326. We have raced Warwick. This is less than Warwick.
Brett Thompson having a good run with his horses.
Warwick Farm, I think.
Based at Gulgong, but we've seen him transfer his stable out there to Wellington, and everything seems to be ticking over nicely.
And indeed it does. So 1, 10, 6 and 7, the numbers here. So Sienna Grimer pick up ride with that Zoe Hunt not here today, Narromine being on. And she wins with the Come Boogle. Well, Brett's just got this bloke absolutely flying.
Absolutely. When I looked at him in the eye, I thought I had
MV.
big weight. Just knew keep him uninterrupted as best I could. I knew Too Darn Lovely, it's quick.
Fish.
900 sort of seems to be its limit, so I wasn't too worried. Coming down the hill, I just let him cruise. He was absolutely flying. I just had to guide him home.
And yourself, you're going well, plenty of winners?
Yeah, thank you. Only 6 left in my claim now, so not many to go.
You're ticking them off one by one.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Sienna Grimer taking out race number 6 on the program. Okay, so that is the third leg of the quaddie down after race number 6. So we have one more to come from Quaddie.
One more to come from Quaddie, as if they're doing brilliant job. Okay, so this is what I have. There's nothing worked, so there's no high hopes. That 7 is the favorite. If you look through the rails, that's 7, 3, 9 and 13. 7 is the favorite, and all of a sudden now, here from this race onwards, the thing has started losing up. So the 6 went through. It was in good hands. And there's a maths which is working. So this is about 58, 44. In here, it's all good here. This position is all good. The problem is here. the 2. That's -5. -8, -3. That's 5, not -5. And this is -5. If you double this, that's 36, 41. This is -5. So this is in good hands. This is also in moderately okay hands. There's a weight appreciation here. And so if we calculate what happened here, all right, now let's take a look at the results that happened. 6 to 4 and 5. So 58, 44. If you deduct 54, 58 and 44, 58 minus 44 is equal to 14. Right? That's 14. Then came in what? 2. 37, 25. 37 minus 25 is equal to 12. So the first one was what? 14, then 12, and then finally 4 with that. So this thing is, there's a maths. It's not straightened up yet, but I'm going to straighten this thing up after the races this week. Right now we're just doing mathematics, so there's a maths which is working here. That's 7. Here is a pressure model which is working. So either this is going to work. If this works, then I think 3 will win. If this works, 3 will win. It'll be 3, then probably 30, 43. So that's 13. And here, that's a lot. So this could be 397 if this area works. This will, 14 is out of question. 14 will not work. But if the 2 gets into the play, then it is upside down. That 2 has 9 league races, out of which it actually got placed in 3, out of which 2 were actually Group 1 races, and it has a huge advantage. However, it is also with 45 races. But most of them are like that. Coming to 13, that's 27, 69. That's a lot. I don't know. Getting in is difficult. That's a lot. It's either here, it's either that 3 wins and 3, then it'll fall, so it'll come here. 3, 9, 7. Either it is like that, but if the 2 gets in, then the game is over. There are others who are like 10-year-old, 8-year-old. Those are there. This one especially, number 12, has a dedicated jockey. So that's that. This is the outer drift. Generally, the outer drift is supposed to get in. I don't know what's going on. So that's the favorite, but that might get in. It's a very good hand. There's no doubt it's a very good hand, but will they deliver is a question. Maths is much stronger on 3, but it's a 7-year-old gilding. There's a weight appreciation here. There's a weight appreciation here. The chances are, if this thing knocks out 3, then it is upside down. Then there's no looking back. It is either 2 or 3. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, so far. Slay! Beautiful. Beautiful. PC. It's either 2 or 3, and the way it is going, it can be anything actually.
No luck in that run at Mudgee. 2 starts back behind Stratified. Just everywhere he went looking for a run, he just didn't manage to get it. The run prior to that at Tamworth was in a strong 66 behind Fallstout. He was good there. And then last time out, I think, had he not wanted to lay in and Jordan was able to, really try and get the best out of him over the concluding stage, he would have finished much closer to comfortable. But of course, we saw just win there at Corindi. So the format of that race has been Frank gets an extra 100 metres here today. I put the 5 in for second, which is Rothgate, racing really well. I think a lot of people were surprised with the first up win over the 1,000 metres because that hasn't been his trick in the past, but it wasn't a benchmark 50. His run last time out had a bit of merit as well. For third, I've put the 14, which is East Harlem, ticking on nicely at the moment. I know it's been in a couple of lower graded races, but he's always been a horse that's been competitive at top level, and he'll be there and thereabouts again. And the 6, Dusty Vermeer off that win last time out, I think he'll be strong at the end of this 1100. And we've seen, of course, Best Defence come out and narrowly go under earlier, and Dusty Vermeer only just beat that horse last time out. So happy enough to have him in there. As I mentioned, the one that I thought did parade really well was number 8, Gypsy Power, which is a $17 chance as well. So I wouldn't tip you out of having $1 each way on Gypsy Power if you were inclined to do so. 1, 5, 14 and 6 for me here. We're about 30 seconds away from jump time in the 6th. Of course, it's the third leg of today's Quaddie. If you're just joining us, the first leg of the Quaddie was won by number 12, Sweet as a Kiss for Gary Lunn. Rebecca Bryan Cragg was in the saddle at the previous event. Rick Benton and Wayne Brown, they teamed up for winner number 2,197. They've been a good combination. They got the job done with Powerbow in the feature, which was the Diggers Cup. So a little bit of a surprise result in the first, around $7 or $8 for Sweet as a Kiss. A favourite getting the job done in the second leg of the Quaddie. They're just about loaded. Here's Tom.
Race 6 here at Narromine. And they're all in the gates. Red light comes on. 1,100 metres. Racing now, Dusty Vermeer, Daredevil, Depano the first ready to get going. Divine Sinner gets back along the rail. Rothgate goes ahead of it with Gypsy Power, who's out wide, and Flight of Fight is progressing. About a length and a half back third last, East Harlem followed by Invasive, and Baku River as last. So is Daredevil leading Depano as they come off the back. Rothgate third, a length and a half back Divine Sinner. Dusty Vermeer on the inside, Gypsy Power's a bit deep. Another couple back then to Flight of Fight. Invasive joins it on the inside. Good break back then to East Harlem. And Baku River up to the home turn they come. Daredevil moving up on the outside of Depano. Out wide there, Rothgate starts to put in its claim. Further out, Gypsy Power and then East Harlem. Well on the straight, Depano tackled now by Daredevil. Depano, Daredevil. Rothgate, Divine Sinner down the outside, Depano, getting through on the inside, Invasive, Depano, on the outside, Divine Sinner's finishing all over the top of them, and Divine Sinner has won here from Invasive. Rothgate maybe third in front of Baku River. Depano favoured out of it, followed in there by Dusty Vermeer, Then came Flutter Flight out wide. Daredevil pulls up quickly together there with Gypsy Power.
1, 3, 5, and 17 should be the numbers. Divine Sinner, pay the believers after last time. If you've stuck solid, you've been rewarded. $5.40, $1.70. Invasives run really well. For Melissa Harrison, it's paid $6.50 to place. I fancy the 5. Rothgate will finish third, and 17 Barclay River up the inside will finish fourth. 1, 3, 5, and 17 here on race number 6 at Narromine. Let's get to Gatton for the last time today. They've had a long day. It's Kiana Gypsy.
Back to Gatton for the final time this afternoon. Race number 9 is a benchmark 65 over the mile. And the first horse we'll look at is one of the main chances, number 2, Maurice's Medad for Rodney Hay and Chloe Rowe. Chloe will take 1.5 kilos off, and this 6-year-old jumps from the perfect draw.
Fell on a lot better last start, getting back up to the 1600. I thought maybe just wants a little further.
Number 3, Slide Corner, carries the best recent form into this race, but his racing style isn't ideal. Barry Reardon and Samantha Poynton. Samantha will take 3 off.
There's a winner here in the past. He's very good too, back behind Fat Fingers. Galway Hustlers in that race. He had tearaway speed horses up front last start. He's most certainly closed the best. Again, he's another that probably wants further, but perhaps they've kept him fresh for this.
Number 7, Spill the Secret, comes back in grade this afternoon for Mick Lakey and Bubba Tilly. Bubba shooting for a double.
Flash with Slide Corner 2 back, and you. Not even an argument, it was pretty plain as day that Slide Corner's run was better. But you've got a senior jockey on, you've got a nice soft draw, and he did some good late work in the Saturday race last start.
Number 8, Serenade the Cat, also in the market for Stephen Lee. Liam Martin rides and takes 2 kilos off, draw on the fence.
Mannerisms have got a lot better in the yard. It was a bit of a weak run home last start, I thought, but did have to come back from the 1600 from the 2000.
Is she the one that used to back through the fence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Number 9, Roman
Back
Air.
in there.
That was her. Diane Murphy, the 9, Roman Air. Justin Stanley rides. He'll carry 55.5.
They rolled forward to try and suit the track pattern last start and knocked up at speed.
Yeah, I like him back here, top of the ground. Number 11, Quick Shot. You made a case for this horse this morning at odds. Kingley and Nozi Tomazawa, the compression hood. With the earmuffs go on.
Well, she's much better and quiet, and her form shows that quite clearly. And I would assume that's why the compression hood goes on as well. She can get a little bit fierce. You probably make a little bit of a run down the outside now. They've worn the fencing quite well.
Number 12, Bolt. He's still going around the 10-year-old. Start number 82 today for Kelly Monkton, Shania Willis.
Well, he did need that smell, didn't he? Been everywhere. Birdsville, Gatton, rising 11-year-old. So he did need a good spell. He's third up. He knocked out chance. He's a winner here of 3 times.
The out tip, number 13, Burley Magic for Rexy Lip. Now, jockey will be Taylor Marshall replacing Bailey Wheeler. He was impressive too back, but wasn't the heavy track.
Yeah, a little bit flattered by that, but all the same, that win had most certainly been coming. He'd been crying out for that extra trip when he got the mile. Probably didn't see out the 1800 last up.
Number 14, Tabby's Lass for Greg Wright, Billy Rose Andrew.
Went for 2,000 first up, comes back to 1,600 second up. I'm not sure.
And the 16, Termite, rounds us out for Grand Forge. Amy Graham takes the right.
I don't think he's come on this preparation, mixing his distances, and they're not quite finding that pet trip anymore. All right, welcome back to the last here this afternoon. And as the sun begins to, well, not really set, it's a bit too high. I wish it was setting right in my eyes. Okay, Spill the Secret has ascertained favouritism over Slide Corner, $4.60. You got the 9 on the third line there. Burley Magic's pretty rock solid at $5, Joyce. So there's my late mail, so I'll go first. 13, 3, 7, and 11 for mine. Burley Magic on top. He's the most lightly raced. I like him back to 1,600. The 3, the Danger Slide Corner. The 7 in Spill the Secret. Very similar profile as Slide Corner. And then I had the 11. The Quick Shot for Kim Loy. I would have loved to see a nice conservative ride today, but perhaps it's just not the day for it.
All right, Kian, thanks for that. I'm with you. I'm with the 13, Burley Magic for the same reasons. Just the lightly raced horse, hopefully on the art. Was brilliant. 2 back, winning a maiden by 5 lengths at Toowoomba. Was it the heavy track? We're about to find out, because maybe just to get the 1900. At his next start, he's back to the mile today, and as long as he gets a fair crack from late, I think he's the horse they've all got to beat. Number 9, Roman Air, just rolls along on speed here, always races well at Gatton. The 7, Spill the Secret, just coming back seriously great today, the world back favourite.
Oh, no, I'm going to be out.
That leads me with the 8, Serenade the Cat. Should get a lovely run for that inside gate with a claim. So backing the horses with the nice runs, second, third, pick. but I'm hoping Burley Magic can overcome a lot and get home over top. 13, 9, 7 and 8 for me as they load up well for the lucky last as the sun does begin to set here at Gatton. And it's been a good day's racing. It's been a bit tricky, but Kian's done her best, and she's been rapt to be here today in the sunshine.
They say things have been tricky today.
I know. So excited to come to work today.
I don't know. We're racing here after a year.
All the action we put up in between races.
But it was definitely not tricky. It was worse than that.
Spill the Secret 350. Firms up again. Slide 460. And Romania $4.80. 16. Lucky Last. Spill the Secret. Yeah. Favourite. The two best supported runners. The other runner is Romania. Quaddie's 110.6. Short sway home with Sly Corner. Now Spill the Secret. Last favourite. Number 2 for Michael Lakey. Sly Corner is about to come up to complete the line. All the stalls over there at the 16 metres. Ready to go. So good luck, punters. Lucky last. Right now. Set, they stand, stalls are back, racing. Spill the Secret, Serenade the Cat, left fast. Bolt spearing into the picture. Romanair Sly Corner up to attack those. And Tabby's Lass was not that far away there as well. Burley Magic wants in on this action there as well. And they go hammer and tong for the first couple of 100 metres. Quick Shotters next, and then K. Morris's be down. It'll land back second last. Termite whips them in last of all over on the inside. So Bolt sped to the early lead. And at the top of the track, 1150 metres from the judge, and led the way in the margins, 3 parts of a length over Sly Corner the outside. Tabby's Lass and also Romanair, so they're third and fourth, and Burley Magic fifth towards the outside. Followed then by Spill the Secret, so this favourite centre field over on the fence, 2 off. 2 Quick Shot, followed then by Morris's Bedad, Serenade the Cat. And 2.5 lengths away to Termite at the rear end of the field, and travelling at least 9 lengths away from the speed. Bolt in front, Sly Corner the outside, going up to the 600 metres from the judge. Romanair is third, followed then by Tabby's Lass. Burley Magic is next, and then came over on the inside was Spill the Secret. And up on its outside there was Quick Shot coming into the picture, 3 and 4 deep out on the track. Termite tracks it forward. Serenade the Cat is using inside runs as they approach the home turn. So Sly Corner hit the front. Burley Magic up on the outside, went on by though. Romanair's into the clear, but it's Burley Magic in front, 200 metres from the judge. Tabby's Lass the inside is getting a run through, but
seriously,
it's the lead of Romanair. A few of these going up and down in the one spot, and Spill the Secret is late on the scene, but it's Burley Magic in front. Burley Magic
13.
beats the Flying Termite.
Everybody else were like told, let him win.
But they're followed by Tabby's Lass. Serenade the Cat. Quick Shot was well back, and Bolt at the tail end of the field.
13.
Yeah, Burley Magic, ultra impressive there. And, you know, Taylor really got on his bike at the right time because he knows the horse can sustain a good 600 metres. We saw that when he broke his maiden on King of the Mountain Day and from last to first and in quick sticks. He's been able to do that again today. And, you know, the line might be his pet troop as well, Joycey, off the back of that. But nice win and just awaiting your minors.
Yeah, it's a busy go for second, third and fourth. It looks like Termite's right up there at odds, number 16. So if you've got some Cornelis or trifectas around with Burley Magic, keep an eye on that one. But the 13 has 1. Spill the Secret is definitely there, number 7. So that second and third spot probably rests between 7 and 16. And I reckon Diane's horse, number 9, Romanair, is probably back in fourth. So we'll just wait for second and third to come through. Here we go. 13, 16 Termite at 1970 a place. Thanks for coming. Spill the Secret has run third for Mick Lakey and Bubba, and Romanair for Diane Murphy, and Justin Stanley has wound up in fourth. But Burley Magic, it proved today, it wasn't just the heavy track at Toowoomba when he won his maiden by 5. He goes on all services. He's just a nice up-and-coming horse. Yeah, Kian. You did tip it.
All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. We had 9 races here today. That was the last one. But tomorrow is Wednesday. I'm going to be racing again. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for tuning in and being here, bro. Daos, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Azar, thank you so much for being here. Tuna, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day till then.